Sup, my fellas. Don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. This world has long been drowning in blood-soaked wars. Weaklings don't survive here. And this guy was the main butcher of this slaughterhouse. Because he is Zhang Qion, the divine demon, and his power is absolute, without limits. His path in the martial arts world began from early childhood. Every day in this hell, he simply tried not to die. His sword never dried from blood, because every new day began with another bloodbath. That's how the endless chain of senseless killings dragged on. And all because one day he met a girl. He took her younger brother and sister under his wing, cared for them, and thought he had finally found happiness with them. But on one doomsday, he lost them too. Then he lost the meaning of life and started taking revenge without mercy. After years of countless deaths, the heads of the 9 great sects united and decided to put an end to this. But even they couldn't do it. MC killed them one by one. But one caught him off guard. A blade sank into his back. Then Hero impaled himself with his sword, killing that bastard together with himself. Zhang Qion thought his path was finally over. But suddenly he heard loud voices. A watching man dismisses the scene as noisy nonsense, and wonders if this is some kind of hell. He hears a declaration that because the eldest son of the Manhwa clan suffered an accident, and cannot continue the martial line, another heir will inherit the secret arts instead. The listener is baffled, unable to understand why he is hearing this, or why the world around him feels wrong. A young boy angrily rejects the claim, insisting his elder brother is alive and that the clan's arts cannot be handed to outsiders. A young girl adds that their grandfather's martial legacy must remain within the Manhwa clan, especially since the elder brother is still family even if he cannot train. Those words strike the listener sharply. He looks at the children and begins to suspect he knows them. The scheming young man facing the clan smiles as if he already controls the outcome. Seeing resistance, he changes tactics and offers a formal proposal instead of forcing the issue immediately. He points out the family's poverty and offers money as bait. In exchange, he demands the entire martial legacy of the Manhwa clan, proposing a duel where the winner takes everything. He asks whether the clan will accept. The children immediately call it an obvious trick, noting that the elder brother's madness had prevented him from even beginning proper training. The observer grows irritated by the chatter around him. He bluntly asks who this supposed Wamujin even is, revealing how disconnected he is from the scene. Then he identifies himself as the divine demon, Zhang Qion. The young man repeats the name in confusion, while the observer explains that the world once called him the divine demon. The mocking negotiator laughs at the absurd title. He is introduced as Chong Dabo, second son of the Chonghua merchant group. The children groan at the terrible timing of this intrusion, as if their brother's madness has chosen the worst possible moment to flare up. Chong Dabo concludes that the elder brother's madness is only getting worse. Buchoyan, master of the Chonghua merchant group, calmly declares that with the eldest son in this condition, the Manhwa clan's fate is already sealed and advises them to accept reality. Before more can be said, someone cuts off the discussion and refuses to hear another word. Buchoyan takes that silence as acceptance and formally announces the duel. She sets the match for the 5th day of the 2nd month at Bayon Pavilion. Chong Dabo adds that a duel promise between martial artists is binding, and breaking it carries consequences. As they leave, the observer is left staring after them, still trying to reconcile the name Divine Demon with what he is experiencing. He realizes the decision about the clan's future is being made without him. The young girl anxiously asks what he plans to do, reminding him that he has never even properly swung a sword. He turns to her in confusion, as if only now understanding that they are speaking about him. Then a surge of power rises from him, and he laughs at the idea that he is some helpless beginner. But in the next instant he notices something is terribly wrong. The power vanishes completely, leaving him stunned. He panics as he discovers he has no inner energy at all in this body. Worse, the body itself feels frail and weak, nothing like the one that once carried his monstrous strength. Before he can process it, the young girl runs to him in tears and begs him to stop frightening them. The boy gently pleads with his brother to come to his senses, insisting that even in madness, he is still their brother. The girl refuses to quietly endure anyone insulting him. She demands an apology for calling their brother a fool, while the boy tries to restrain her. Their defense leaves him silent. Then the girl blurts out the wound at the center of their family, saying it is all his fault that their parents are dead. He absorbs the accusation without answering. Unable to bear the moment, the girl runs off crying while the boy remains behind, exhausted. The boy explains that she often loses control like this and asks for understanding, and the man can only answer that he understands. He turns away and quietly takes his leave from the courtyard. Left alone with this impossible second life, he bitterly notes that now even children see him as a madman. At sunset, the ruined fate of the Manhwa clan begins to surface again. A man in Wamujin's body stands before a memorial stone, trying to understand why he is alive. He remembers dying after personally beheading the Namgung patriarch. He also remembers the fatal blow that pierced his heart and ended his breath. He had already taken revenge for Yanhwa and her siblings, so death should have been his end. Instead, he realizes he has awakened inside another man's body. The absurdity of this possession leaves him shaken and furious. Nearby children who resemble Suk and Young deepen his confusion. When one of them angrily confronts him, he cannot make sense of the situation at all. A blonde attendant comes running to him in alarm. The attendant scolds him for wandering around in a frail condition and reveals deep concern for him. Unable to recognize the man, he demands to know who he is. The attendant, Ma Sok of the Manhwa clan, assumes another bout of madness and starts explaining again. He recounts that Wamujin was once a prodigy so gifted that Orthodox sects wanted him as a disciple. He became clan leader at only 23, and Ma Sok insists this confused man is that very Wamujin. The possessed man accepts the identity for the moment but questions why such a genius now has a ruined energy core and a reputation for insanity. Pressed for the truth, Ma Sok hesitates before finally answering. He begins a story from 17 years earlier, when a duel was proposed without inner energy. At 16, Wamujin challenged Chong Dabo to a fair contest of pure skill. Dabo, 3 years older, agreed to fight without inner energy. The duel began evenly, with both youths clashing as promised. With no elders present to supervise, the private match turned dangerous. The two boys fought in earnest, each trying to overpower the other. Their exchange escalated into a fierce close-quarters battle. Mujin fought confidently, believing the duel was still honorable. Dabo praised Mujin's orthodox skill even while pressing him harder. Mujin remained focused, unaware of the betrayal coming. Dabo blocked every strike and began to seize control of the rhythm. Even as he complimented Mujin's talent, he was setting him up. Then Dabo broke the agreement and unleashed inner energy. Mujin realized too late that the attack was real. The blast hurled him away and shattered the fairness of the duel. Dabo landed calmly, already owning the outcome. When Mujin accused him of using the forbidden 7 wounds fist strike, Dabo did not deny it. Instead, he mockingly asked whether Mujin still considered him a friend. He confirmed that the blow was the Kongnong Sect's 7 wounds fist strike and warned that even one hit could cripple a person. To make it worse, he boasted that he had already tested the technique on another senior. He claimed one strike had left that victim bedridden, making clear what awaited Mujin. Dabo struck again, forcing Mujin to face the full consequences of the treachery. In the present, the possessed man finally understands why everyone thinks Wamujin's madness came from that attack. He also realizes Dabo ruined Wamujin's body and then still demanded a formal duel later, staking the clan's martial legacy against him. When he asks how such injustice was handled, Ma Sok reveals it was decided by the former clan patriarch. That shocks him, because the patriarch was Wamujin's own father. Ma Sok explains that Dabo was not only family but also tied to the powerful Chonghua merchant group. Because of that influence, the matter was buried with nothing more than a scolding. The possessed man is disgusted that a father accepted that after his own son was crippled. He condemns the entire household as weak and asks what became of those parents. Ma Sok's expression darkens as he turns to Wamujin's condition. They move to the ancestral hall, where the dead are honored in silence. Before the memorial tablets, the weight of the family's collapse becomes unavoidable. Ma Sok explains that Mujin's condition worsened day by day, and his father sank into debt trying to cure him. Then Mujin's mother died of illness, and 3 years later his father also died under the burden. The possessed man absorbs the news in grim silence. He imagines the funeral rites that followed, with the surviving children left behind. From that point on, Wamujin was blamed as the son who ruined his clan, killed his parents, and burdened his younger siblings. The Manhwa clan's reputation collapsed, leaving only debt, a few loyal retainers, and scattered martial artists. Ma Sok points out the 2 younger siblings who endured the aftermath with him. He recalls the sisters' bitter accusation that their parents died because of him. Now he understands that one sickness destroyed the entire household, and why her anger ran so deep. Night settles over the clan as he begins to think less like a dead demon lord and more like the man whose life he has inherited. Searching through Wamujin's room, he pieces together the history from old records. He turns the pages looking for anything that explains his new existence. He confirms to himself that he truly is Jonkian, the divine demon who died 30 years after his own era of war. Reality is undeniable now. He inhabits Wamujin, the Manhwa clan's eldest son, a crippled lunatic with no energy core. He feels no regret for his former life, because his vengeance there was complete. But the children's crude get-well notes stir something he did not expect. Seeing those siblings again makes him pause. Their tragic situation reminds him of children from his own past. He decides that if he must live as Wamujin, he will at least help those 2 younger siblings. To do that, he identifies the true enemy before him, the Chonghua merchant group that crippled this body and destroyed the clan. He resolves to prepare for the duel with Chong Dabo, set for the 5th day of the month after next, and to rebuild himself to at least the beginner's level before then. With a grim smile, he accepts that he must start over from nothing. He sits down to cultivate despite the ruined state of the body. The struggle reminds him of his first training, when even breathing had once been difficult. He steadies himself and forces the body into the process. A spark of energy finally begins to gather. He realizes the body's natural martial talent is extraordinary. Unlike ordinary cultivators, he does not need to slowly learn to sense energy. For this body, simply closing his eyes is enough to draw it in. The breakthrough erupts violently, far beyond what a beginner should produce. The entire building shakes under the surge of flame-like power. At the same time, strange lights streak across the night sky as if heaven itself has noticed. Inside the clan, the sudden disturbance alarms the retainers. Ma Sak and the others rush toward Wamujin's room in panic. They burst in expecting disaster. Finding him collapsed, they fear the worst. One retainer even blurts out that he is finally dead. But the elder checking him discovers the opposite. His pulse is stronger than ever. That impossible recovery leaves Ma Sak baffled and irritated. When the possessed man wakes, he complains that trying to form an energy core caused unbearable pain. The elder then reveals the body's hidden nature. It possesses the heavenly martial body. He explains it is a rare heaven-chosen heroic constitution. The possessed man is struck speechless because such a body is the exact opposite of one suited for demonic arts. Trying to cultivate demonic techniques in a body of pure upright energy would cause agony, and could even kill him. As the elder lists the many heavenly constitutions, the possessed man can only curse his luck at receiving this one. With the duel only a month away, he realizes his situation is even worse than he thought. Still lying there, he asks who these old men around him actually are. He learns they are Chief Steward Du Baektion and Elder Zhou Huanbang, yet their calm talk about preparing for his death makes him instantly suspicious. Even as they urge him not to die, he inwardly refuses to give them that satisfaction. Rain begins to fall over the city as the crisis deepens. 3 days pass with him bedded in, and Ma Sak panics over how long he has been down. The possessed man bitterly concludes that this body may kill him before the duel ever does. Now disguised beneath bandages and a straw hat, he decides he at least needs a sword if he is going to fight. He orders Ma Sak to fetch several swords at once. Ma Sak admits they can barely afford food, let alone weapons. He explains that the clan survives on crushing loans from the Bangho sect and is drowning in debt. A flash of lightning accompanies the realization that poverty is now as dangerous as any enemy. He decides the clan's money problem must be solved before anything else. When Ma Sak protests that borrowing more would be madness, he ignores him. He orders Ma Sak to write to the 2 elders and stop interfering. Then he announces he is merely going out for a walk. He slips out through the open window into the storm. The elders are soon informed that Wamujin has gone to the Bangho sect again. One elder dismisses it at first, but the other sees a greater danger. If Wamujin provokes the Bangho sect, the hidden social sect may use the chaos to move against them. At the Bangho sect's gate, the disguised Mujin calmly demands an audience with their leader. The guard Kong Noho treats him like a gambler, and tries to brush him aside. Mujin refuses to be dismissed and demands someone higher ranking if the guard cannot decide. His attention shifts when he senses a stronger presence nearby. Someone important has arrived. A superior steps in and asks what the problem is. The guard explains that this stranger claims he wants to see the sect leader, and Mujin immediately tests whether this newcomer has authority. Asked what he wants, Mujin bluntly says he came to borrow more money. That answer identifies him as a customer, and the Bangho sect's vice leader Ma Jungbo takes interest. Ma Jungbo decides there is no need to trouble the sect leader over such a matter. He invites Mujin inside, drawing him deeper into the sect's territory. Ma Sak follows anxiously as they are led across a hidden bridge into the Bangho sect's inner grounds. He begs Mujin to turn back, sensing danger. Mujin refuses, having come too far to retreat. As they descend into the sect's cavernous interior, Ma Sak warns that the Bangho leader recently killed a martial artist in an instant, and has mastered a terrifying art called the Black Hand Twin Killer Power Heavenly Martial Moon Slaying Arts. The deeper they go, the more obvious it becomes that they are entering a den of killers, not lenders. Mujin barely reacts to the absurdly long technique name, which only frustrates Ma Sak further. Ma Jungbo mocks Mujin for understanding too slowly, and makes clear that turning back is no longer an option. Mujin senses the trap closing around him. Armed men surround the 2 of them in the cavern. At a single command, the ambush begins. Mujin immediately sees that this was the plan from the start. Ma Jungbo admits he could not publicly beat the eldest son of the Flame Hua clan at the entrance where witnesses would see. He accuses Mujin of shamelessly living off debt like his parents, and declares he will no longer let the family leech from them. Ma Sak throws himself down and begs for Mujin's life, but Mujin coldly rejects any appeal made in his parents' name. He cuts through the insult by declaring that he has no parents anymore. That answer leaves the attackers momentarily unsettled. Mujin briefly thinks of his former self, then decides the lesson will begin here. Ma Jungbo orders his men to beat them down while Ma Sak can only obey in terror. One thug lunges first, grabbing for Mujin from behind. Another charges in with brute force, expecting an easy beating. Mujin moves at last. He redirects the attack with precise control instead of raw strength. The charging thug crashes into his own ally under Mujin's manipulation, and the ambushers realize their crippled prey may not be helpless after all. The first attacker chokes out in shock as the fight truly begins. The bandaged young master knocks a larger thug down and mocks how fragile his enemies really are. He judges that with his ruined body, trickery and technique will serve him better than brute force. Without panic, he provokes the attackers and dares them to come at him. Their side answers by ordering his death and launching another assault. A swordsman commits to a heavy killing stroke. The young master slips through the flurry instead of meeting it head-on. As the enemy curses him as a rat, he keeps circling and denying them a clean hit. He reminds himself that he cannot match their raw strength, so mobility is his only advantage. He seizes a brief opening and crashes into one attacker at close range. That sudden counter draws blood and breaks the enemy formation. A red-cloaked foe lashes out in anger to regain control. The young master is briefly thrown off balance by the retaliation. Even so, he turns the momentum into a spinning aerial exchange that sends both opponents reeling. The clash carries them across the ground as weapons and bodies scatter apart. He follows through with another brutal impact before either man can recover. Both fighters are flung away and lose hold of their swords. They crash down hard, leaving the field momentarily still. His attendant rushes in, alarmed that the young master may have overdone it. The young master brushes the concern aside and acts as if he is perfectly fine. When asked where he learned such fighting, he dismisses it as street survival rather than formal martial arts. A stronger enemy finally steps in, surrounding himself with purple power and challenging him to dodge that too. The battlefield darkens under the pressure of the incoming technique. A vertical beam of purple force drops toward the young master. The attacker is startled to realize the young master has answered with something as trivial as a coin. The young master orders the weaker men to leave, declaring that he alone will handle this one. He repeats that all he wants is an audience with their leader, and cannot understand why they keep making this difficult. The purple-cloaked swordsman refuses, insisting someone of his status is unworthy of such a meeting. He attacks with the intent to crush the insolent intruder outright. Their powers collide in a blinding flash. To the swordsman's disbelief, the young master blocks the strike with a mere chopstick. The young master calmly explains that he lacked a sword, so he brought a substitute. Blue and purple arcs clash as the absurd defense turns into a real duel. The swordsman realizes the rumors were true and that the young master is using an unfamiliar style. He tightens his grip and commits to a decisive thrust. The young master slips inside the line of attack and wounds him at close range. The swordsman is shocked that someone could parry steel with chopsticks and still exploit an opening. Furious, he swings again to overwhelm him. The young master keeps taunting him, warning that underestimating chopsticks is a mistake. He sends a storm of spinning coins at the swordsman like hidden blades. The swordsman is forced to guard desperately as the coin barrage tears into him. While bleeding, he cannot understand how a man he thought powerless has grown this dangerous so quickly, and wonders if this is truly Wamujin of the Manhwa clan. The young master keeps pressing him while casually bringing up the crushing debt hanging over his clan. He says he had been curious who dared exploit them in their weakened state. Another precise strike lands before the swordsman can recover. The young master ridicules them for trying to extort money with skills this poor. When the wounded man tries to answer, the young master cuts him off with another attack. He says the enemy should experience the kind of martial arts they sneer at. Driven into a corner, the swordsman unleashes his sex ultimate technique in a burst of violet power. He invokes the Black Hand Twin Killer Power Heavenly Martial Moon's slaying arts, and commits everything to the finishing move. The young master answers that the one who has been joking all along is his opponent. He evades the ultimate strike at the last instant, leaving the swordsman stunned. The swordsman can barely believe the attack missed. The young master closes in with a barehanded counter before the enemy can reset. The swordsman is shaken by the thought that this hidden strength was concealed until now. A blue-charged kick crashes into him with overwhelming force. Broken and terrified, he tries to threaten consequences if the young master goes any further. The young master rejects the threats and offers mercy only in exchange for useful answers. He makes it clear that he will ask again until the man talks. His fist tightens, promising pain if the answer is wrong. With murderous calm, he asks for a loan as if this interrogation were a business transaction. The threat becomes so severe that the victim imagines his face being crushed. The young master feels a grim exhilaration in finally being able to dominate the situation. When the man hesitates, the young master grabs him and forces the issue. His attendant worries that this brutality is going too far, but the young master dismisses the concern as wasted sympathy. At last the moneylenders submit, and he demands to know why they lent to the Manhwa clan without collateral if they hated losing money so much. He says the whole arrangement reeks of malice. The lender tries to deny any ill intent, but the young master mocks how obvious his fear and scheming are. He warns that if the man keeps lying, he will ram dice down his throat until speech is impossible. The threat finally breaks the lender's resistance. The room falls quiet except for the trembling lantern light. The lender confesses that the orders came from the Chonghua merchant group, confirming the young master's suspicions, and the young master demands the details of their deal. The man falters, still afraid to say too much. The young master strips away any pretense of noble loyalty, and tells him to stop protecting people who would abandon him. He adds that the merchants would not care even if the lender were mutilated, and that this place is already as good as destroyed tonight. Faced with that reality, the lender admits there was a secret contract. He explains that the Chonghua merchant group ordered them to keep lending the Manhwa clan whatever it needed at ruinous interest until the clan drowned in debt. In return for helping bring the clan down, they were promised the clan's land and additional rewards. The young master coldly confirms that the true target was the Manhwa clan's territory, then has the contract's absurd interest calculated aloud. After hearing the total, he laughs at how shameless the scheme was and moves on. He demands to know who these people really are, beyond the debt collectors who clean up after others. The answer reveals the social sect, a newly joined alliance of unorthodox sects under the four martial heavens. The young master notes that the four martial heavens are as filthy as ever. When his attendant questions how he can speak so confidently about them, he refuses to explain. The conversation shifts when he notices the money chest has finally arrived. The chest is brought inside at last. The delayed payment is set before the two sides. The courier announces that the full 300 gold niang has been delivered. The lenders eagerly confirm that the amount is sufficient. The young master immediately orders his attendant to take the money and leave. Outside, rain falls over the sex compound as the transaction ends. The young master makes sure the loan is formally entered into their books. He promises that once he finishes dealing with the Changhua merchant group, he will return and settle the debt. Before leaving, he warns the lenders not to keep squeezing peasants for money. He makes it plain that if they cross the line again, he will ruin them. The lender can only breathe out in relief after surviving the encounter. As he walks away, the young master privately vows to see who destroys whom first, and the lenders recognize him as the mad young master of the Manhwa clan. Back at the clan, someone urgently calls for the young master. His attendant notices the blood on him and panics, only to be told it belongs to someone else. When asked what happened at the Bangho sect, the young master casually says he merely borrowed some money because the clan needed it. He insists that the clan must keep its martial artists fed and cannot afford to let everyone scatter. The steward suspects the money could not possibly have been borrowed honestly, but the young master says the lenders recorded it properly. He tells the steward to focus on feeding and clothing the younger members instead of questioning him. With a grin, he leaves the steward to deal with the consequences. The elders and steward are left staring after him in stunned silence. One elder wonders if madness itself could explain the young master's behavior. Elsewhere, a candle is lit in a quiet hall. The flame catches, beginning a more private scene. The young master stands before the clan's memorial tablets and altar. Because he never knew his parents, he admits he does not even know what words he should offer them. Still, he promises the dead that the clan's financial crisis is partly resolved and that he will protect his siblings and servants. He also remembers that he has agreed to duel Chong Dabo in a few days over a secret scroll of the clan. Rather than fear it, he vows to break Chong Dabo's neck. The memorial hall remains silent as his vow hangs in the air. Night passes over the mountain tower. By morning, he has already begun training in earnest. Workers haul heavy wooden training weights into the courtyard while the steward watches uneasily. The steward cannot understand what kind of training the young master has ordered. The laborers complain about the crushing weight, and the steward thanks them once the delivery is complete. The young master rushes in immediately to inspect the equipment. He checks the first weight and confirms the 50 gene load. He verifies the 80 gene and 110 gene weights as well. When asked what he even needs such burdens for, he points out that even carrying them nearly broke trained men. To him, a sword exists for one purpose only. He says that purpose is to swing it, and decides to begin with the lightest 50 gene blade. The first attempt nearly drives him to his knees, and even his attendant doubts he can wield something so heavy. He bitterly admits that his body is so rotten he cannot even raise 50 gene properly. Even so, he refuses to give up. Using both hands, he manages to lift the weapon at least a little. He orders Ma Sok to stop gawking and simply do as told. While struggling with the sword, he still finds room to demand richer meals with plenty of meat. Ma Sok can only worry more as he watches this reckless plan unfold. The young master begins drilling with the massive sword despite his body's limits. He reminds himself that only 2 weeks remain before the duel. Knowing his heavenly martial body is the opposite of the demonic arts his master taught him, he decides his only chance is to learn his master's friend's art, the peerless 9 swords. He starts practicing the sword form, forcing his body through the motion. He accepts that this desperate training is his only path forward. Elsewhere, a musician pauses and reacts with interest to the report. He learns that Wamujin beat the Bangho sect's lackeys. The report adds that those men will be unable to move for nearly 2 weeks, leaving him puzzled at how a man without an energy core could do it. Instead of dismissing him, the listener concludes that Wamujin may be more dangerous than expected. Amused, he decides to prepare a special gift for the Manhwa clan's heir. He says he is already looking forward to their duel. He wants to see the hidden side Wamujin has kept concealed. Meanwhile, Wamujin drives his body through another stance as training continues. He hardens himself to endure the pain and strain. He forces his whole body into the movement, turning the practice into a test of survival. At last his form begins to flow instead of merely dragging the sword. He plants his feet and stabilizes the motion. He tells himself that a body blessed by heaven should at least be able to withstand this much suffering. The training hall rings with the sound of relentless practice as he continues pushing forward. A training chamber has been prepared with rows of bamboo targets for a swordsman's test. Knowing Ma Sok has gathered everything he asked for, the bandaged heir steels himself before the suspended logs and bamboo. Though drenched in sweat and barely holding together, he believes he can finally begin mastering the sword art. He commits himself with a sharp first step. He launches into the first form, trying to seize the initiative with a decisive opening slash. As he recalls the doctrine that a swordsman should cut through anything in his path, he drives forward. He follows with a second form meant to break any weapon or obstacle that dares oppose him. His blade carves a whirling path through the room as he forces the technique onward. Without pausing, he enters the next form, aiming to destroy even an enemy's chi. He pushes the principle to its extreme, convinced that every kind of weapon and power should yield before his sword. The clash of force erupts violently, but the strain rebounds on him. He realizes almost immediately that the forms are overwhelming his body. Even so, he refuses to stop and braces himself to endure the burden. A red projectile rushes toward him as he keeps the sequence going. Blue sword energy and the incoming red force collide in a chaotic exchange. He is thrown through a lattice of his own slashes while trying to maintain control. As another attack closes in, he shifts into a form meant to cut down Chi itself. He insists that even power strong enough to split the heavens should still give way to this sword. For a moment he gathers himself, breathing hard and trying to hold the technique together. The backlash catches him across the body and tears through his guard. Pain shoots through his back, but he notices another target and forces himself to continue. He immediately calls for the next form rather than retreating. This time he lashes upward at the bamboo array hanging above him. The strike shatters the descending bamboo, clearing the immediate threat. He moves into a form designed to answer every kind of martial art with the sword alone. Trusting that even the most complex techniques must have weaknesses, he cuts through the barrage in a single sweeping answer. Yet when he looks at the thick central rope, he realizes his strike failed to touch the true target. The untouched supports slam down around him, exposing his mistake. Heavy logs begin dropping from above as the room turns even more dangerous. He answers with a form meant for overwhelming numbers, preparing to mow down everything at once. He treats the falling logs like an army that should all bow before his blade. With that mindset, he tears through the swarm and dismisses numbers as meaningless before real power. Wood fragments whirl around him as he stands amid the wreckage of what he has cut apart. But one remaining log catches his attention too late. Frustration surges through him as he curses the failure. Instead of stopping, he demands the next form again. He swings with a force he believes could split even reflected moonlight in two. Then he invokes a form that should split the earth itself, convinced size no longer matters once the blade can cut the ground. When the target remains intact, he is shaken by the gap between the theory and his result. He escalates to a form that claims even the sky can be severed, asking what in the world could remain beyond his reach. The sword crashes down with all the force he can muster. At last he reaches the final form, which teaches that after cutting through himself and even his own sword, he should no longer need the weapon at all. But after attempting it, he admits he can barely reproduce what he just tried. His hand tightens on the hilt as the memory behind the technique resurfaces. He remembers a moonlit lesson in a bamboo grove, where a master asked whether he had memorized the final form. As a child, he had mocked the explanation as absurdly self-important and unbelievable. The master had accepted the criticism but insisted the art of his dear friend could not be allowed to vanish, so the boy would have to inherit it in his place. He also learned that this absent friend was the only swordsman who could truly match the master's blade, even without relying on ordinary chi. The master guessed that the man had used movement arts and explained that sect disciples could not learn them properly, which is why he needed an outsider to inherit the method. The boy scoffed at such a lowly-sounding art and nearly dismissed it outright. The master shut down his complaints with sheer authority until the child grudgingly gave in. He was then told the method was brutally simple: repeat the sword form thousands of times to change the body, hundreds of thousands to let chi enter the blade, and 1,000,000 to become nearly unmatched. The child questioned whether anyone worthy of the master could really need such a crude regimen, and the master answered that a true duel between them would have ended in death for one of them. That answer left the boy genuinely curious about the mysterious swordsman. The memory breaks as someone slaps the present-day heir awake and calls him young master. He comes to on the ground, threatening Ma Sok for hitting him, while Ma Sok anxiously checks whether he is alive. Recovering, he realizes he fainted after practicing the form only once and accepts that he still has a very long road ahead. Ma Sok brings him food, and he immediately notices the meat is pork. Ma Sok explains he bought it because the young master had wanted meat, having gone without it for a long time. The heir rejects that choice at once and demands beef instead, insisting it is better for building strength. He orders Ma Sok to spend borrowed money freely on meat and says that until he fights Chong Debo, he will eat meat at every meal. Ma Sok, still stunned by the day's events, asks when he learned such a martial art in the first place. The heir brushes it off as just another strange turn in the life of a failure who suddenly decided to learn martial arts. Ma Sok presses him, pointing out that he once knew nothing, then suddenly beat the Bangho sect with a chopstick, and is now practicing a monstrous sword art. He decides that if he has already told the children the truth, he might as well tell Ma Sok too. He starts to launch into a ridiculous claim about not really being Wamujin at all, only for Ma Sok to cut him off before the fantasy can continue. Dropping the joke, he admits the real reason for his behavior is fear. He remembers a warning that he would lose his memories again, begin acting differently, and one day disappear. That fear drives him to ask whether he is going to leave the Flame Hua clan. He sets down his chopsticks, taking the question seriously. He vows that he will never leave until the clan becomes the greatest martial clan in all of Sichuan, because he has nothing else he wants more. Ma Sok is stunned by the scale of that promise, but the heir repeats it without hesitation. Ma Sok starts to dismiss the dream as nonsense. A flick to the forehead cuts off his protest and leaves him speechless. The heir ends the conversation and tells Ma Sok to leave if he has nothing more to say. Once alone, he falls quiet and turns inward again. He recalls the master's challenge from the past, asking whether becoming the greatest clan in Sichuan would finally satisfy Wamujin. Elsewhere, tea is poured as another faction discusses the coming conflict. They note that in 10 days the duel between Chong Dabo and the Hua clan heir will begin. The elder predicts Chong Dabo will certainly kill the heir and then come for the Flame Emperor's treasure. A subordinate nervously suggests fleeing before that happens. The suggestion earns only a cold demand that he think about what he is implying. Back at the Hua clan, 2 children secretly watch the heir's dangerous training through a cracked door. Their father notices and decides he cannot let these 2 children die as well. He steels himself, breathing through the grief that still hangs over the household. Meanwhile, the heir keeps training alone in the rain, dragging his oversized sword through the ruined room. After days of practice, he notes that his arms have finally gained some definition and that he can now wield the 10-kilogram sword with one hand. Even so, he knows his technique remains unstable. With only a week left until the duel, the pressure on him grows heavier. He senses someone approaching and pauses. The 2 children step into the doorway, and he asks what brought them there. He tries to send them away for safety, but they confess they have been watching because he seems to be pushing himself too hard. Their concern reminds him of the cruel words they once threw at him in grief, blaming him for their parents' deaths. The girl now apologizes, admitting she was only angry and never truly meant it. He is caught off guard by the sincerity of her regret. Looking at them, he is reminded of the companions from his own past. He gently reassures the children that they do not need to worry about him. Trying to cheer him up, the boy imitates his sword stance while the girl fusses over the details. Their clumsy imitation amuses him and softens his mood. The sight carries him back to the days when he trained under his master. He remembers another child awkwardly copying a sword posture under close correction. In that memory, the master taught that the key was to exhale for as long as possible while swinging. He also warned not to rush the return and to inhale slowly and briefly when resetting the stance. That forgotten lesson suddenly clicks into place for him. He realizes the true core of the Peerless 9 swords was never the flashy forms, but the breathing technique behind them. The insight settles over him as he re-examines everything he has been doing wrong. He admits to himself that he had forgotten what his master actually taught him. Still, he tells the children not to worry because he will win no matter what. He sends them back to their rooms with a playful confidence that hides his desperation. Once the door closes, the children sit in silence, unsure whether to believe him. They try to reassure each other, but neither is truly certain he will be fine. Outside, the rain keeps falling over the clan grounds as his training continues. He begins again, this time focusing first on a long, controlled exhale during the swing. Then he forces himself not to rush the recovery. He returns to position with a short, careful inhale, matching breath to motion exactly as taught. When he releases the stored internal energy all at once, the strike finally erupts with proper force. Seeing the result, he realizes he has found the missing piece. He steadies his breathing and commits to the method. He now understands movement arts as a way of building internal energy through motion itself, so he repeats the form again and again, letting movement rather than meditation circulate his chi. He reflects that such arts are looked down on precisely because most people underestimate what they can become. Even in the rain, he keeps swinging at immovable targets to test the new rhythm. The more he practices, the clearer it becomes that movement arts live or die by control. His focus sharpens until his gaze burns with renewed intensity. He concludes that the essential requirement is a stable breathing technique. With breath now flowing with the sword, his body no longer collapses under the weapon's weight and begins to stabilize. His swings grow cleaner and more natural as strength and control finally start to align. After repeating the process over and over, the chaos in his dantian slowly begins to settle and gather. Later, Ma Sok prepares another tray of meat while keeping an eye on the young master's progress. The children's father appears and asks whether Wamujin is still training. Ma Sok answers that the young master has become a completely different person and no longer collapses the way he used to. He credits the sudden change to the Wudong physician's treatment, even as the heir can be heard still suffering dramatically in the background. The father privately rejects that explanation, knowing no single treatment could have transformed him so much. He leaves with Ma Sok, telling him to report any problems, while Ma Sok cheerfully agrees. Left alone with his thoughts, the father grows more suspicious. He lingers outside the training area, watching from a distance. Ma Sok arrives with dinner and calls out to the young master. The room falls briefly still. The heir steps out through the wreckage and tells Ma Sok to get ready. When Ma Sok asks what he means, the heir dismisses the current room as too cramped for him now. He repeats the point plainly. This place is no longer big enough for his training. With fresh confidence, he declares that from now on he will use the main training hall instead. Morning comes over the clan grounds as that decision begins to ripple outward. The clan's martial artists react in uneasy silence to the demand. The heir meets their resistance with a flat, unimpressed stare. Ma Sok leads him into the great training hall, only to find it already occupied by clan members. Trying to be polite, Ma Sok asks the women there to yield the hall because the young master wishes to train. The heir punctuates the request by planting his sword with enough force to make the demand impossible to ignore. He states openly that he needs the hall for himself because he requires more space to train properly, and suggests the others use a different one. The onlookers can only stare in disbelief at the audacity of this half-dead man suddenly acting as if the entire clan must move around him. A veteran swordsman dismisses the young master as an untested boy who only carries a sword without ever having lived as a true martial artist. The bandaged young master answers with a calm, provocative smile that makes clear he is not intimidated by the contempt aimed at him. One of the clan men starts to object even to the young master's status, but the exchange is already turning hostile. The training ground falls tense as the young master stands apart with his massive sword while the clan swordsmen gather around him. Rain Sword Squad leader Chiol Byoyan orders everyone to leave, declaring that if the young master wants martial training, they will take it elsewhere. As the swordsmen move off, one of them mutters that the young master must have lost his mind again. That insult reaches the young master. Chiol Byoyan calls after him mockingly, trying to stop him in his tracks. Chiol Byoyan is caught off guard when the young master actually turns back instead of enduring the insult. The young master openly condemns their backbiting and demands that any grievance be spoken directly to him. When the swordsmen refuse to back down, he answers that they are swordsmen, so they should settle it properly. Chiol Byoyan accepts the challenge and fixes on him with predatory confidence. The young master raises his giant blade and bluntly invites Chiol Byoyan to fight. The quiet courtyard becomes the stage for an immediate duel. Chiol Byoyan tries to hide behind hierarchy, insisting no one in the clan would dare draw a sword on the future patriarch. The young master answers with cold contempt, making it clear he sees only cowardice in that excuse. He compares Chiol Byoyan to a barking dog that lacks the courage to bite. Then he presses the insult further, telling him that if he will not act, he should stop barking altogether and live as the coward he is. Stung beyond restraint, Chiol Byoyan finally grips his sword. He launches the duel with a fierce spinning slash and warns the young master not to regret forcing this. The young master meets the attack without fear and says regret is not part of how he lives. Chiol Byoyan commits fully to the strike. As the clash begins, the onlookers tense while the young master repeats that he has no regrets. He advances with the same calm certainty, refusing to be shaken by the threat. His giant sword slams into the ground as he shifts the fight into his own rhythm. Chiol Byoyan's sweeping attack explodes outward, but the young master uses the momentum to vault and reposition instead of meeting it head-on. In the middle of the exchange, the young master even seizes Chiol Byoyan by the head, turning the duel into something humiliatingly one-sided. The spectators are stunned that he is dueling a swordsman while not even properly using his own sword. Chiol Byoyan keeps swinging in wide arcs, but the young master slips through the attacks with ease. His attendant can only watch in alarm as the impossible display continues. Chiol Byoyan grows desperate and shouts for the young master to stop evading and fight him with the sword like a man. The young master finally decides to answer that demand. He lowers himself into a real stance and prepares to engage seriously. As he moves, Chiol Byoyan vents years of resentment, blaming the young master for the clan's decline over the last 25 years. The young master catches and redirects the giant blade with precise control rather than brute force. Chiol Byoyan keeps accusing him, bitter that after ruining the clan he now suddenly wants to learn martial arts. Driven by rage, Chiol Byoyan pours more power into his sword. He attacks with the fury of a subordinate trying to force the young master back into his place. The young master closes in through the pressure, his eyes sharpening with real intent. He unleashes Peerless Nine Swords, second form. With weapon destruction, he strikes in a way that shatters the structure of Chiol Byoyan's attack and overturns the duel. Chiol Byoyan realizes too late that the technique has disrupted his internal energy itself. The young master accepts Chiol Byoyan's earlier demand and answers it with his fist instead of another sword stroke. The punch lands cleanly across Chiol Byoyan's face and breaks his composure along with his confidence. He follows with a brutal flaming blow that sends Chiol Byoyan reeling. As he strikes, the young master declares that things will be different from now on. Chiol Byoyan collapses in disbelief, realizing the young master's gaze and presence are no longer those of the broken man he knew. The young master stands over him with complete control. To the witnesses, his eyes now carry the unmistakable resolve of a true martial artist. The surrounding swordsmen can barely process that the young master has actually won. They rush toward their fallen leader while the young master remains standing apart with his sword. He plants the blade beside him, ending the fight on his own terms. Then he asks the defeated side whether they still have any complaints. One of the men protests that the victory was cowardly, trying to salvage their pride. Before he can finish accusing the young master of exploiting the fact that Chiol Byoyan could not truly harm him, Chiol Byoyan himself silences him. Bleeding and kneeling, Chiol Byoyan admits the truth at last: he lost. The moment settles under a bright sky as the result becomes undeniable. Chiol Byoyan reaches out weakly toward the young master, still struggling to understand what just happened. Instead of humiliating him further, the young master says he has learned from him and orders him to leave. Chiol Byoyan regains enough discipline to move the others away to another training hall. The swordsmen withdraw, leaving the young master and his attendant behind in the emptied yard. Then the young master unexpectedly tells his attendant to come along as well. The story shifts away from the training ground to the wider Flame-Wa estate. Elsewhere, one clan member complains that the young master went too far against a subordinate. But Chiol Byoyan, still furious and humiliated, insists he had intended to cripple the young master and did not hold back at all. When pressed, he confirms with grim seriousness that he truly meant it. Even so, he is forced to admit that the young master's ability has changed beyond recognition. The memory of the duel makes that improvement impossible to deny. His attendant is left wondering when such a transformation could have happened. He can only conclude that, whatever the cause, the young master being different may be a good thing after all. Night falls over the clan as older matters come to the surface. In a candlelit hall, an elder reflects on the coming duel against the Changhua merchant group. He asks Elder Zhou how long they have served the clan, and the answer reminds them that their loyalty stretches back 37 years. That memory leads them back to the era of the Flame Emperor, when the clan stood at its height. They recall how the Flame Emperor once astonished even rival clans by demonstrating overwhelming martial arts with empty hands. His fiery power had once made him a figure no one could ignore. Those memories explain why the elders once pledged him absolute loyalty. Now one elder bitterly admits that they are trying to break that old loyalty in order to survive. The other rejects the phrasing, insisting they are only trying to solve the clan's bloodline crisis by whatever means remain. He points out that for 17 years they have watched both the young master's madness and the clan's decline together. From his perspective, even the Flame Emperor would not blame them for choosing survival now. Their plan is laid bare. They only need enough money, a few martial artists, and 4 travel permits to resettle elsewhere. Elder Zhou weighs that decision in silence. The other elder tells him to leave first, but Elder Zhou hesitates. He argues that the young master is still the clan's blood and that someone must stay to help his body recover. The elder counters with practical news that the Kongnong sect master hired by Changhua will serve as witness in the duel. That detail shows just how thoroughly Changhua intends to control the outcome. The elders conclude that the merchant group means to erase the Flame Hua clan completely. Even so, they decide the children should be sent ahead to safety before the truth of the collapse reaches them. Morning comes. An ordinary conversation about tough meat reveals how poor and strained daily life in the clan has become. At breakfast, the attendant answers dryly that cheap cuts are always tough. He worries aloud that they may already be out of money because the overseer gives them almost nothing. The young master remains unbothered by the complaint, and teases him for saying something reckless enough to deserve a beating. The attendant fidgets nervously under that deadpan threat. Now dressed in a restored martial uniform, the young master asks how he looks. The attendant honestly says he thought the young master looked better when he was still wrapped in bandages. The young master accepts the insult without emotion and simply tells him it is time to go. He shoulders the massive sword and heads out. An elder stops them and asks whether the young master truly intends to go through with this. The young master immediately rejects any suggestion that he should run away. The elder denies trying to persuade him to flee, but the young master sees through him and says he will deal with the thieves himself. At that point, Elder Zhou steps forward and declares that he will accompany him. The elder and the young master face each other in mutual understanding. Privately, the young master dismisses the old man's worry and resolves to crush the opponent regardless. The doors to the outside world open before them. Sunlight floods the path as they depart for the duel. The young master steps forward in full martial dress, no longer hiding in weakness. With Elder Zhou and his attendant behind him, he leads the way with open confidence. At the duel grounds, the event is announced as a formal contest between the Changhua merchant group and the Flame Hua clan. The venue turns the duel into a spectacle, complete with betting and public odds. Most observers judge the Flame Hua side as a long shot, but still worth a gamble at 4-1. One better reasons that a martial clan should still be safer to back than a merchant house and places money on Flame Hua. That confidence wavers the instant word spreads that the Flame Hua young master himself has arrived. His entrance draws immediate attention from the crowd. The young master calmly eats candied fruit as if he has come to a festival rather than a life-and-death duel. Seeing that, one better instantly wants to cancel his wager on Flame Hua. The young master cheerfully claims he is not late, while Elder Zhou can only worry that eating so much before the duel is absurd. A red parasol appears, signaling the arrival of the opposing side. A red-haired woman approaches and greets them as though meeting old relatives after a long separation. Invoking blood ties, she asks one last time whether the young master truly intends to proceed with the duel. When she learns Flame Hua requested the duel first, she mocks the decision as reckless proof that the rumors of his madness were true. The young master quietly decides he will repay that insult. He then turns the narrative around, accusing Changhua of trying to seize the Flame Hua clan's secret manual, and claiming the duel is forced on them by that greed. The crowd is thrown into confusion, unable to tell whether Changhua is a respectable merchant house or a predator coveting martial secrets. The red-haired woman answers with a cold smile, promising to see how long his composure lasts. The officials call for everyone's attention as the formal proceedings begin. The arena is prepared before the gathered spectators. The witness for the duel is announced as Hanigong of the Kongnong sect. Hanigong's presence gives the event the weight of outside authority. Chonghua's representative is introduced as its next successor, Chong Dubo. The Flame Hua side is represented by the young master, Hua Mujin. Under Kongdong's name, both sides are ordered to fight fairly and squarely. Chong Dubo opens with smug politeness, asking whether Hua Mujin received the goods his merchant group sent. He reveals that the uniform Hua Mujin is wearing was his own gift, sent to celebrate the return of the once great heir. Hua Mujin answers with a flat acknowledgement, while tightening his grip on the sword. Then he raises the massive blade and warns that once the duel ends, every remaining thing Changhua took will be returned as well. The crowd is baffled that Flame Hua has chosen to fight with such an enormous sword at all. They also remember that the Flame Emperor's legend was built on barehanded martial arts, making Wang Mujin's choice even stranger. Watching from the side, Elder Zhou asks the attendant whether the young master said anything unusual before coming here. When he hears that even the attendant once suggested fleeing, he is exasperated, though the attendant hurriedly insists it was a joke and that he truly believes in the young master's victory. Even so, Elder Zhou cannot stop wondering whether this sudden transformation is real or whether the young master's madness has simply spread to those around him. The official asks whether both sides are ready. Wang Mujin lowers his gaze to the blade and silently settles himself. Chong Dubo answers with a confident smile, certain he controls the match. The gong sounds, and the duel officially begins. Wang Mujin explodes forward first, bringing the giant sword down in a sudden opening attack that catches Chong Dubo off guard. Chong Dubo's confidence breaks into shock as he realizes the young master is far faster than expected. The first collision detonates between them with overwhelming force. The spectators recoil, stunned by the speed of Wang Mujin's opening move. From the stands, Elder Zhou and the attendant watch in alarm and awe as the duel begins far more violently than anyone anticipated. The onlookers are stunned that Wang Mujin, who was rumored to be mad and untrained, is displaying overwhelming strength. Chong Dabo clicks his tongue, irritated that his opponent is not matching the rumors. Refusing to take Wang Mujin seriously, Dabo convinces himself he is still only dealing with an inexperienced child. He lunges in aggressively, trying to crush Wang Mujin through sheer force. Their blades collide in a violent burst, proving Wang Mujin can meet him head-on. The duel tightens into a close exchange as either side yields ground. Wang Mujin absorbs the pressure without breaking, forcing Dabo to recognize real resistance. Another explosive clash sends shockwaves through the arena and confirms the fight is no quick execution. The two glare at each other through the sparks, each now fully engaged. The crowd's confidence begins to crack as excitement replaces their earlier certainty. A hidden observer admits surprise that the Wang Mujin youth is lasting far longer than expected. Even so, that observer judges Dabo's formal training to be far superior and dismisses Wang Mujin's current skill as minor. Dabo gathers himself and prepares another forceful advance. He swings with renewed momentum, trying to overwhelm Wang Mujin before the balance shifts further. The exchange turns into a spiraling aerial struggle as both fighters are thrown into motion. Wang Mujin keeps his guard and timing intact while rotating through the chaos. He slams Dabo downward with a heavy counter, seizing the initiative. Dabo is driven back and forced to recover under pressure. Wang Mujin studies him calmly, already reading the next move. Dabo answers with open malice, vowing not just to win but to cripple Wang Mujin. He reveals that breaking an opponent's spirit is his specialty, turning the duel personal and cruel. His expression hardens with sadistic confidence as he leans into that threat. Both unleash stronger power at once, red and blue energies colliding as the fight escalates. Wang Mujin cuts through the pressure instead of retreating from it. Watching from above, some begin to wonder if Wang Mujin has been hiding his true strength all along. One man insists he secretly watched Wang Mujin train and suggests something greater may still be unrevealed. Wang Mujin compares Dabo's level to his own and realizes they are now roughly even, which means his brief training has already closed the gap. Though exhausted, he decides that the exact comparison no longer matters. He falls back on the ruthless certainty forged in his past life, where no matter how strong the enemy was, he always killed them in the end. Dabo senses that killing intent and realizes he is facing someone far more dangerous than a mere rival. Wang Mujin gathers cold blue power, preparing to end the fight decisively. At the same time, Dabo's murderous resolve flares red as he commits to killing Wang Mujin outright, both charged with lethal intent, abandoning any pretense of a simple duel. Elsewhere, a messenger follows careful directions toward a remote destination. He continues along the route, suggesting another thread of the story is moving in parallel. A carriage finally arrives at a secluded residence. The escort breathes in relief after reaching the place at last. He explains that bringing the two sleeping children was easy because they remained asleep the whole way. The scene shifts under a quiet sky, marking a pause before the next decision. The escort asks the elder if he truly will not come along, but the elder insists someone must at least gather the remains of young Master Hua because he is still tied by blood to someone important. The elder resolves to personally oversee what he believes will be Wang Mujin's final journey. The escort reluctantly agrees to go ahead and meet later at their arranged destination. Left behind, he privately doubts whether abandoning Wang Mujin is the right choice. Back at the duel, the fighters crash together again in midair. Even while trading blows, an observer notes that Chong Dabo is impressive for his age. The battle becomes a storm of red and blue arcs, with both sides still refusing to break. Yet the same observer concludes that Dabo remains only a greenhorn compared to what true mastery looks like. A massive collision throws both men apart, but Wang Mujin remains composed. The crowd begins to realize Wang Mujin may actually have the upper hand. People who once praised Dabo as a disciple of the Kongdong sect start mocking him for failing to dominate. Dabo hears the shift in public opinion and grows more desperate. He roars and throws himself back into the fight, trying to reclaim control through force. The elder and the escort panic from the sidelines, suddenly fearing for Wang Mujin instead of dismissing him. The red-haired observer urgently warns Wamujin to dodge what is coming. Dabo unveils a formal technique, the first form of the Peerless Nine Swords, called Preemptive Step. He drives the technique down with killing force, expecting it to finish the duel. The spectators gasp, certain the strike should be unavoidable. Their shock deepens when Wamujin blocks it outright. Dabo strains in disbelief as his supposedly decisive move is stopped. The clash hurls him away instead, reversing the momentum of his own attack. Wamujin allows himself a small, confident smile after proving he can withstand Dabo's best. Dabo, rattled and furious, realizes he is dealing with someone he can no longer bully. Wamujin surges forward with blue energy, pressing the advantage before Dabo can recover. From above, the elder recognizes that Dabo is gathering all of his inner energy for a final gamble. Those watching understand that the next exchange will decide everything. Wamujin cuts in before Dabo can complete it, mocking him for being too slow even at gathering inner energy. Dabo is shaken by how thoroughly Wamujin has read and interrupted him. He still forces out the second form of the Peerless Nine Swords, Weapon Destruction. The technique detonates between them, threatening to break Wamujin's weapon and turn the duel. Wamujin is battered by the assault and briefly realizes how helpless he seems against this barrage. But Wamujin stays focused and slips through the attack instead of collapsing under it. Dabo's blade begins to crack under the strain of the exchange. For the first time, Dabo truly panics that he is losing to someone who should not even possess an energy core. His sword finally shatters, stripping away his last technical advantage. Wamujin answers with a brutal red strike that tears through Dabo's defense. Dabo can only stare in disbelief as the outcome turns against him. Wamujin closes the distance without hesitation and follows through. He crashes into Dabo with another merciless blow, refusing to let him escape. Then he drives a devastating vertical attack down through the center of the fight. Dabo is blasted away and sent tumbling helplessly through the air. He crashes down hard, broken and disarmed. The red-haired observer cries out to Dabo in alarm, realizing he has been utterly defeated. The elder and the escort are left speechless by the reversal. As the dust settles, everyone understands that Wamujin has won. Wamujin seizes Dabo's ruined arm, making clear the punishment is not over. He tears the arm away and declares it payment for a grudge that has lasted 17 years. The red-haired observer is horrified when she hears him speak of such an old grievance. Wamujin coldly remarks that the Chonghua Merchant Guild may be able to reattach the arm if they are fortunate. He turns away from the wreckage as if the matter is already settled. A man from the crowd rushes in to check on the fallen Dabo. Dabo lies there barely conscious, clutching at his ruined body. The red-haired observer realizes not only has Dabo lost an arm, but his energy core has been shattered as well. A fur-cloaked man confronts Wamujin, asking whether he truly had to go this far. Wamujin answers that if they want to talk about excess, then the match had been decided long ago because the gap in skill was obvious. He reminds them that Dabo once used the 7 wounds fist strike on the head of a 5-year-old child who knew no martial arts. What he has done now, he says, is merely the closing of a 17-year-old grudge, and he warns the Flamewalk clan that they will pay for provoking him from this point on. With that threat delivered, he tells them to prepare themselves and walks away. The red-haired observer drops to her knees, shaken by the scale of what has happened. She clenches her fist, swallowing fear and humiliation. She vows that she will never forget what Wamujin has done. The surrounding spectators remain stunned, unable to process the outcome. Then the mood flips as the crowd erupts in celebration for Wamujin's victory. People marvel that he crushed a Kongdong outer disciple in only a few moves and even used a sword art no one recognizes. Word spreads that a new martial master has been born. Chief Steward Du approaches in a daze, and Wamujin simply tells him it is time to head back. As Wamujin walks off with his massive sword on his shoulder, the steward is struck by how imposing he now seems. The steward calls out to him, still trying to catch up with the new reality. He worries that Wamujin may already have noticed their secret plan to flee. Instead, Wamujin casually asks about the gold he had entrusted to them. When told some remains, he jokes that he may soon need another visit to the Bangho sect because of money troubles. The steward nervously raises one more issue before letting him go. He brings up Elder Joe and the other warriors, but Wamujin says he does not care if they leave the clan. His only line is that no one may separate him from his 2 younger siblings. If anyone tries, he warns, they will have to stake their lives. The story shifts into a warmer memory from before the duel's outcome was known. At home, his younger siblings scold their guardian for nearly ruining the day by delaying the message from a messenger pigeon. He realizes the note may be important after all. The message reports that Wamujin has escaped the planned danger and returned safely. Wamujin, now back in the present, decides it is time to collect a debt. He explains that the debt party is for the Bangho sect, and that it is finally time to deal with them. Chief Steward Du offers to handle things, but Wamujin insists on taking care of it himself. He brushes off the old man's worries, though he is warned not to get entangled with the social sect. Ignoring the concern, Wamujin heads out immediately. When Ma Sok asks if he is really going straight to the Bangho sect in this condition, Wamujin says troublesome business should not be delayed. He orders Ma Sok to stay close behind his boss from now on. They arrive at the Bangho sect, a place built on usury and gambling. The men there nervously welcome him, already regretting that they have to face him again. They note that he crippled the vicious second son of the Chonghua merchant group, while Wamujin states plainly that he has come to collect what is owed. He mocks how empty the place is and asks if their business has collapsed. They explain that most gamblers in Shichong went to watch his duel, which only flatters him further. Wamujin immediately guesses they ran betting pools on his match. The Bangho men apologize and admit they profited handsomely from the odds, especially with bets against him. Pressed further, they can only confirm his suspicion. Wamujin makes it clear that since they earned money because of him, they had better show proper gratitude instead of trying to hide it. He accepts their submission for the moment, while their leader silently realizes how completely Wamujin has changed. That leader senses a cold, steady killing intent around Wamujin and understands he is no longer the same person at all. Wamujin asks to see the real boss, and when questioned why, his patience runs out. He slams his hand down and warns that he hates repeating himself. Before the Bangho men can answer, another presence appears from deeper inside. The newcomer is revealed as Bangho sect leader Chai Wunjiol. Wamujin mocks his appearance and demands to know why a simple conversation had to be made difficult. He also notices the sinister figure standing behind Chai Wunjiol and questions whether that brat is one of his lackeys. Dark purple energy spreads through the room as the hidden figure steps forward. The intruder introduces himself as Death Black Crow of the Social Sect and immediately frames the conflict around Wamujin's money. Wamujin recognizes that the Bangho sect has brought in outside backing, and he snaps at the newcomer for interrupting. Death Black Crow only laughs at the insult. He invites Wamujin to try killing him if he can, launching himself forward with murderous intent. Ma Sak shouts a warning as the sudden attack begins. Wamujin raises his hand and makes his answer clear before the strike even lands. He declares that social sect or not, anyone who stands in his way will be pierced through, and he counters with lethal force. The red-haired thug's hand is suddenly skewered clean through, and he realizes his prey can strike far harder than expected. Even with his palm pinned, the thug lashes out with a murderous red energy attack across the room. As dark power gathers around him, he revises his judgment and admits this opponent is no ordinary brat. He mocks the chopstick wound as impressive, but the young man answers with contempt instead of fear. Enraged, the thug dives in to crush him before the insult can stand. The young man counters by driving him into the floor with overwhelming force. When the thug looks away for an opening, the young man catches it and calls out his lapse. He slips behind the attack and closes the distance before the thug can recover. The thug is shaken that someone so young is reading and evading his attack so easily. The young man punishes that hesitation by threatening another hole and driving a strike straight into the thug's face. Watching from the side, the thug's subordinates flinch as the beating turns one-sided. The young man taunts the wounded thug for breathing through the new hole in his face while leaving him kneeling in blood. The thug tries to regain leverage by warning that the social sect will retaliate for this. He escalates further by threatening the young man's family and followers as future targets. That only hardens the young man, who invites the sect to come and declares the thug will die first. Faced with death, the thug instantly abandons his bravado and offers everything he owns to survive. The young man steps closer, making clear the negotiation will happen on his terms. He dismisses the offer of women outright but shows interest in the money. The thug promises all his wealth is in Dekhang and swears he will bring it back if spared. The young man accepts only conditionally, warning that failure will leave the thug breathing through holes in his face. With the leader broken, he turns his attention to the rest of the room. He coldly asks whether the remaining debt should now be settled as well. One of the survivors immediately begs for mercy too. A bald subordinate follows, offering up everything he owns in panic. The young man rejects the offer as meaningless because all of it already belongs to him now. He calculates the debt aloud, counting not just money but the lives ruined by their schemes, and concludes their assets barely cover it. When the bald man still tries bargaining, the young man silences him with a brutal strike to the head. Standing over the corpse, he repeats that they keep offering what is already his. The vice leader is left speechless by the execution. The young man asks who succeeds the dead leader, and the trembling vice leader admits it is him. The new vice leader immediately begs for his life and promises to reform if spared. This time the young man grants mercy, leaving the vice leader stunned. He calmly begins auditing the dead man's estate and asks what it is worth. He presses further for the Bangho sect's total assets and the tribute they owe upward. As the figures are laid out, he treats the sect's wealth as income that will naturally flow to him. He adds the sect's assets, the tribute, and even compensation for his own emotional damages. The total reaches 20,000 gold niang, and he declares the number fair. The vice leader rushes to prepare transfer documents, and the young man orders that all gold and paperwork be handled here under his eye. Once that matter is settled, he turns to the rest of the survivors. He announces that the next negotiation will be the ransom prices for everyone else. He clarifies his promise. Only the vice leader was spared, not the others. The remaining men break down and beg for their lives. Even the clan's chief steward is dragged into the panic. When he arrives, he finds the place stacked with seized wealth and learns it all came from the debt collection. The young man casually notes how much gold each chest contains, as if inventorying spoils. The chief steward addresses him with new caution, seeing the scale of what he has taken. The steward reminds him that the Bangho sect was backed by the Social sect, and the young man asks who stands behind Social in turn. The answer is grim. Sosul is tied to the Crimson Sword sect and protected by the feared killers Death Black Crow and Red Crow. The young man recognizes Death Black Crow as the black-fingered man he already maimed. When the steward is stunned that he has already crossed that line, the young man confirms he drove chopsticks into the man's eyes. The steward warns that such enemies may be beyond him, but the young man refuses to be measured by anyone else's limits and says he will kill whoever comes. Having dismissed the threat, he returns to ordinary concerns and orders dinner prepared for himself and his siblings. He heads inside, leaving the steward staring after him in disbelief. The steward realizes that even a terror like Death Black Crow means little to him, and begins to wonder whether this is still the same Wamujin he once knew. That night, the story shifts to the Flamehwa clan's manor. A hired killer mocks the merchant leader who ordered the ambush, saying the duel's outcome must have rattled him into targeting the Flamehwa clan. The red-haired woman directing the operation repeats the order: bring back only one child alive and kill the rest if they wish. She stresses that one particular child must not die, and the assassins promise to finish before sunrise. As she moves the pieces on her board, she vows to tear apart everything Wamujin holds dear in front of him. The narration recalls that the Flamehwa clan once stood in glory. In those days, the Flame Emperor drew crowds of martial artists who came just to witness him. His strength and character were so renowned that even the Tang clan of Sichuan praised him. Within a single generation, the clan became impossible for the martial world to ignore. Its warriors were feared by masters and beloved by the people of Xichang. But after the Flame Emperor died, the weakness of his successor was exposed during the succession ceremony. From there the clan declined, and even loyal followers began to abandon it. Only the memory of the Flame Emperor's former greatness remained. To some he had been a hero, to others a tyrant, but to all he had been extraordinary. Seeing the departing Wamujin now, the steward cannot shake the feeling that the old Flame Emperor's image overlaps with him. That thought is interrupted when the chief steward is urgently summoned. He finds wounded guards and demands to know why only they returned and where the young master and young lady are. The survivors report that assassins hired by the Chonghua merchant group ambushed them. They explain Elder Zhou is holding the attackers back, but there are too many, and the children are in grave danger. The steward orders Wamujin to be notified at once and rushes toward the fight himself. In a bamboo grove, Elder Zhou stands alone between the assassins and the two children. The killers offer him a choice, saying they will not kill everyone if he thinks carefully. They threaten that if he resists too hard, the children will die with him. Instead of yielding, Elder Zhou unleashes a sweeping counterattack to break their formation. One assassin catches the attack and realizes the old man is still dangerous. Elder Zhou drives forward with a storm of fan and blade, forcing the killers back. He orders the children to stay behind him and not interfere. The assassins sneer at another arrogant defender and decide to kill him first. They rush him together, but Elder Zhou meets the charge head-on. He cuts through multiple attackers so cleanly that they start calling him a decrepit old man only to hide their alarm. Even while turning the tide, he is struck from a blind angle. Realizing the danger, he shouts a warning. A swordsman leaps in with a killing blow aimed past him. The strike descends before Elder Zhou can fully turn. The assassins press from every direction, trying to overwhelm him at once. A heavy blow crashes into Elder Zhou and opens his guard. The attackers split their roles, deciding one side will hold him while the others kill all but one child. One assassin commits to the finishing strike. Elder Zhou answers with a desperate slash, but the enemy keeps coming. The assassin believes he has found the decisive opening. Elder Zhou is cut down before he can stop the attack. With Elder Zhou fallen, the killers turn to the children and begin deciding which one to spare and which one to kill. The girl, terrified, calls to Dojin, and the boy braces himself despite shaking. Taking her plea as a choice, an assassin decides the boy will die first. Just as the blow is about to land, a new killing intent erupts into the grove. The assassins and the boy both freeze as something arrives with impossible speed. Wamujin bursts into the battlefield, instantly recognized by his presence alone. The assassins are horrified that the lunatic Wamujin has appeared. They quickly decide that if he interferes, they will kill him too. Wamujin answers by cutting straight through the nearest attacker before the threat is finished. He moves with cold focus, not wasting a single motion. Another assassin tries to crush him with a massive weapon, but Mujin slips inside the attack. He closes to point-blank range while the enemy is still committed to the swing. The attacker only realizes too late that he has already been cut. Mujin whirls through the next wave before their bodies can even fall. The surviving assassins cannot understand what kind of technique they are facing. Panicking, they order everyone to attack him at once. Mujin receives the encirclement without retreat and invokes the fifth form of the peerless 9 swords. His army slayer technique explodes outward, carving through the entire group in a single red storm. The assassins are left staring in disbelief as their comrades are cut apart around them. One last attacker screams and throws himself at Mujin in desperation. Mujin remains perfectly calm, watching the final rush as if it were already over. He severs the attacker in one clean arc and ends the fight. The sole survivor can only call him a monster as the bodies fall around him. Even then, another wounded assassin tries a final sneak attack from behind. Mujin cuts him down too and warns the last living man not to move if he wants to survive. Blood on his face and eyes burning, Mujin turns toward the survivor with terrifying calm. Behind him, the children and the wounded elders stare at the massacre he has just wrought. The little girl tries to understand what she is seeing. She recognizes Mujin at last. Dojin immediately covers her eyes, afraid of what the sight will do to her. Even while trembling himself, he insists she keep looking away because Mujin has already saved them. Mujin approaches and asks the children first whether they are hurt. Dojin insists he is fine and tries to act brave as the son of a martial clan. Mujin answers by gently patting his head. For a brief moment, the killer's expression softens and he praises the boy. He then orders Elder Joe to take the wounded and his siblings back to the manor. As the injured are sent to the infirmary, Mujin turns back to unfinished business. He confronts the last assassin, mocking him for still whining over his severed arm. Mujin identifies him as one of the Chonghua merchant group's spies. He offers the man a chance to live if he answers properly. When the assassin hesitates, Mujin reminds him he can erase them all without effort. Broken by fear, the man confesses that Buchoyan of the Chonghua merchant group hired them through the Death Forest faction. Still begging for life, he asks whether Mujin will truly spare him. Mujin tells him to run back and report that Mujin of the Flame Hua clan slaughtered the entire force. He adds one more message: he is coming for Buchoyan next. By dawn, townspeople notice the blood and begin whispering about the figure walking through the streets. They realize it is the Flame Hua clan's Manan, and this time no one dares laugh because he looks more dangerous than ever. Those who see him drenched in blood can no longer treat him as a joke. Rumors spread that he destroyed the Bangho sect alone and left the Chonghua guild's second son half-paralyzed. The old title of Mad Young Master gives way to a new one as people begin calling him the Hidden Dragon of Xichang. Mujin returns to the manor without slowing down. He steps inside with the same relentless purpose that carried him through the night. A blonde attendant rushes to meet him in alarm. Mujin brushes aside the fuss over his own condition and asks first whether everyone has been gathered in the medicine hall. The attendant confirms that no one escaped injury and that the second young master and Lady Soyan are resting while the others recover. After being praised for his success, the young master orders a bath and is immediately obeyed. That night, the clan estate settles into uneasy quiet. Alone in the bath, he finally has space to think. As he soaks, his mind turns serious beneath the calm. He recalls the two children he has taken under his wing and the danger still surrounding them. He reflects that letting martial clan children rest and recover is almost unthinkable in this world. Even so, he wants to shield them from the world's cruelty for as long as he can and let them see only what is good. That tenderness makes him wonder whether he is really seeing someone else through them. A keepsake in his hand brings back the image of the three of them together. The memory hits him sharply. He reacts with sudden emotion, breaking the stillness of the bath. By moonlight, he steadies himself and lets the feeling pass. The next day at the medicine hall, his request for the Red Flame art manual shocks the elders. He presses them to explain whether the manual is forbidden to him. Instead of refusing outright, the injured elder asks why he wants it. The question immediately puts him on edge. He mocks the idea that they still fear another violent relapse, and the elder hurriedly denies it. Then he makes his real decision clear. If the elders cannot teach the clan's secret arts yet, he will personally train the two children starting tomorrow. The elder hides his alarm, but his face gives away that he doubts this plan. The young master reassures him that nothing will go wrong, and the elder reluctantly accepts. At last, the manual is handed over. With the matter settled, he leaves them to rest. Once he is gone, the elders worry whether trusting him is truly safe despite his recent help. They admit his violent episodes have stopped and his condition seems close to cured, likely thanks to the Taoist's treatment. But that only deepens the mystery, because treatment alone should not explain his sudden growth in martial ability. They begin to suspect that some extraordinary encounter changed him. The injured elder becomes convinced he must have crossed paths with a powerful master. For the first time in 17 years, he dares hope the long curse hanging over the Flame Hua clan may finally be lifting. At the training ground, the young master begins teaching the children a movement principle he calls butterfly dance, or bee-buzz. He explains that it means locking down the opponent's footing while keeping one's own movement light and free. To impress them, he boasts that he created it himself from countless real battles. The girl innocently points out that the elder said he had almost no real combat experience, embarrassing him on the spot. He abruptly drops the theory lesson and orders both children to attack him with the basic fist technique they know. The children charge in exactly as told. They commit fully, eager to prove themselves. He prepares to demonstrate his superiority. Instead, their clumsy blows land on him at once, catching him completely off guard. He is stunned that they managed to hit him at all. Watching their awkward flailing, he realizes with disbelief that they barely understand even the most basic martial fundamentals. Their attacks keep connecting not because they are skilled, but because they are wildly untrained. He quickly diagnoses the problem. They cannot balance, rotate, or control their bodies properly. Unable to endure the chaos any longer, he calls a halt. The children stop at once, confused by his sudden surrender. He pretends a headache forced him to end the lesson, and the children innocently note that they never touched his head. Recovering his dignity, he praises them more than they expected and redirects the lesson. The children leave pleased with themselves, taking his words as genuine encouragement. Left alone, he admits to himself that teaching them will be far harder than he imagined. A familiar attendant approaches him with sympathy, sensing his struggle. That moment stirs his deeper resolve. He blames himself for the clan's ruined martial lineage and swears to restore its former glory. He also renews his vow to hunt down the enemy marked by the cursed swordless mark, the foe he failed to defeat in his previous life. His hand closes around his enormous sword as that hatred sharpens. He promises himself that this time he will kill that man no matter what. The vow hardens into cold certainty. Testing his recovering body, he swings the massive blade with one hand and realizes his strength has grown dramatically. He feels the change not only in his body but in the world around him. As he practices, he becomes aware of the energy in the air responding to each form. His movements begin to draw out that force more naturally. Each repetition deepens his control. His sword's speed surges as his body and technique start to align. He launches through the training ground in a burst of power, confirming that his progress is real. A few days later, the elders return from their errand. They report back to the young master after completing the task he sent them on. He offers only a curt acknowledgement. One attendant explodes in frustration, complaining that they nearly died protecting the two children while he says almost nothing. The young master cuts him down with a brutal reminder that if he had arrived any later, they all would have come back as corpses. The attendants immediately submit, and one elder quietly notes that his temper and authority are clearly returning. Just then, the Taoist healer arrives again, insisting that only he can finish curing the young master and that a few more sessions will complete the treatment. The name Doyongsu makes the attendants recognize him at once. One attendant nearly insults the shabby visitor before being reminded that this is supposedly the man who treated their master. The attendant scrambles to apologize, blaming the young master's incomplete recovery for the misunderstanding. The young master abruptly kicks the attendant aside and orders everyone to move. Then, with chilling politeness, he claims he simply failed to recognize the Taoist. His welcome turns menacing as he invites the healer inside with obvious hostility. Remembering what he learned earlier, he recalls that this Taoist supposedly inherited Wudong's lineage and was famous for miraculous healing arts. Even then, he had already begun doubting that story. Now he lets the old man pass while keeping his suspicion hidden behind courtesy. Once the doors close, his expression turns predatory. The elders outside sense that something dangerous is unfolding behind those doors. Inside, he confronts the healer with the claim that he inherited the Wudong sect's Taoist lineage. The old man grandly declares himself the sole true inheritor of Wudong's essence, and calls himself the Wudong White Immortal. That boast is all the young master needs to make his move. He corners the old man and points out that no true successor of Wudong should even exist anymore. When the fraud tries to protest, the young master demands the truth before it is too late. The old man keeps insisting he is genuine, so the young master mocks him and invites him to keep lying if he dares. To prove the point, he attacks in a way a real Wudong Taoist should evade easily, and the old man panics instead. The fraud's terror exposes him completely. The attendants rush in, horrified, but the young master silences them and orders water brought immediately. He promises to show them something amusing. He dumps water over the old man and strips away the disguise. The fraud protests that the clan is humiliating its own savior, still trying to cling to the lie. The young master's patience snaps. He yanks at the old man's beard. The witnesses stare, not yet understanding what they are seeing. Then the beard comes loose, revealing it was fake all along. The young master contemptuously exposes him as a carefully disguised swindler. The revelation leaves the room in stunned silence for a beat. That silence breaks into furious outrage as the young master realizes he was nearly fooled. When asked what he intends to do, he refuses to let the fraud walk away. In a burst of cruel humor, he suggests mutilating the man and turning him into a eunuch. He clarifies that death would be too easy because a corpse cannot repay stolen money. Terrified, the fraud begs to keep his arms and legs and promises to return everything he stole. The young master agrees the money must be returned, but threatens to charge extra for the man's limbs and manhood as well. He asks the chief steward how much was taken and learns the fraud swindled 50 gold yang. Instead of sympathy, he ridicules the steward for being conned so badly. The steward tries to defend himself by saying the man was reputed to be a great healer, but the young master refuses to hear excuses. He orders the fraud to start by repaying the 50 gold. When told the money is at the fraud's residence in Jinyang, 4 hours away, he immediately decides to go there himself. The attendants ask to accompany him, but he dismisses them as too weak to be useful. He orders them to stay behind and avoid causing more trouble. Then he commands the scammer to lead the way. The elders can only tell themselves to trust him. As he leaves, they realize the young master who once existed is gone for good. He marches the fraud through the clan grounds like a prisoner. The pursuit continues out into the city. He regrets not bringing a horse, annoyed by the delay. The fraud offers the carriage he arrived in, trying to stay useful. The young master immediately guesses that a man with such a carriage has cheated many others before. Seeing the luxurious 4-horse carriage confirms the fraud's success at swindling people. He boards without hesitation. Even then, he remains suspicious. Inside, he finds the carriage lavishly furnished. The fraud boasts that constant travel requires comfort, and the young master dryly notes that the man is remarkably hardworking for a crook. He asks why someone so capable chose fraud over honest work, and the man meekly promises to reform. Unmoved, the young master decides to sleep until they arrive and orders the fraud to wake him then. He quickly falls asleep, trusting his strength more than the man's obedience. Left alone, the fraud drops the submissive act and seethes with hatred. He quietly orders the carriage onward while plotting revenge. The carriage leaves civilization behind and enters remote mountain roads. Storm-dark peaks and deep forests swallow the route as the trap closes in. By night, the carriage is deep in isolated wilderness. The wheels finally slow. The fraud steps out first, no longer afraid. He announces that the awaited moment has arrived. To a hidden accomplice, he reveals that the young master is asleep inside and orders him dragged out and made an example of. The accomplice is irritated that he has been called in for this kind of job again. Still, he complains that interfering with a Taoist's business deserves punishment. A massive warrior named Shicheng's hidden dragon appears over the sleeping young master, ready to crush him. The fraud urges the attack on, insisting they should not feel guilty. For a split second, the ambusher thinks the strike will land cleanly. Instead, the young master catches the attack with his giant sword even while lying down. Opening his eyes, he coolly notes that they seem to have arrived after all. He shifts the blade and turns defense into a counter. The hidden dragon's full-force blow is stopped and thrown back in a violent clash. The shockwave blasts the attacker away and tears through the carriage. The fraud can only stare in disbelief as the ambush collapses instantly. Recognizing the attacker's title, the young master acknowledges that this hidden dragon is at least the real thing. He then exposes the fraud's deeper scheme by pointing out that Jinyang was never the destination and this forest was the true target all along. He asks whether he was the real mark from the very beginning and concludes that the fraud is more calculating than he first appeared. Far from alarmed, he welcomes the change of pace and prepares to enjoy himself. With a grin and killing intent, he challenges the hidden dragon to show what he can do. A scarred giant summons his hidden allies to come out and face the intruder. One of the men realizes the lone noble-looking opponent is courting death by standing his ground. The stranger calmly readies his oversized blade instead of retreating. Another of the ambushers brings out a heavy axe, showing they came prepared for a serious fight. A third reveals a brutal iron club, adding to the threat surrounding the lone man. The four attackers reveal themselves as Zhongshan's four demons and close in with demonic energy flaring around them. The young swordsman mocks their grotesque aura and immediately recognizes that they are using demonic power. He notes their mismatched weapons without any sign of fear, treating the encounter like a test. Standing before the carriage, he openly challenges all four at once. The four demons hesitate for a beat, unsettled by how little he fears them. He decides to judge their ability personally and invites them to show what they can do. With that, he launches himself forward in a sudden burst of speed. The bald leader barely registers the attack before it is already on him. The first clash lands hard enough to jolt the leader and prove the stranger's speed is real. The other three realize too late that this is no ordinary prey. The swordsman crashes through their formation and keeps pressing the leader before the others can properly surround him. The demons understand his intent at last. He is isolating one target and forcing the rest to chase. As the leader struggles under the assault, he realizes the descending weapon feels as crushing as a mace. The attacker bears down with overwhelming weight, turning his sword into a blunt force nightmare. The leader is driven back again, unable to withstand the pressure. Even while moving, the swordsman keeps perfect control of his weapon and momentum. The leader tries to answer from behind, but he remains trapped in the younger man's rhythm. The swordsman dismisses him as unimpressive and strips away any illusion that the four demons are special. He follows that contempt with a brutal strike that tears through the leader's guard and bloodies him. The remaining demons finally close in from different angles to stop the one-sided beating. One of them swings in desperately, trying to save his brother from being finished. The swordsman counters instantly and batters the rescuer aside before the attack can turn the tide. Another demon rushes in with his own weapon, determined to overwhelm the intruder by numbers. A third joins the charge, and the four-man assault finally begins to resemble a coordinated counterattack. Their blades and weapons converge on the swordsman from multiple directions at once. He still slips through the pressure and lands another punishing blow in the middle of their offense. The impact explodes across the ground, showing he is dictating every exchange. He flips away from one attacker and immediately redirects toward another, never letting them settle. A swordsman among the demons barely blocks in time and is shocked by the force behind the strike. The collision chips and damages steel, revealing how destructive the young man's weapon truly is. He smashes through the defense and sends the demon reeling backward. The wounded man can only stare in panic as the gap in strength becomes undeniable. Another demon is struck in the torso and blasted away before he can support his brothers. The battered fighter tumbles across the courtyard while the swordsman remains in control above him. One of the survivors drags himself up, already sounding defeated. The victor confirms to himself that they truly are demonic arts users, and is disturbed that such techniques have appeared in the Central Plains. He hesitates only because he dislikes crippling younger martial artists, and briefly considers sparing them. Before he can decide, someone urgently calls out for him to stop. The bald leader drops to his knees, abandoning pride in an instant. He admits total defeat and begs for mercy on behalf of all four. An older man watching the scene is stunned that the feared Zhongshan four demons have been crushed so completely. The leader explains that after only a few exchanges, they knew they were hopelessly outmatched. The swordsman agrees to spare them, but only by crippling their cultivation and severing their future as martial artists. The kneeling leader stiffens at the sentence, realizing mercy will still cost everything. He pleads that they only acted under orders and begs not to lose their lives as martial artists. The swordsman coldly tells the much older man to stop whining. Instead of finishing them, he demands to know who taught them those demonic arts. He presses the point, insisting that such demonic energy is too rare in the Central Plains to be a coincidence. Under pressure, the leader admits they never even knew their master's name, and only learned from him until shortly before his death. That answer only deepens the swordsman's suspicion, because disciples who do not know their master make no sense. He concludes they should have stayed hidden and practiced quietly instead of drawing attention through crime. The leader protests that they are not thieves and claims they only helped with their brother's side business. The old man tries to justify that business as saving lives, but his excuse sounds hollow even to him. The swordsman cuts off the excuses, orders them to stop serving that swindler, and warns that the next meeting will be fatal. He also demands payment for the men's ransom, the price of their own lives, and even compensation for his wasted effort and irritation. As the carriage rolls away, the defeated leader is left staring after the man who spared them. Remembering his master's words, he reflects that they are gullible men who must choose carefully whom they follow. He recalls the instruction that if they ever met someone both strong and righteous, they should serve that person. The other three agree at once, deciding that the swordsman fits that standard. Later, inside the carriage, the young man notices the convoy stopping again and is already annoyed. He demands to know what new problem has interrupted the trip this time. The four demons kneel before the carriage and address him as their new boss. They formally pledge loyalty and beg to be accepted into the Manhwa clan under him. He thinks the repeated beatings must have driven them mad and rejects the title they are using for him. They insist they are still under 30 and beg him to take responsibility for them. That revelation shocks him more than their strength ever did, because he had assumed they were much older. The journey continues into the night with the strange new followers in tow. Even the horses seem to protest the absurdity of the situation. Inside the carriage, the young master can only stare in disbelief at what he has gotten himself into. When he faces the four together again, they sit before him like eager recruits awaiting judgment. He cannot accept that these rough men are all younger than him, and wonders if everyone around him has lost their minds. The old steward listens nervously, aware that the conversation could turn dangerous at any moment. The young master says what truly bothers him is the idea of demonic arts users becoming retainers of an orthodox household. The eldest explains that their master taught them demonic arts were a way of life rather than a faction, and the young master reluctantly admits that part is not entirely wrong. The younger brothers react fiercely to any insult against demonic arts users, ready to attack anyone who speaks that way. Their reckless loyalty reminds the young master of someone from his past, which softens him just enough to keep talking. He warns that serving another household means surrendering personal freedom and obeying every order like a dog for the clan's sake. The four accept those humiliating terms without hesitation and vow wholehearted devotion. Exasperated, he finally gives in and recognizes them as warriors of the Manhwa clan. They thank him enthusiastically, and he immediately corrects them to call him young master instead of boss. Under the full moon, the bizarre new arrangement is sealed. Their carriage then arrives at a large walled estate in the city. The wheels thunder through the gate as they enter the property at speed. The carriage rolls to a stop inside the spacious compound. Seeing the scale of the estate, the young master remarks on its extravagance, and asks if it belongs to the old man. The old man nervously confirms it is his home and invites them inside while ordering the gate opened. When his servants ask what is happening, he silences them and orders food prepared in the annex. The young master ignores the hospitality and demands to inspect the treasure room first. One servant lets out a frightened cry, sensing the mood turn ugly. As they walk deeper in, the young master openly accuses the old man of living lavishly on swindled money. He suddenly stops, having sensed another presence ahead. A bearded man named Baisajan appears and asks his younger brother whether something is wrong. The old man tries to dismiss the matter and send him away, but Baisajan immediately sees strangers in the courtyard. Before the old man can explain, the young master insults Baisajan as the swindler's guest and tells him not to meddle. Baisajan's expression hardens as he recognizes the provocation. He steps in close and rebukes the young master for his foul mouth. The four demons offer to handle him, but the old man panics and blurts out that Baisajan is actually his guest. Forced to explain, he introduces the newcomers as Zhongshan's four demons and the Manhwa clan's first young master. Baisajan mocks the title and sneers that the famed heir of the Manhwa clan is just another orthodox hypocrite hiding behind lowlifes. The young master tells him to move aside, then condemns him as a false orthodox man who runs with demonic arts users and preys on civilians. The four demons echo his contempt and brand Baisajan pathetic trash. Baisajan decides words are over and calmly names himself before drawing steel. He declares that he is no weak swordsman who would lose to such people and prepares to prove it. The old man is thrilled, suddenly believing rescue has arrived. The young master tightens his grip on his sword and decides he has had enough of the posturing. One of the four demons asks permission to crush Baisajan's jaw for insulting their master. The young master refuses help and chooses to deal with Baisajan personally. He leaps high and comes down with a crushing opening strike. As he lands, he taunts Baisajin as a dog protecting its owner. With a crooked smile and demonic aura rising, he beckons the swordsman forward like a mutt. Baisajin takes the bait and charges in anger. Their weapons meet in a blinding collision. Baisajin follows with a swift thrust, trying to exploit speed and precision. The young master slips around the attack and forces him into a frantic exchange. Reading the style instantly, he judges Baisajin's swordsmanship quick but lacking in power. Baisajin is rattled that his technique has been understood so quickly. The young master's heavier blade keeps battering against the lighter sword until the strain becomes obvious. He drives Baisajin back step by step, never letting the man reset his stance. A spinning follow-up sends Baisajin flying across the courtyard. The young master pursues without pause, keeping the pressure relentless. Baisajin realizes in horror that his sword is already cracking under the punishment. Watching from the side, the four demons conclude the fight is effectively over once their master starts forcing an opponent backward. One of them notes that Baisajin's sword may look harder than his iron rod, but that only means it will shatter sooner under this abuse. The old man finally understands that his hope for savior is about to lose. The young master proves the point by smashing Baisajin's sword apart mid-exchange. Broken steel scatters across the courtyard. The young master's eyes flare with murderous intent as he closes in for the finish. He crashes into Baisajin with another brutal strike before the man can recover from the broken blade. The impact blasts Baisajin away and tears through the courtyard with explosive force. Another crushing blow follows, turning the duel into a public beating. The four demons watch with grim approval, unsurprised by how completely their master dominates. Still in control, the young master casually asks for the bald demon's iron club. As he takes the heavier weapon, he repeats Baisajin's insult about his grandfather and makes clear he has not forgotten it. His rage finally surfaces openly as he vows to make Baisajin scream beside his grandfather's grave. Baisajin, now terrified and crawling, can only beg for a chance to speak. The four demons react with alarm, realizing their master truly means to cripple or kill him. The young master dismisses any concern about broken bones, since he already intends a fate far worse than that. His savage laughter echoes across the city, and even his followers admit he knows exactly how to beat someone properly. The demons conclude that Baisajin is moments from death unless someone intervenes. The old man throws himself into the path of the raised club and offers to pay any price if Baisajin is spared. He reveals that Baisajin has ties to the unorthodox martial heavens and begs that such a man not die in his household. The young master pauses, disappointed that the old man placed his hopes in such a weak fool instead of revealing that connection sooner. His anger vanishes into a bright smile the moment he hears Baisajin has links worth exploiting. The old man hurriedly opens the way, while the others realize with dread that this smiling reaction may be even worse. Led into a richly stocked inner chamber, the young master remarks that the old swindler has amassed quite a fortune. Mujin begins by coldly pricing every life and injury in the room as if settling an account. He counts the 4 men behind his target, the man's damaged limbs, and even the man's own life into a crushing debt. He adds extra penalties for the brother who mouthed off and for the trouble and effort he claims they caused him. Having finished his absurd calculation, he demands that the old man surrender everything he owns without argument. Terrified and humiliated, the old man realizes Mujin is more ruthless than any bandit. Mujin's men immediately begin carrying away the merchant's wealth and valuables. Mujin orders them to strip the place bare, and his subordinates obey at once. As the looting continues, Mujin suddenly notices something unusual nearby. He turns his attention away from the treasure toward a folding screen in the room. His expression sharpens as he senses there is more to the screen than decoration. The screen gives off a strange aura, making him suspect it is a valuable object rather than ordinary furniture. When the old man nervously offers it to him, Mujin pretends indifference while clearly interested. The old man reveals that the screen is a work by Master Jang Sosen, confirming it is a rare treasure. Claiming the room would look better with it, Mujin casually accepts the gift, while the old man fumes inwardly at his greed. Outside, the spoils are loaded onto a carriage until it too becomes part of Mujin's haul. Mujin even takes the merchant's carriage, reasoning that its owner will have no use for it anymore. Delighted with the robbery, he orders everyone to depart at once. The carriage starts rolling away under his command. Mujin leaves with a cheerful farewell, treating the plunder like a friendly visit. Behind him, the ruined victim can only scream that he has already been robbed enough and question whether Mujin is even human. The old man collapses into despair, cursing fate for making him cross paths with such a lunatic. The story shifts back to the Flamehwa clan compound. A blonde youth named Ma Sak is startled when Mujin returns with far more than anyone expected. One of Mujin's men carries in a crate overflowing with gold, making the scale of the haul undeniable. As more treasure is unloaded, the clan members are left wondering what exactly happened. When Ma Sak fears Mujin may have killed for the money, Mujin denies it and simply tells him to store the funds carefully. Mujin then asks Ma Sak to judge the age of the 4 rough men who came with him. Ma Sak guesses they are all well past 40, and Mujin quietly enjoys the answer. Ma Sak then remembers that important guests have arrived and that the clan elders are waiting for Mujin in the reception hall. Mujin immediately assumes more trouble has come to exploit the clan and heads over in irritation. He enters the hall as the long-awaited young master of the clan. The elders greet him with exaggerated warmth the moment he appears. They introduce 3 merchant leaders who supported the clan during its decline. The first, Peng Quano of the Pengyang Merchant Group, praises Mujin's awakening and presents himself respectfully. The other 2, Dong Guanyo of the Muriang Merchant Union and Huang Youqiang of Golden Finance Manor, also offer polite greetings and relief at his recovery. Mujin returns their courtesy without lowering his guard. He formally introduces himself as Hua Mujin of the Flame Hua clan and thanks them for coming. Chief Du watches the exchange with visible unease, sensing where this conversation may lead. The elders and merchants keep smiling, trying to maintain a cordial atmosphere around the table. All 3 guests continue to act pleasantly, but the tension underneath remains obvious. Mujin calmly pours tea and prepares to address the real reason for their visit. He bluntly asks whether they came to collect the debts the clan owes them. The merchants immediately deny trying to pressure him, and claim they only came to congratulate him on awakening. Mujin thanks them for their support but insists that debts must still be handled properly, even if he does not yet know the clan's full condition. He asks for the exact total the Flame Hua clan owes before discussing any repayment plan. One merchant admits Mujin is right and agrees to disclose the approximate amounts. The 3 groups state their claims one by one, revealing large sums owed to each of them. Mujin totals the debt at 10,400 niang. The room falls silent as everyone waits to see how he will respond. At that point, one merchant confesses that another force has been pressuring them over this debt. Mujin immediately focuses on the name Chonghua Merchant Group. The merchant explains that Chonghua tried to buy the clan's debt from them, and they initially refused because it would clearly harm the Flame Hua clan. After the duel, however, Chonghua used its financial power to choke their businesses and isolate them. They monopolized goods, severed trade ties, and even poached branch managers until the merchants could barely endure it. Ashamed, they admit they no longer have the strength to resist. Before surrendering the debt rights, they felt they at least owed Mujin a warning. Mujin thanks them sincerely and says their hardship weighs on him. He reflects that when the clan prospered, many clung to it, but only Elder Zhou and Chief Du remained loyal through ruin. He extends that same gratitude to the 3 merchants for staying long enough to protect the clan. Then he states the principle guiding him now: debts of gratitude must be repaid just as surely as financial debts. On that basis, he declares he will repay everything the Flame Hua clan owes immediately. The merchants are stunned that repayment on the spot might actually be possible. Mujin goes further and promises to free their groups from Chonghua's grip as repayment for the interest and help they gave the clan. The 3 merchants are left speechless by the scale of his promise. Even Chief Du is shaken by how far Mujin is willing to go. One merchant cautiously asks whether Mujin truly means to use force on their behalf. Mujin answers without hesitation that he does. Elder Zhou panics and warns that Mujin has no idea who stands behind Chonghua. He reveals that Chonghua is backed by the Kongnong sect, one of the strongest sects in the entire Murim. Mujin dismisses the warning with contempt, reducing the sect to a pack of old fools. When Chief Du tries to calm the situation, Mujin cuts him off and insists there is no need to fear. One merchant pleads that simply clearing the debt is already enough and begs the clan not to clash with the Kongnong sect for their sake. Another merchant recognizes in Mujin the awakening of a truly dangerous dragon. Mujin accepts the praise quietly, but his silence shows he has already made up his mind. The merchants take their leave with blessings for the clan, and Mujin sends them off courteously. Once they are gone, Mujin turns his thoughts fully toward the Chonghua merchant group. He orders Chief Du to gather every scrap of information on Chonghua, from finances and trade routes to their ties with Kongnong. When Chief Du asks if Mujin was serious, Mujin reminds him that both grudges and kindness must be settled cleanly. He argues that if Chonghua can crush those merchants today, they will come for the Flame Hua clan next, so retreat is no longer an option. He concludes that after years of support, those merchants will never help the clan again unless the clan repays them properly now. Mujin knows others may dismiss his resolve as the madness of a lunatic, but he accepts that. He leaves the matter there for the moment, determined to see it through. Soon after, a subordinate reports that all of Mujin's earlier orders have been completed. Mujin gathers everyone together and tells them to greet 2 men as the clan's elder and chief steward. The elders are confused until Mujin begins introducing the 4 rough men he brought back. He presents them as new warriors joining the clan and starts with their title. They are the notorious Zhongshan 4 demons, now asking to be taken in. Chief Du and Elder Zhou are stunned by the absurdity of what they are hearing. Mujin tells them not to be shocked yet because the real surprise is still to come. He reveals that all 4 demons are actually younger than he is. The elders can barely believe such monstrous-looking men are younger than Mujin. The demons themselves remain casual, more interested in food than in the elders' shock. The elders protest that the 4 demons are infamous, and should never have been brought into the clan without consultation. Mujin fires back that they did not consult him before trying to smuggle his younger siblings away there. He asserts his authority as the future patriarch, and says the demons stay if he approves them and leave if he does not. He then abruptly orders Ma Sok to buy a cow, only to be reminded that the clan has no money left. The reminder that more than 10,000 gold just vanished into debt repayment leaves Mujin momentarily speechless. He heads back inside with the elders to inspect what remains of the clan's assets. Seeing the treasure he brought back, Elder Zhou realizes the swindler Mujin robbed had hidden away an enormous fortune. Mujin casually explains that he did not kill the man and merely took what he considered rightfully his. Elder Joe then remembers the strange folding screen and asks about it. When Mujin says it was given to him as a work by Jang Sosin, Elder Joe is shocked by the name alone. After examining it, Elder Joe confirms it appears genuine, making it far more valuable than Mujin realized. Mujin immediately asks whether that means it can at least buy meat, and Elder Joe admits it is worth much more than that. Mujin falls silent, already recalculating how to use this unexpected windfall. A sudden disturbance interrupts the moment. The folding screen begins to emit a stronger, ominous aura than before. The next morning, Mujin has the clan assembled at dawn. The courtyard is filled with people standing beside heavy sacks prepared for training. Mujin's younger siblings and the others listen as he explains why he summoned everyone so early. After everything that has happened, he has concluded that the clan desperately needs special training. He explains that swordsmanship rests on the body, and even the finest martial art is useless if the body is weak. So he announces the start of special physical training under his command. He makes it clear that he will personally oversee every part of it. The gathered warriors go silent as they sense how brutal this will be. Mujin points out that each person has a sack of rice weighing 144 kilograms and declares it their new training partner. He warns them not to mistake the rice for food and threatens death to anyone who tries to eat it. His grim aside makes clear he expects desperation and intends to crush it. His younger siblings notice that their own sacks are much smaller than the adults. The adults, meanwhile, ask what they are actually supposed to do with these impossible weights. Mujin answers with a single command: put them on your shoulders. The men stare in disbelief and protest that such a load normally takes 2 people to lift. Mujin responds with murderous pressure and tells them to stop talking and obey unless they want a beating. He adds that his sword may not cut cleanly, but one strike would still shatter every bone in their bodies. Then he gives them a choice between lifting the sacks and sparring with him. Faced with that threat, the bald demon forces one sack onto his shoulders through sheer will. Mujin immediately demands to know whether the 4 demons are merely posturing. He mocks demonic practitioners for being this pathetic and orders each of them to carry 3 sacks. If they refuse, he says, they can fight him instead. Driven by fear and pride, the bald demon strains himself to accept the impossible burden. One by one, the others also force the sacks onto their shoulders. Chief Du and Elder Joe watch in alarm, unable to understand what Mujin is trying to accomplish. Mujin praises the result and insists that once they decide to lift something, they can lift it. He orders them to throw away the thought of whether they can do it and act as if failure is not an option. He extends the same ruthless logic to everyone, declaring that if failure means death, then nothing is impossible. With that, he starts the next phase immediately by ordering 200 repetitions of squatting and standing while carrying the sacks. The courtyard erupts into a shouted count as the clan begins the exercise under crushing weight. Legs tremble and bodies shake as the training instantly pushes them past their limits. Some cry out in pain, but none dare stop. Mujin stalks among them and screams for push-ups as well, piling more torment onto the drill. He keeps shouting that they must tighten their cores and move or die, turning the session into a fight for survival. Under the strain, one of the demons feels his entire body entering a state he has never experienced before. He realizes his body is breaking down from the legs upward, yet fear of Mujin forces him to endure. The bald demon roars and pushes through the agony rather than collapse. Chief Du can only stare in disbelief at this monstrous training method, exhausted just from watching the children endure it. Mujin shows no sympathy, condemning anyone who wasted the clan's food and still complains about this level of hardship. He declares that complainers do not deserve to live, and the clan keeps moving under terror and desperation. By sunset, the brutal training still has not ended. Even then, the men continue squatting under the sacks with bodies shaking uncontrollably. One exhausted warrior can barely whisper the count as the ordeal drags on toward 200. The trainees are hurled through a brutal warm-up while still burdened with heavy rice sacks. Mujin dismisses their exhaustion and makes it clear their current stamina is unworthy of martial training. He ends the day's session, only to reveal that the real hardship is just beginning. From now on, he declares, they are to live as if fused to those rice sacks. They are ordered to eat, train, sleep, and exist with the sacks on their backs at all times. The rule will last until Mujin himself permits them to set the burdens down. To make disobedience impossible, he has Jang Sosin tie every trainee to the sacks with rope. He seals the order with a death threat, warning that anyone who unties the rope will forfeit their life. Under that pressure, one shaken trainee suddenly longs to see his mother again. Mujin casually improves their meals with beef, as if better food will balance his cruelty. He refuses further pampering and leaves the others to endure the consequences of his new regime. Once alone, even Mujin shows the strain of what he is putting himself through. He collapses onto his bedding from sheer fatigue. Yet instead of regret, he rises with a grim, satisfied resolve. That night, the compound settles into uneasy quiet. Inside, the trainees awkwardly try to eat while still strapped to their sacks. Even the children are forced to adapt, struggling to manage simple bites under the weight. The adults fare no better, their hands trembling as they try to lift food. One man realizes something is wrong beyond ordinary fatigue. He points out that only their legs were trained, yet their hands are shaking uncontrollably. Others confirm they are suffering the same strange full-body exhaustion. They conclude that Mujin's method is affecting them in ways their previous master's training never did. Despite their misery, the next day they torment resumes under the name of training. Still tied to the sacks, they grind through endless repetitions while counting each one in agony. Mujin prowls among them, barking at anyone whose form slips for even a moment. He drives them harder by reminding them how many repetitions remain. One veteran is horrified that even the children are enduring this, and begins to see Mujin as something monstrous. The following day, Mujin escalates the humiliation by making the burdened trainees waddle after him like ducks. Bystanders stare in disbelief as the proud warriors are reduced to a public spectacle. The trainees themselves can barely process how absurd and degrading the exercise has become. And on the day after that, Mujin changes the drill again and forces them into even harsher labor. He demands speed and threatens to add more weight to anyone slower than him. The pressure crushes them physically, but they keep moving because falling behind now means even worse punishment. Even the children are made to lift and carry loads that should be impossible for them. Watching them endure, Mujin admits to himself that the children are keeping up far better than expected. Instead of easing off, he wonders whether he should make the training even harder. Soon he leads everyone to a violent mountain river. The trainees recognize the place with dread and realize he has brought them somewhere truly lethal. Mujin notes that they are all overheated from training, as if that justifies what comes next. He orders them to cross the raging river. The sight of the torrent alone freezes them in place. The river crashes toward a deadly drop, making the crossing look more like a death sentence than a drill. Soyeon, however, greets the waterfall with unnerving cheer, while Dojin can only stare at her changed attitude. She even teases Dojin about not being able to swim, and he realizes the training has hardened the way she speaks. The elders protest that the current is far too strong and that people die here even without carrying extra weight. Mujin brushes off their fear, claiming the exercise was tested beforehand, though no one can imagine when. He gives the trainees a cruel choice: cross the river or fight him. Refusing to hesitate, Jang Tae launches himself first and commits to the crossing. He vanishes into the torrent almost immediately. Seeing that, the others decide their odds are still better against the river than against Mujin. One after another, they leap after him. Panic turns into desperate resolve as they accept that this is now a do-or-die trial. The river swallows more of them as soon as they hit the water. Those still on the bank curse their fate but are shoved toward the same choice. Soyeon boldly declares she will go first rather than cower. Dojin is shaken by her nerve, realizing he could never have spoken to Mujin that way before. He plants his foot and decides he cannot remain weak forever. Dojin throws himself into the crossing, determined not to retreat. The current immediately batters him and drags him toward disaster. The elders cry out as they see the child being swept away. From the water, Mujin shouts that if they stop moving they will die, forcing them to keep their limbs working non-stop. Dojin nearly chokes under the force of the river. But in the middle of that terror, he realizes with astonishment that he is still fighting and still alive. He claws forward through the water, discovering a strength he did not know he had. That realization hardens into a fierce belief that even he can endure this. Then the river proves him wrong for a moment, and hurls him into a far worse plunge. As he sinks, he clings to that belief with desperate stubbornness. From the bank, the others see him being carried away and fear he is lost. Mujin, already in the water among them, recognizes that Dojin is the one in danger. Dojin surfaces in panic, flailing as the river overwhelms him. One of the trainees dives after him without hesitation. He fights the current to reach the boy before the river can take him. He catches Dojin and refuses to let him go. The rescuer orders Dojin to breathe and regain control instead of surrendering to panic. Realizing they cannot escape the current safely, he tells Dojin they must charge straight through it together. He prepares the boy for one decisive push. At his signal, they surge forward with the current crashing around them. On the bank, the elders can only watch helplessly as the pair vanish into the spray. Then they spot Dojin again and realize he has not been lost after all. Dojin manages to seize the rocks at the river's edge. The trainee who saved him reaches him there and praises him for holding on. Dojin, shaken and gasping, thanks the man for saving his life. The rescuer downplays it as nothing special. Their exchange is interrupted when Mujin suddenly appears beside them. Mujin checks Dojin for injury, and Dojin explains that the trainee was the one who helped him survive. The rescuer is startled that Mujin had secretly followed them into the river, and warns him not to risk himself for their sake. Dojin listens in silence, absorbing the concern around him. He finally declares that he cannot remain a child forever and that he will stay with Mujin until the end. What he truly wants is to become a proper martial artist of the Flamehwa clan. Mujin answers that confession with a quiet, approving smile. Back on shore, the surviving trainees praise Dojin's courage. The elders, exhausted and shaken, can only breathe out in relief that the child lived. But the mountain remains unforgiving, and the danger is not over yet. Elsewhere on the cliff, a desperate hand scrapes for purchase on bare rock. Several trainees are now trapped on a sheer slope, clinging to the mountainside under the weight of their sacks. Mujin shouts from above that a fall from there will leave nothing of them, and orders them to crawl upward faster. One terrified man curses Mujin as insane and regrets ever following him. His footing slips. He drops away from the cliff in horror. The falling trainee realizes too late that he is truly about to die. At the last instant, someone catches the rope binding his sack. The others stare in disbelief as the fall is stopped. The rescued man begs for help, too terrified to think clearly. Another trainee grits his teeth and holds on, refusing to let him fall. A voice from above cuts through the panic and orders the dangling man to stop panicking and grab the rock in front of him. Time passes under the harsh sun as the ordeal drags on. Later, Mujin drives them into yet another run and adds a new punishment. Anyone who falls behind must carry him as well. The townspeople now look at the trainees like criminals, and the humiliation deepens. Even the children are breathing hard, but their eyes are no longer as weak as before. Soyeon suddenly notices something and understands what is happening to her. She calls out to Soyeon from behind, and the girl answers with new confidence. Mujin appears beside her as she falters, and the others rush over in alarm. Soyeon, nearly collapsing, asks Elder Cho to carry her for a while and to hurry. Elder Cho is stunned by the request. To everyone's disbelief, Soyeon climbs onto his back and treats it as the most natural solution. The trainees are baffled by her shamelessness. Mujin points out that if she were truly going to collapse, risking her life to keep going would be foolish. He orders the others to stop gawking and keep running. That night, the battered trainees drag themselves back inside, still bound to their sacks. One exhausted man remains slumped on the floor, too drained to move. Another trainee approaches him and forces a conversation he has been avoiding. He bluntly reminds the man that he always lags behind and cannot even finish the required laps. He asks how long everyone else is supposed to keep suffering because of his weakness. He tells the man to quit on his own if he cannot endure, instead of dragging the others down with him. The exhausted trainee finally snaps and admits the truth they have all been avoiding. He believes Mujin really will kill them. He confesses that he never wanted this life and has wanted to abandon being a warrior for a long time. What stops him is not loyalty but fear of saying that to Mujin's face. His accuser mocks him for being too afraid to speak honestly and calls him a corpse pretending to live. He goes further, saying the man is not fit to be a warrior at all and threatening to end his life himself. Before it can go further, another trainee intervenes and tells him to stop. The peacemaker's restraint begins to crack as he clenches his fist. He argues that if someone cannot live as a warrior, then forcing the role on him is its own kind of cruelty. The hot-headed trainee refuses to back down and demands the weak man stand so he can kill him first. Someone shouts for him to stop before the room erupts. A calmer voice reminds them that the weak man is still doing his best in his own way and that anyone who joined the clan is still their brother. That appeal only enrages the hot-headed trainee, who cannot accept calling such broken men brothers after everything they have endured. He denounces the entire training as pointless suffering and asks whether anyone truly believes this will make them strong. The bald veteran answers that Mujin has trained longer than they have and that each person grows differently. The earring trainee adds that if anyone wants to call the training meaningless, they should first surpass Mujin. He leaves the weak man with a grim warning that if more suffering comes because of him, he will die by that trainee's hand before Mujin's. Night deepens over the compound. Unable to rest, the earring trainee rises in discomfort. Still strapped to his sack, he grumbles that even reaching the toilet has become a trial. On the way, he senses movement outside and realizes someone is training at this hour. Hidden in the shadows, he sees a lone figure cutting through the night with impossible speed. A red gleam in the darkness reveals the figure's focus and killing intent. The swordsman plants his foot and explodes forward. The watcher recognizes the fighter in shock. It is Mujin. He can only stare, speechless, as the truth sinks in. While forcing everyone else through hell, Mujin has been secretly pushing himself even harder, swinging his sword alone through the night. Mujin bursts into motion with the sword strike so fast it barely seems human. His opponent realizes this is not mere speed but overwhelming power guided with unnatural smoothness, and feels the gap between them despite their similar age. As Mujin's blade flows through another impossible line, the man is left wondering how someone so young can wield swordsmanship at that level. The sight forces him to confront the existence of true martial talent. He braces himself by stamping down and trying to recover his footing. Mujin notices someone nearby and turns his attention away from the exchange. Sensing a hidden watcher, he demands that the person show himself before he gets violent. The intruder nervously reveals himself as Mujin's porter and is immediately questioned for spying on the training. The man hurriedly claims he got lost on the way back from the restroom and insists the eavesdropping was accidental. Mujin dismisses the excuse and, amused by the interruption, orders him to drop the rice sack and take up the sword beside him. The porter obeys by dumping the heavy load to the ground. Mujin leaps in first, forcing the terrified man into an impromptu duel. Though sweating, the porter steels himself and accepts the challenge. Mujin gives him a curt invitation to attack. The man lunges forward with everything he has. Their blades meet in a violent clash the instant he commits. He presses in with a rushing follow-up, trying to overwhelm Mujin before fear can stop him. Driven by desperation, he throws his whole body behind the attack. Mujin remains calm and reads the assault without strain. The porter unleashes a rapid series of strikes, hoping sheer aggression might break through. Even as he attacks, he already knows it should fail, and is startled by how strange his own sword suddenly feels in his hands. He realizes his movements have become far faster than he ever thought possible. Mujin still controls the exchange completely, letting the man discover that speed for himself. Satisfied, Mujin finally admits the porter has become at least somewhat usable. But before the man can take pride in that, Mujin shifts position to expose a flaw in his awareness. Mujin points out that he is fixated only on what lies directly ahead, then strikes from outside that narrow focus and lands a clean blow. The porter is sent flying across the training ground. He barely manages to catch himself before crashing helplessly. Using the momentum, he swings again from range in one last attempt to stay in the fight. He confirms his suspicion that Mujin is still far beyond him. Mujin notes that the man who once fell in a single hit can now at least endure more punishment, making his body useful too. The porter realizes the blows are still brutal, but no longer enough to leave him unable to move after one strike. With the lesson over, Mujin tells him to stop and rest, and the man obediently accepts. Left alone with the result, the porter begins to suspect Mujin may be shaping him through these beatings rather than simply tormenting him. The next day, Mujin resumes the special training by ordering everyone to work their abdomens while holding rice sacks between their legs. The trainees strain through the bizarre exercise under his watch. Among them, the porter pushes himself with grim determination. The effort quickly drives him to the edge of collapse. Other observers are impressed that the trainees can perform such punishing drills while burdened with sacks, and notice their morale is even higher than before. The training expands beyond the yard as the men run through the streets carrying the same crushing loads. Even the strongest are reduced to gasping, drenched in sweat, and barely holding together. One trainee refuses to collapse again, knowing he cannot afford another failure. He forces himself upright under the weight instead of giving in. Another man urges him to endure a little longer because the end is near. The ordeal continues until nearly a month has passed. At last Mujin announces that the special training is over and orders everyone to set their sacks down. The exhausted trainees erupt in relief and celebration. Mujin immediately ruins the moment by warning them not to celebrate too soon. He reveals that this same hellish training will return every summer and winter, with the next round only a few months away. He offers only the cold comfort that the next time will feel easier because they have already survived it once. The children listening nearby understand that this hard-earned experience is itself a priceless gain. Mujin closes the lesson by reminding them that a strong body is what makes a strong sword. The trainees answer in unison, fully accepting his doctrine. Then Mujin shifts the entire program in a new direction. He announces practical sparring that will deepen their experience to another level. The men are told to step forward one by one, choose weapons, and fight when called, only for their brief joy to vanish instantly. What follows is a merciless cycle of beatings, unconsciousness, pain, and forced endurance that seems endless. Yet that suffering turns into experience, and experience begins to change them. The former bandits once feared as Zhongshan's 4 demons are transformed into the new martial arts instructors of the Manhwa clan. With that change, the Manhwa clan quietly begins recovering the glory it had lost. Its old brilliance starts to return to Xichang little by little. Meanwhile, the young heirs train fiercely as well, throwing themselves into combat with renewed spirit. Dojin's strike now lands with force enough to earn praise instead of pity. An elder coaches him to refine his footwork so his power can grow even further. Watching this, the clan elders are relieved that Dojin seems to have regained the self they feared was gone. They marvel that he has bonded so naturally with the former 4 demons. More importantly, they believe Mujin's return to his senses has stabilized the entire clan, almost too smoothly to believe. Even so, they still worry that his old madness may flare up again, and wonder whether he will emerge from storage today. The answer lies behind the closed doors of that secluded room. Inside, Mujin sits in meditation, while streams of inner energy coil around him and the folding screen before him. He remains motionless, fully absorbed in the struggle. After 4 days of this, he measures the time and prepares for another attempt. He confirms the screen is no ordinary object, because the more power he pours into it, the more violently it repels him. Instead of retreating, he decides to force a contest of strength with it. At the crucial moment, he senses an opening. He drives his power into the screen with a decisive strike. The barrier finally gives way under the blow. Mujin roars through the breakthrough as the resistance collapses. He presses a hidden mechanism embedded in the screen. The concealed compartment opens under his touch. A small vessel drops out from inside the screen. It breaks open and spills a glowing green substance that immediately gives off a sinister presence. Mujin realizes the screen had been rigged with a hidden device leaking poisonous energy, which explains the strange corruption he had sensed all along. That discovery makes him search the compartment more carefully. His search reveals a hidden manual tucked inside the screen. Reading the title, he recognizes it as the mind-severing sword art. He understands at once that this was the true treasure someone had gone to great lengths to conceal. By the time dawn breaks, he has already claimed the secret. After examining it, he judges the art impressive but not as transcendent as he had hoped, only comparable to one of Hubei's 10 great martial masters. Still, he decides the effort was far from wasted. Studying its method, he realizes this sword art would suit the Manhwa clan better than his own style. He finally understands why he could never properly teach his previous swordsmanship to the clan's children. Peerless 9 Swords is rooted in movement arts, while the Manhwa clan is built on yang energy martial arts. Because those foundations naturally conflict, mixing them carelessly risks energy deviation. That is why Peerless 9 swords can only be safely passed to someone with no prior sect foundation. Mujin realizes he alone could learn it because his ruined energy core had left his body in a blank state, letting him build movement arts from nothing. With that settled, he decides the mind-severing sword art will become the Manhwa clan's sword art. He hands the manual over to the elders and tells them it is a worthwhile martial art that they should study. They are stunned to realize he has recovered the original text of a sword art lost for more than 10 years, and immediately grasp its value. Mujin casually explains that the swindler who sold the screen likely never knew such a treasure was hidden inside it. When asked if he truly intends to teach it to the clan's warriors, he answers yes, since the clan lacks a proper swordsmanship tradition of its own. He adds that he will personally instruct the warriors from the next day onward, and tells the elders to copy the manual too if they want to learn it. The elders explode with joy at the gift while Mujin walks away half asleep, irritated by their noise. The warriors are just as delighted, because at last the clan possesses a high-level martial art it can truly call its own. Dojin and Soyan are equally thrilled, already training in the clan's secret arts with fierce enthusiasm. The former 4 demons continue honing their own specialties as well, already strong enough to reach the level of martial masters even without the new sword art. Later, Mujin finally leaves the storage room behind. He crosses the now quiet training ground alone. Seeing how happy everyone has become since the shift to martial training, he feels especially pleased for the 2 children. He knows their joy comes from being able to feel their own growth day by day, and from talents too great to ignore. Watching them, he lets himself think of them with unexpected fondness. That warmth vanishes when he notices the yard is strangely empty, and realizes something is missing. He asks Ma Sok where everyone has gone. Ma Sok reminds him that today is the Little Dragon Ascension Tournament, the sparring event everyone has gone to watch. He further explains that it is Shichang's biggest event, held once every 5 years, and that the winner earns entry into the Orthodox Murim tournament. Mujin reacts by launching himself away at once, furious that no one told him sooner. He tears across the city in a single bound. As he races off, he grumbles that the elders were trying to enjoy the spectacle without him. His reckless dash carves a path over the rooftops toward the tournament grounds. At the venue, crowds from many factions have already gathered. The Manhwa children arrive to register at last, thrilled that it is finally their turn. Their presence draws immediate attention from nearby onlookers. The Baek clan's chief steward Jang Seon and the child Baek Seon recognize them and remark that the Manhwa clan, absent from the Shichang tournament, has unexpectedly appeared here. The Manhwa side answers with formal courtesy despite their clan's long hardship. Seon responds with a smile that barely hides contempt, noting that the Manhwa clan's decline is old news and mocking them for seeming slightly better off lately. He twists the knife by asking whether they will have anything left to eat after paying the tournament fees and their long overdue membership dues. He goes on to sneer that even their young masters look half-starved. High above the city, Mujin is still searching for the venue and realizes too late that he should have asked for directions first. Annoyed with himself, he keeps scanning the city for the right place. At last he spots what looks like the tournament grounds in the distance. Back below, the Baek clan pair continues standing before the Manhwa group as the insult hangs in the air. Nearby spectators begin to notice the confrontation and stare. The young woman from the Baek side studies the Manhwa children more closely. Taking in the crowded city and the scene before her, she quietly remarks on Shichang's bustle. When Mujin, still distracted, brushes past her, she sharply tells him to move aside instead of blocking the way. Mujin, still focused on finding the arena, barely registers her and keeps looking around in confusion. He abruptly turns back and asks her if she knows where the Little Dragon Ascension tournament is being held, baffled by her stare. An older man with her politely says they have only just arrived as well. He adds that they too have been wandering around trying to find the venue. Then, with a predatory smile, he asks Mujin to tell them if he finds it first. Mujin pauses just long enough to size them up. Deciding they are useless, he tells them to find it themselves and stops indulging them. He blasts away in irritation, leaving the pair stunned by his sheer rudeness and force. The older man laughs off the insult, but the woman senses that Mujin's behavior is not ordinary arrogance but something more unstable. She suddenly suspects she knows exactly who he is. Her grandfather confirms it. The man they just met is Hwa Mujin, grandson of the Manhwa clan's Hwa Jute. Realizing that, he concludes it was fortunate they came in person, because a major upheaval is about to hit Shichang. The various factions stand facing one another as tension quietly spreads through the venue. Even ordinary spectators can feel the atmosphere tightening and sense that a fight may break out before the tournament even begins. As Mujin's recovering strength and the clan's revival become impossible to ignore, the Manhwa side stands on the verge of open confrontation. A debt dispute turns openly hostile when a rival dismisses promises of repayment and mocks the Manhwa clan's poverty. He presses further by pointing out that the clan's children are competing, implying their secret arts are no longer reserved for a single heir. The taunting man laughs that Mujin's recovery from madness must have forced the clan to rush back to normal. He goads them to prove themselves by showing the famed red flame art again. When tension peaks, a hand moves toward a sword hilt. The provocateur immediately seizes on it, daring the clan to escalate. Elder Joe restrains himself and warns that his patience is nearly gone, especially in front of children. The rival answers with contempt and openly challenges him to draw. The crowd realizes the adults are on the verge of a real fight. Mujin steps in and shuts the confrontation down, reminding everyone that the day belongs to the children's sparring, not adult grudges. He firmly declares that the true focus of the event is Shichang's next generation. The swordsman who was provoking them notices Mujin at last. Recognizing him as the once infamous mad young master, the man probes why Mujin has come. Mujin mildly complains that no one told him an event like this was happening. The children nervously admit they wanted to win first and surprise him. His irritation softens into affection as he pats the girl's head. Mujin then rebukes the rival's values, saying a martial clan should take pride in skill, not wealth. He drives the point home by saying a true martial artist trusts a sword, not gold. An older man in green finds Mujin's bluntness refreshing, while the rival is left stunned. The old man tries to calm things and asks whether the rude swordsman belongs to the Manhwa clan. The rival rudely tells him to mind his own business, and the old man quietly judges him for it. Still emboldened, the rival resumes insulting the Manhwa clan as poor and diminished. He even mocks the children's worn clothes and suggests their entry fee consumed all they had. Elder Joan nearly explodes with murderous anger before being checked again. The old man counters that fine clothes mean nothing if the martial artist wearing them is weak. Seeing words are useless, the rival storms off and says he will judge Mujin's supposed skill in the ring instead. Mujin only answers with a faint, unreadable smile. The old man advises him not to take such petty men to heart, and Mujin agrees outwardly. The old man studies Mujin with growing interest. Elder Joe also begins to suspect there is more to this stranger than he first appeared. Watching the old man leave, Elder Joe feels he looks strangely familiar. An official then approaches the Manhwa group with sudden deference. He invites them to special seats that have already been prepared. The group is escorted deeper into the venue. Mujin notices something unexpected ahead. He heads toward it without hesitation. Instead of prestige, he finds a table being set with a lavish spread. The feast is far richer than anything the clan expected. The children are instantly dazzled by the mountain of food. Mujin warns them not to stuff themselves before the sparring begins. A call for the Beck clan to move to the VIP section reveals that powerful guests are arriving nearby. The earlier swordsman smirks from those honored seats, pleased with his status. Mujin, however, is still thinking less about the tournament than about how to punish that man later. The old man in green returns and notices an empty seat beside Mujin. He politely asks to sit with him instead of among the dignitaries. Mujin finds the old man's interest odd but allows it. Then Mujin abruptly orders everyone not to touch the food or drink until he tests it himself, revealing deep suspicion. A woman accompanying the old man calmly pours him a drink and addresses him as grandfather. He thanks Haya, confirming the pair's close relationship. The old man offers Mujin a drink as well, but Mujin declines, saying he ate recently. Elsewhere, someone reacts sharply to what is unfolding. The tournament host begins his formal welcome for the Little Dragon Ascension Tournament, a children's event held every 5 years. He introduces himself as Suk Ildo, head of the Suk clan of Shichang. Suk Ildo invites everyone to enjoy the food and the matches, but the moment he sees the old man at Mujin's table, his composure breaks. He rushes over in alarm, unable to ignore the guest any longer. Suk Ildo hurriedly bows and identifies himself, trying to pay proper respects. He reveals the old man's identity as Tang Samun, the Poison Emperor, shocking the Manhwa elders. He explains that he once saw this legendary figure from afar and never forgot him. The revelation spreads instantly, and the entire venue erupts at the news that the Poison Emperor is present. It is explained that only 4 people in the Central Plains bear the title Emperor, placing Tang Samun among the absolute elite. His appearance at a small children's tournament is so extraordinary that chaos is inevitable. People can barely process that the old man at the table is truly that legendary figure. The earlier swordsman is horrified, realizing he insulted the Poison Emperor without knowing it. Mujin calmly lifts the cup after all. Even after hearing the name Tang Samun, he still has to think for a moment before placing it. Then recognition comes, and he remembers Tang Samun as a brat from long ago. A flashback begins to the war against the divine demon, when several great clans stayed out of the conflict. Their excuse was lack of justification, but in truth many of their leaders had already been crushed by the divine demon. Among the young survivors of that era was Tang Samun of the Tang clan. That same boy would later rise to become the Poison Emperor, and the memory stirs something in Mujin. When Suk Ildo offers to move Tang Samun to the VIP seats, Tang refuses because he is more interested in sitting beside Mujin. Suk Ildo is baffled by that preference. Tang openly points out that the Manhwa clan's young master is also at the table, forcing Suk Ildo to recognize Mujin's status too. Mujin brushes it off and asks only for the tournament to begin quickly in the heat. Suk Ildo keeps staring, increasingly convinced Mujin resembles someone from the past. In his mind, Mujin overlaps with the image of Flame Emperor Wajute, the man who once supported him. The oppressive summer heat hangs over the arena as old memories and present tensions converge. Suk Ildo says the match will start soon and asks whether Mujin plans to enter the larger Orthodox Murim tournament as well. Mujin is confused until Suk Ildo clarifies that he means the major 5-year tournament of the Orthodox sects. Mujin declines, saying participation is not in his interest right now. Suk Ildo regrets that answer, while the earlier swordsman remains rattled in the background. Trying to recover favor, that man bows deeply to Tang Samun and begs forgiveness for his earlier behavior. He stammers out an apology, claiming he simply failed to recognize who he was insulting. Tang barely acknowledges the apology and drinks instead. He tells Haya the place is noisy and asks again when the match will begin. Haya lowers her head, preparing to act on his wishes. She politely thanks the organizers for recognizing the Poison Emperor but makes clear that her grandfather wants no fuss. At her word, the officials disperse the crowd and rush to start the tournament immediately. Mujin quietly takes control of the moment by announcing that he will explain the simple rules himself. The rules are laid out. Only wooden, non-lethal weapons are allowed, killing blows are forbidden, and blue or red pouches can halt or end a match. With the formalities complete, Suk Ildo opens the Little Dragon Ascension tournament and calls the first 2 children into the arena. Hua Soyan of the Flame Hua clan is summoned, while she is still clutching a piece of meat. Mujin encourages her to treat this as a chance to show how much she has improved, and she eagerly accepts. Her opponent, Baeksahayan, looks down on her and assumes she is doomed to lose the opening match. He plans to cripple her from the start, but Soyan recognizes him at once. She had hoped for an easy day and a good meal afterward, yet decides she will settle this instead. Soyan declares that he will be the first sacrifice for her rise, revealing a fierce and unsettling confidence. Baeksahayan is enraged that a little girl dares speak to him that way. Soyan cuts him off and refuses to let him dominate the exchange. She tells him to stop babbling as they square off. He threatens that she brought this on herself and promises to do far worse than break her arms. From the sidelines, Mujin watches in silence as the children begin. Mujin asks Elder Joe why the Baek side is so openly hostile toward them. Elder Joe explains that the trouble worsened after the previous clan head succession ceremony. Several former Flame Hua vassals defected to the Baek clan, and Chief Steward Jiang was among them. Mujin is disgusted that those traitors now act so brazenly. Elder Joe says the Baek clan clashed with the former Flame Hua leadership, then grew stronger by absorbing their defectors. They have been weaponizing that old resentment ever since. In the arena, Baeksahayan tightens his grip on his wooden sword and attacks first. He charges straight at Soyan, expecting to overwhelm her. Soyan slips inside his reach before he can control the distance. She lands a sharp kick to his face and bloodies his nose in the opening exchange. The impact sends him crashing back and shocks the crowd. Soyan vaults over him before he can recover, keeping the pressure on. She slams him down again with a brutal follow-up strike. As he hits the ground, she remains balanced and ready above him. Humiliated and bleeding, he can only sputter in disbelief. Soyan mocks him by cheerfully pointing out that his nose is bleeding. Tang Samun notices that she specializes in kicks and asks whether Mujin taught her. Elder Joe explains that Mujin was not in a state to teach anyone, so Soyan's basics came from him instead. Haya observes that Soyan's talent goes beyond kicks, praising her vision, athleticism, and natural combat sense. Still, she warns that raw talent may not be enough against an opponent armed with a wooden sword. Baeksahayan, stung and furious, abandons restraint and vows to kill Soyan for real. He unleashes a wide, reckless sword swing meant to cut her off completely. Soyan darts in again, and jams his attack before it can settle into rhythm. He responds with a frantic flurry of sweeping strikes, trying to trap her in constant motion. Haya is impressed that Soyan dodges the entire barrage with pure movement. Baeksahayan grows more frustrated as she keeps slipping away. He lashes out with another horizontal slash while cursing her evasiveness. Soyan keeps weaving through the blade's path by the narrowest margins. She suddenly changes direction and breaks his timing again. That maneuver leaves her near the wall at the edge of the arena. The Flame Hua elders panic, thinking she has cornered herself and lost all room to dodge. Baeksahayan senses victory and prepares to finish her without mercy. He commits to a decisive overhead strike. Instead of retreating, Soyan launches herself upward and past him, turning his commitment against him. The adults watching realize at once that she has seen something they missed. She uses the wall-side position to bait him forward, then escapes into open space while he overextends. Baeksahayan sneers at her movement, not yet understanding he has already been led into a trap. Soyan reveals that his confidence was exactly what she wanted. Only then does he realize he has been manipulated. Soyan taunts that with his back now near the wall, she can beat him senseless without sending him flying away. She challenges him to stop her with that slow wooden sword of his. He freezes for a split second, unable to answer her sudden reversal. Soyan explodes into a relentless close-range kicking combination that hammers him from every angle. Elder Joe and the Flame Hua side erupt in delighted cheers as her training finally shows. The Baek side, by contrast, screams for Baeksahayan to crush her face and make sure she never gets up again. Bruised and furious, he struggles back to his feet and tries to threaten her once more. Soyan cuts him off by driving another kick into him and coldly tells him resistance is pointless. A brutal exchange sends one fighter crashing down with a cry of pain. When his wooden sword snaps, his side immediately demands the referee halt the match. The blue stop pouch is thrown into the arena to suspend the spar. But Hua Soyan closes in instead of backing off, stepping past the interruption. She decides in an instant that the stoppage means nothing to her. Her injured opponent realizes too late that breaking her sword has only enraged her. Even while retreating, he tries to save face by vowing revenge against her clan. Soyeon dismisses him as someone whose real weapon has always been his mouth. She openly rejects the idea that a broken sword and a referee's signal can force her to stop. To her, the suspension is everyone else's concern, not hers. She makes her intent plain. He can bring allies later if he wants, but right now she means to finish him. The threat leaves him genuinely shaken. Before anyone can intervene, she launches herself at him. The officials can only stare as the attack continues despite the stoppage. Her strike slams him down hard and leaves him reeling on the ground. Wamujin, delighted by her ruthlessness, bursts into loud approval. The protesters turn on the referee, furious that Soyeon was not stopped after the blue pouch was thrown. Only after the beating is done does the ruling come down. Hwa Soyeon of the Manhwa clan is disqualified. Mujin treats the disqualification like a triumph rather than a loss, praising her anyway. The Sook side is baffled when Soyeon calmly walks away as if nothing important was lost. She even turns back with a cheeky look, leaving them more confused than before. Her carefree exit only makes the officials burn with anger. Back at the feast, she returns to her people and is immediately reminded that she ignored the tournament rules. Soyeon admits it without shame and says beating that man was more satisfying than winning. Mujin roars with pride, calling her exactly the little sister he expected. Her clan agrees that the disqualification was worth it, and Mujin becomes so happy he starts dancing. He revels in the moment, while the others watch his celebration in disbelief. The spectacle becomes so embarrassing that even his own side begs him to stop, but he refuses to hide his joy. Instead, he turns the mood into a drinking party and invites everyone to celebrate on someone else's tab. One observer watches the chaos with quiet concern rather than amusement. Amid the feast, an elder asks why Dojin did not bother using the clan's secret art in his match. Soyeon answers that he was already dominating and saw no reason to reveal a trump card that enemies could study. The elder is delighted by her tactical thinking and praises her cleverness. As the adults keep drinking, Soyeon goes right back to bickering over food like a child. The celebration stretches on, and the sight of Wamujin casually drinking with the Poison Emperor becomes the real center of attention. Even as more matches pass, the crowd cares less about the tournament than about that unlikely drinking pair. The host, Suk-ildo, grows steadily more irritated as his event is overshadowed. Eventually the announcer calls the next bout, pitting Hwa Dojin against Suk-cheong. Dojin leaves the table, and Mujin sends him off with loud encouragement. The boy enters the arena carrying a sword, signaling a different style than many expected from the Manhwa clan. That choice surprises onlookers, who realize the clan is relying on swordsmanship rather than barehanded combat. The spar begins with both boys taking their stances. Suk-ildo pins his hopes on Chuyoung, urging him to win the tournament and impress the Poison Emperor. Chuyoung charges first, trying to seize momentum with a direct attack. Dojin answers with a single clean motion that slips past the assault. Chuyoung's wooden sword is knocked free before he understands what happened. A heartbeat later he is already on the ground, defeated almost instantly. The Sook side can only stare in disbelief at the speed of the loss. The spectators struggle to process what they just witnessed. The Manhwa side erupts in celebration, treating Dojin's effortless win like a miracle. Even the elders admit his swordsmanship is astonishingly efficient and far beyond what they expected from the clan. Mujin explains that Dojin's swordplay is more than simple technique because it embodies the principles of advanced martial arts. That claim shocks the listeners, who realize he is saying the boy's sword style has already crossed into a higher realm. Mujin dramatically reveals the name of the art behind it, the mind-severing sword art. The declaration and the manual's aura stun the crowd and make the technique feel like a priceless treasure. Someone stomps forward, unable to stay calm after hearing that. Mujin immediately turns the revelation into a recruitment pitch, inviting anyone who wants to learn the art to join the Manhwa clan. He boasts that even learning only the first half of the technique can produce remarkable growth, using Dojin's match as proof. The crowd takes the bait at once, shouting that they want to learn it and join first. Chief Du is suddenly put in charge of handling a flood of membership inquiries. The absurdity of recruiting disciples in the middle of the tournament leaves even the calmer observers stunned. Suk-ildo clenches his fist as the event slips further out of his control. He fumes that Mujin is acting outrageously on his ground and only restrains himself because the Poison Emperor is present. An ally presses him on whether he really intends to let the Manhwa clan run wild. Suk-ildo can only remind him that they must be careful while the Poison Emperor watches. Still unwilling to surrender the tournament's value, he decides they need a countermeasure. His answer is simple and dirty: rig the bracket by inserting Suk-yoso into the path ahead. The story broadens to explain that as the Manhwa clan's old dominance weakened, rival powers moved to seize the opening. They used the Little Dragon Ascension tournament itself as a tool, manipulating brackets so their chosen youths could win and gain prestige. In that world, fame meant power, and controlling the tournament meant controlling influence. The announcer moves on to the final match of the top 32. Ben Yoel of the Half Moon sect is set to face Suk-yoso of the Diensung sect. Mujin casually notes that the winner will meet Dojin next, already treating the bracket as his concern. One of the Manhwa elders suddenly recognizes the new entrant and is alarmed by his presence. He explains that this is the previous tournament's champion, someone who was supposed to be away training in the Diensung sect. Yoso enters and immediately recognizes his much younger opponent from before. The child protests that Yoso should not even be here because the tournament only allows participants up to 14 years old. Yoso shamelessly claims he still qualifies because he is technically 14. The lie is so blatant that it leaves the boy speechless. Yoso cuts off the complaint with violence, showing he has no intention of debating the rules. Dojin watches the cheating and brutality in grim silence. Banyol is immediately crushed, and Yoso is declared the winner without resistance. Yoso mocks the defeated child for protesting too much and hides behind the excuse of his birthday not having passed. The Manhwa side wants to protest the fraud, but Mujin stops them. He says this is actually the best opponent they could have hoped for. Dojin understands at once that the next match will be far more dangerous than the others. As the day shifts towards sunset, the tournament moves into its most important confrontation. The announcer calls for close attention to the next bout. He presents it as the Eye of the Storm, Wa Dojin against the powerful Suk Yoso. Even the Poison Emperor recognizes that the tournament is reaching a premature final. Suk Ilda watches from the side with a satisfied, hidden smile. He settles in, expecting his scheme to bear fruit. Behind Dojin, his clan shouts encouragement with desperate faith. Yoso opens by acknowledging Dojin's skill, then reveals that he blames him for eliminating his younger brother from the running. Dojin asks if this is supposed to be revenge. Yoso denies any noble motive and makes clear that cruelty is simply his nature. He vows to destroy Dojin's hands so thoroughly that he will never hold a sword again. With that promise, he unleashes a killing technique instead of a harmless sparring move. He names the attack 12 Radiant Sword Strikes. A storm of glowing slashes rushes toward Dojin from every direction. Dojin is forced into a desperate defense as the barrage crashes into him. Yoso taunts him for only blocking and predicts his skull will be crushed if he keeps it up. Dojin strains to endure, already being driven backward by the pressure. The arena fills with intersecting arcs as Yoso's fast sword style overwhelms the space around him. Watching closely, Mujin identifies the Dienseng sect's signature fast sword style and admits it could become troublesome. He falls silent, studying the rhythm of the exchange. From the sidelines, the duel looks like a one-sided chase with Dojin barely surviving each rush. Suk Ildo quietly urges Yoso on, wanting him to humiliate the Manhwa clan in full view of everyone. Yoso presses the attack harder, reveling in the obvious gap in skill. He laughs at Dojin's struggle and treats the match like a game. Dojin can do little but grit his teeth and absorb the punishment. Another sweeping strike tears through his defense and sends him stumbling again. His grip tightens in pain as he tries not to lose the sword. He finally counters with a desperate upward swing, refusing to stay passive. Yoso had been waiting for exactly that reckless response and slips into position to punish it. Dojin realizes too late that he has been baited. Yoso repeats 12 radiant sword strikes at point-blank range and blows him away. Dojin is hurled back through the storm of slashes, unable to stop the damage. He crashes down with a cry, battered and nearly broken. The impact leaves him sprawled on the ground while Yoso remains in control. Yoso raises his sword for the finish, deciding it is time to end the match. At that instant, a blue pouch suddenly drops into the arena between them. The interruption catches Yoso off guard just as he is about to strike. He looks toward the source and sees Mujin standing at a distance, having forced the stoppage. Mujin's glare makes it clear that he will not allow Yoso to cripple the boy unchecked. Yoso scoffs at the intervention as cowardly interference. Still smiling, he backs off for the moment, and leaves Dojin with the promise that this is not over. Dojin's hands tremble violently from the damage, and his people rush to him in alarm. Mujin confirms the truth. Yoso deliberately targeted the joints, and resetting them will be painful. The others can only watch anxiously as Dojin suffers through the treatment. He bites back a scream and endures the pain rather than collapse. When Mujin warns that he may no longer be able to wield a sword, Dojin asks for his hand to be tied to the wooden blade instead. Mujin accepts the request after seeing the boy's resolve. The damaged hand is bound directly to the sword so he can keep fighting. Dojin rises again, injured but still standing with the weapon fixed to his arm. Even the elders are impressed that someone so young can show such stubborn determination. Soyeon watches in silence, taking in what her brother is willing to endure. Yoso is amused rather than threatened, surprised that Dojin came back instead of begging to quit. He warns that returning only means suffering the same fate that once befell Dojin's older brother. That mention of his brother hits Dojin like a blade and ignites his anger. Yoso lunges again, mocking that Shichang is about to gain another pair of crippled brothers. He commits fully to the attack, certain the taunt has broken Dojin's composure. But Dojin steadies himself inside the storm of incoming slashes instead of panicking. Mujin cuts through the chaos with a simple question, asking whether Dojin truly wants to win. Dojin answers that he must win and restore his clan's honor by taking first place. Mujin tells him to leave the clan's future to his elder brother and focus only on this match. Then he offers the boy a single sure method to win. As Yoso executes his sword technique again, Mujin begins explaining how to read it. He tells Dojin that every time the technique forms, a tiny opening appears at its center. Mujin orders him not to hesitate when that moment comes. At the order to begin, Dojin charges straight at his opponent without hesitation. He launches a fierce opening exchange and drives the other fighter backward through a storm of strikes. His opponent is caught off guard by the sudden pressure and cannot understand the reversal. Dojin's blade lands cleanly in the man's chest before he can recover. The hit sinks in hard enough to make the man realize he is losing control of the match. Dojin follows through from above and forces the exchange completely in his favor. Watching from the side, the adults register that the boy has truly turned the fight around. Mu Jin, who has been observing calmly, allows himself a satisfied smile. Dojin realizes with exhilaration that he has actually done it. His opponent crashes down while Dojin remains standing, gasping but victorious. The spectators erupt in praise, openly congratulating Dojin for the win. Humiliated, the defeated fighter scrambles back up, unable to accept what just happened. Clutching his wound, he rages that someone beneath him dared injure him and vows to kill Dojin. Dojin, still catching his breath, wonders if his attack had not been enough to stop him. The enraged man keeps threatening murder, but a thrown fruit smashes into his face and interrupts him. The absurd interruption knocks the fruit to the ground and breaks his momentum. He explodes in anger, demanding to know who dared throw something at him. Mu Jin steps in and claims responsibility himself, instantly shifting the attention onto him. He tells Dojin he has done enough and ends the boy's part in the confrontation. With easy confidence, Mu Jin tells Dojin it is time to go home. When questioned about withdrawing, Mu Jin says he has already gained what he came for and sees no reason to continue. He makes clear that this was never worth risking his younger brother's future just for the sake of winning. The elder agrees and urges them to leave quickly so Dojin can be treated. Even as Mu Jin departs, the Poison Emperor invites himself along for another drink, treating the encounter like the start of a friendship. Mu Jin gives him a flat answer that amounts to letting him do as he pleases. As both sides begin to leave, onlookers are stunned that Mu Jin withdrew and that the Poison Emperor is also walking away. The defeated fighter can only complain bitterly that the fun has been ruined. An older man watches the departing figures with growing unease. His expression hardens as he senses a more dangerous development behind the scene. Elsewhere in the city, three men move together through the streets with clear purpose. A passerby notices one of them and realizes he recognizes the face. The group stops as if they have reached their destination. The three reveal themselves as hostile martial artists arriving together for a mission. Hong Johong of the Social Sect declares that today he will break the hidden dragon of Xichang. Death Black Crow answers that the target is dangerous and must be killed, and he has been entrusted with the job. They reassure themselves that with support from the Crimson Sword Sect, no one in Xichang should be able to stop them. Their confidence turns into open mockery of any possible resistance. Ju Su Gang of the Crimson Sword Sect boasts that once his sect joined them, all worries should have disappeared. The three walk off laughing loudly, certain the operation will be easy. Their steps bring them to the front of the Flamehua clan estate. Mu Jin is already there ahead of them, waiting in front of the gate. The old gate stands between them and the house in the quiet before the trouble begins. Mu Jin looks it over and sarcastically remarks that it seems rotten enough to collapse soon. He immediately volunteers to handle the demolition himself and smashes through it. A nearby servant is horrified by the sudden destruction. He runs over in panic and protests that Mu Jin is breaking someone else's front gate. Mu Jin casually apologizes and claims the gate looked so rotten he assumed it belonged to no one. Then he turns cold and reminds the servant of his place for daring to raise his voice. The servant instinctively clutches his stomach as fear takes hold. A group of rough men approaches, joking crudely as they arrive after a meal. They banter about meat and show they are in no hurry because they expect easy work. Their talk turns vulgar as they notice a girl inside and start making lewd comments about her. When they reach the estate, they are puzzled to find the front gate already smashed apart. One of them starts to dismiss it as inevitable decay, then realizes something is wrong. He spots Mu Jin and the others already inside and asks why they took so long to arrive. Mu Jin answers by insulting them as trash and saying their behavior fits their master. He adds that rumors of their alliance with the Green Forest must be true, judging by how they look. Ma Sok and the others watch in confusion, unable to tell what these intruders are doing. Mu Jin laughs at them and says they look less like warriors than clowns. One of the rough men drops the joking tone and orders his group to draw their weapons. Death Black Crow studies Mu Jin and feels he has seen him somewhere before. Before he can place him, the Poison Emperor's killing intent erupts and crashes over the courtyard. The elders of the Flamehua clan are stunned by the sudden pressure. Even Mu Jin pauses, wondering what exactly is happening now. The defeated tournament fighter is forced face first into the ground under a foot. The intruders realize the eldest young master has arrived and that the situation has turned against them. Mu Jin casually explains that he only stepped out for food, and while he was gone these punks beat Ma Sok and caused a scene, so he gave them a little massage. The servant runs to him in tears, relieved that Mu Jin has returned. Death Black Crow finally recognizes Mu Jin as the man who had spared him earlier and demanded repayment. Mu Jin reminds him that instead of bringing the money, he returned with sword-wielding allies and chose trouble. That reminder breaks Death Black Crow's nerve, and he begs desperately for mercy. The Poison Emperor orders the men on the ground to be lifted, ending the immediate humiliation but not the danger. Mu Jin asks if they came to avenge the half-blind fool he had already beaten. Ju Su Gang tries to recover his pride by declaring his title and status within the Crimson Sword Sect. Mu Jin immediately connects that sect to one of the four martial heavens, making the stakes much larger. The realization shocks Ju Su-gang, who understands Mu Jin has identified the old man beside him as well. The Poison Emperor condemns the Crimson Sword sect for stepping onto Sichuan soil to raid an Orthodox clan. He frames their act as nothing less than a declaration of war. His poisonous aura spreads across the estate like a storm, swallowing the courtyard in dread. The intruders panic as the pressure becomes unbearable. The Manhwa clan members and children can barely endure the suffocating force either. Ma Sok realizes the old man's killing intent is so overwhelming it feels as if the ground itself is shaking. Ju Su-gang is terrified that such a monster is standing inside the Manhwa clan estate at all. The truth is spoken aloud. The old man is the Poison Emperor, one of the strongest figures in the current Nirim. Ju Su-gang immediately understands that offending him could erase their entire sect. He throws himself down and admits they were completely wrong. Both he and his men beg the Poison Emperor for forgiveness. Their fear spreads through the group as they realize how close they are to death. The Poison Emperor answers with savage threats, saying he will use their bones and skin their families if they truly wanted to test him and the Tang clan. Ju Su-gang frantically insists it is all a misunderstanding and that they never meant to challenge him. The Poison Emperor slams his foot down, sending a shock through the courtyard and silencing excuses. The impact ripples outward and makes everyone feel the difference in power. The woman watching from the side is left speechless by the display. She cannot believe someone just dispersed her grandfather's typhoon-like killing intent by force. Mu Jin lightly tells the Poison Emperor to calm down because there are children present. Then Mu Jin releases his own red aura and jokes that people might start thinking the Poison Emperor owns the house. The Poison Emperor notices the challenge in Mu Jin's tone. He laughs it off and admits he got carried away because frightening those men was amusing. Mu Jin orders Elder Zhou to take Ma Sok and the children to the clinic while he handles the rest. As the injured are led away, Mu Jin watches them go and turns back to the intruders. His expression hardens once the others are safely out of the way. He begins listing their crimes, beating another family's servant and smashing a precious front gate. He demands to know whether they even understand what kind of gate they destroyed. To make the point, he drives a splintered piece of the gate into Ju Su-gang's body. Mu Jin absurdly glorifies the ruined gate as a priceless century-old treasure blessed by heaven and his grandfather's spirit, making the punishment sound half serious and half extortion. Ju Su-gang cries out that he was not the one who kicked the gate. Mu Jin says that changes nothing because standing by made him an accomplice, and he demands 10,000 yang in compensation. The men are stunned that Mu Jin is openly extorting the eldest young master of the Crimson Sword sect. Mu Jin twists the embedded wood and warns that they are forcing him to escalate. Ju Su-gang instantly breaks and agrees to anything, begging Mu Jin to pull it out. Mu Jin turns to the actual kicker and asks if he was the one responsible. When the man confesses, Mu Jin doubles the price and demands 20,000 yang from him. He then shifts his attention to Death Black Crow as the next debtor. Death Black Crow apologizes in terror and swears this will never happen again. Mu Jin answers by slicing him down before he can finish the promise. The strike lands brutally, and blood splashes as the man collapses. The others are too shocked to react in time. Mu Jin coldly states that there will not be a second time. He claims all of Death Black Crow's property as his own and orders everything liquidated and brought to him. Finally, he gives the surviving intruders until tomorrow to disappear. The woman of the Tang clan watches him in silence, studying him more carefully than before. A few days later, the Manhwa clan estate is being transformed into something entirely different. The broken gate, walls, roof, and even the cracked stone floor are all being replaced with new materials. Mu Jin surveys the renovations with quiet satisfaction, and the rebuilding is only one part of the change sweeping through the clan. A constant line of martial artists now comes to take the clan's warrior test, drawn by the chance to learn advanced martial arts while receiving a stipend. For Mu Jin, however, one thing remains especially uncomfortable. The Poison Emperor and his granddaughter have begun visiting the estate for tea as if it were their own home. The old man cheerfully praises the tea, while his granddaughter cannot understand why he is so pleased. He explains that the estate happens to have many high-quality tea leaves, which only makes her question why he comes every single day. Mu Jin arrives and dryly points out that the old man is visiting far too often, but the Poison Emperor simply invites him to sit and drink. When Mu Jin notes that the Tang clan must have better tea, the old man jokes about Mu Jin being stingy, and the granddaughter laughs at how flustered he gets. The Poison Emperor tells Mu Jin to look outside at the workers doing their best. He says watching people work hard makes food and tea taste better. He laughs that it even makes him forget his age, then abruptly turns serious. He asks Mu Jin whether the energy he uses is a movement art, and Mu Jin confirms it without elaborating. The Poison Emperor asks for understanding, leaving Mu Jin unsure what he means. Without further warning, the old man attacks Mu Jin with a sudden poison strike. Mu Jin blocks the blow with his sword, but the attack is strong enough to crack the structure behind him. He is startled that the old man would strike so suddenly. The Poison Emperor follows with a flurry of green-edged attacks, forcing Mu Jin fully into combat. The granddaughter cries out in alarm as the spar turns violent. The two masters clash across the estate at blinding speed, leaving the onlookers stunned. The clan elders can only gape, unable to understand why these two are suddenly fighting. The Poison Emperor gathers venomous power into his fist. He unleashes a technique called Poisonous Explosive Punch straight at Mu Jin. Mu Jin meets it with the Peerless Nine Swords, third form, using his blade to cut through the incoming force. Realizing the scale of the exchange, he roars as he commits fully to the counter. He follows with Chi Destruction, driving a massive blue sword force outward. The clash erupts across the entire estate, sending destructive energy surging over the rooftops and water below. The young swordsman suddenly coughs and realizes the powder affecting him is not poison after all. At the same time, the old man in green drives his strange energy forward while keeping his distance from the armed youth. The swordsman quickly concludes the powder was meant to test or hinder him, not kill him. The old man confirms his suspicion and identifies the sword art he just witnessed as Peerless Nine Swords. That name shocks the young man, who did not expect this obscure technique to be recognized. When pressed, the old man admits he has seen that sword art only once in his life and never forgot it. He apologizes for provoking the clash, saying he needed to measure the young man's true level, then calmly invites him to sit. The swordsman is thrown off by the old man's sudden shift from hostility to hospitality. The old man settles down like a harmless elder and casually asks Haya to pour him a drink. She complies, and the tension in the courtyard eases just enough for a conversation to begin. Holding the cup, the old man says he never expected to witness that sword art again. The young man, still suspicious, demands to know how an elder of the Flamehwa clan could recognize a technique tied to his own family line. The old man begins answering by reaching far back into his childhood. He recalls following his grandfather and older brothers on a fishing trip when he was still a boy. In those days, poison arts dominated the martial world, and his grandfather's fame came from that field. That grandfather was the retired but legendary Heavenly Poison Emperor, once counted among the absolute masters. Then, during that outing, another figure appeared. The newcomer was the swordsman who would later become the young man's master. Sensing danger, the grandfather ordered the child to stand aside. The children fled to cover while the two masters faced each other in the open field. The older brother warned the younger ones not to watch and forced them to hide. Even so, the child narrator could not stop worrying about his grandfather. He watched the two masters size each other up in silence before the killing began. The Heavenly Poison Emperor struck first with overwhelming force. His poison-laced assault swept out in a devastating wave meant to crush the intruder immediately. The swordsman answered with arcs of sword energy that cut through the attack instead of retreating from it. He closed the distance in a single burst, turning defense into offense. The exchange became so fast and violent that even seasoned observers could barely follow it. The Poison Emperor escalated, drawing deeper on his venomous power. He unleashed a signature killing move, the Poisonous Explosive Punch, to end the duel outright. The swordsman met it with Peerless Nine Swords. One destructive stroke tore through the poison technique and broke the balance of the fight. The old man remembers his grandfather realizing too late that he had been outmatched. The Poison Emperor could only cry out as the swordsman's attack reached him. To the child watching, the sight was unforgettable in its speed and finality. The name Peerless Nine Swords burned itself into his memory from that moment on. He had cheered for his grandfather with all his heart, but the result never changed. The fallen master's weapon hit the ground, marking the end of the duel. The swordsman defeated the Heavenly Poison Emperor, reputed to be the strongest of his era, with only 9 sword techniques. Without boasting or lingering, he simply walked away, leaving the family to face the aftermath. From that day, the old man remembered only one thing clearly above all else: the name of that sword art. Back in the present, the young swordsman asks whether Peerless Nine Swords was the victor's title, and the old man clarifies it was only the technique's name. That explanation makes the young man realize why the art carries the number 9. The old man then asks whether the young man is that swordsman's disciple. When the answer comes with hesitation, the old man notices there is more to the story. The young man explains that the swordsman is not formally his master, and that he is only preserving the art until a rightful heir appears. Satisfied, the old man accepts the explanation and apologizes once more for attacking him. Before leaving, the young man asks one last question about a mysterious concept called the swordless mark. The question catches Haya's attention immediately, but the old man has never heard of it and can offer no guidance. With that, the young man prepares to take his leave and politely tells the elder to rest. The old man stops him, admitting that this question was the real reason he kept visiting. The young man turns back, unsure what is coming. The old man abruptly asks what he thinks of Haya. Then he drops the pretense and bluntly proposes her as a wife. The courtyard falls into stunned silence as the suggestion lands. The old man watches the young man closely, amused by the reaction he provoked. Nearby elders and retainers are left gaping at the idea that this is a marriage proposal. Word spreads instantly among the men around them, who react with envy and disbelief. The old man presses for an answer, refusing to let the young man dodge the issue. Haya, flustered and furious, blurts out that the proposal is real and that she is the intended bride. The young man pauses, briefly imagining another woman instead. That fleeting thought makes his refusal even firmer. He says he has no intention of marrying, not in this life. His strange wording startles Haya, who senses there is some hidden meaning behind it. He adds that Haya is not even his type, which only humiliates and angers her further. Haya snaps back that she has no interest in a man like him either. The old man jokingly wonders if the young man prefers men, and the accusation enrages him. Haya demands to know how any man could reject her, while the old man insists the question is sincere. The young man answers coolly that everyone has personal preferences and asks them to respect his before walking away. Watching him go, the old man wonders why the young man still seems blind to that side of himself. Haya begs her grandfather to stop embarrassing her, but he insists she did not look entirely opposed to the idea. Still mortified, she shouts after the departing young man that she wants nothing to do with someone so arrogant and vulgar. The old man shrugs and says he can always try introducing the younger sister instead. He decides a man like Wamujin is too valuable to let slip away. Haya storms off in anger, and the old man hurries after her before she leaves him behind. Even as she departs, Haya remains shaken by the rejection. Elsewhere, one of the clan's men intercepts Wamujin as he moves on to other matters. Mujin turns his attention away from the awkward proposal and back toward the clan's business. Behind him, Haya is left fuming alone. Mujin asks whether all the applicants for recruitment have been gathered. He is told that 230 people met the deadline and are ready. Mujin introduces himself to the assembled recruits and makes it clear he will not waste words. He tells them their motives do not matter to him as long as they become strong enough to serve the clan. Then he announces the beginning of the Manhwa clan's warrior selection test and warns that anyone may quit if they cannot endure it. At the same time, he promises that those who survive will be rewarded. He orders the instructors to step forward. The 4 martial arts instructors are presented as the men who will control the recruits' training from this point on. Mujin offers the recruits a cold wish for luck, making it sound more like a warning than encouragement. As he leaves, he tells them to survive so they can meet again. The senior instructor, Chio-mook, takes command of the selection test. His first order is brutal in its simplicity. Every recruit must hoist a full sack of rice onto their back. The recruits are stunned by the weight and immediately begin doubting they can even start. Chio-mook offers a second option with deliberate cruelty. Anyone who cannot carry the sack may instead defeat all 4 instructors in a match. He adds that victory would not only pass the test but earn an instructor's position, making the challenge sound even more impossible. Several recruits try to quit on the spot rather than die attempting either task. But an instructor blocks their way and reveals that leaving is not as simple as Mujin made it sound. He explains the real rule. They may leave if they want, but not necessarily alive or unbroken. The recruits realize they were trapped from the beginning and never truly had a choice. Forced into obedience, they begin lifting the sacks with desperate effort. The instructors drive them mercilessly, threatening humiliation and mutilation if anyone drops a sack or complains. From above, Mujin watches the cruelty with approval and demands even harsher pressure. Seeing the recruits pushed to their limits, he quietly judges the scene acceptable. Around that same time, on the outskirts of the Manhwa estate, another crisis unfolds. A badly wounded man staggers through the grounds, barely able to stay upright. With his last strength, he begs someone to report an urgent matter to the Manhwa clan. He collapses while pleading for help. As he is carried along, he insists the message must reach Wamujin personally. A nearby youth notices the commotion but does not yet understand what is happening. Someone tries to snap him out of his confusion before he can freeze up. Then the youth recognizes the injured messenger and realizes the situation is serious. Night falls over the estate as the clan shifts from training to emergency response. Mujin asks whether the injured man's condition has stabilized, and is told he will live. The survivor reports that the Chonghua merchant group has finally moved openly, stationing fighters in the market streets and slaughtering merchants who resist. Mujin immediately orders Ma Sak to prepare for action without delay. He declares that debts and grudges must be settled cleanly, and that they are simply moving the reckoning forward. He assigns others to continue the warrior test while calling key fighters to accompany him. The order leaves no room for hesitation, and the clan begins mobilizing. Unseen by the adults, 2 children hide nearby and overhear everything. The girl takes the news as a promise of excitement, and says they are finally going to clash with the enemy. The boy worries about witnessing death, but she mocks his fear and reminds him he missed the last fight anyway. When he hesitates, she threatens to go alone, forcing him to follow her. Outside, Mujin leads the strike force into the night. He checks that his men are ready for what is coming. With their answer given, he orders them to move out. The group slips beyond the estate and into the dark forest. The 2 children secretly trail after them, treating the deadly mission like the start of an adventure. Ahead, Mujin's party races through the trees toward the merchant district. Mujin remains focused, already anticipating resistance. Shadows suddenly descend from above, revealing an ambush waiting in the forest. The children panic as they realize the enemy is far faster and more dangerous than they imagined. Mujin shouts for the attackers to halt, instantly taking control of the encounter. The hidden enemies reveal themselves among the trees instead of retreating. They are masked fighters prepared for a coordinated kill. Mujin's men spread out and meet the ambush head-on before the attackers can surround them. The children scramble for cover as the battlefield erupts around them. Watching from hiding, they finally understand that this is no game. One of Mujin's men realizes the ambushers had been waiting specifically for their group. Mujin reaches the same conclusion and calmly states that they themselves were the true target. An instructor launches the first crushing counterattack. His blow smashes into an enemy with enough force to break the ambush's momentum immediately. Another of Mujin's men follows through, dropping a second attacker in the same rush. The clash spreads as the clan fighters carve through the enemy line at close range. Then Mujin leaps high above the battlefield, turning himself into the center of everyone's attention. He comes down in a killing strike that tears through one ambusher in a spray of blood. Without slowing, he drives forward like a beast unleashed, overwhelming the enemy with murderous force. The ambushers shout frantically for each other to stop Mujin, but panic has already set in. From their hiding place, the children stare in shock as they witness real combat and real killing for the first time. The smell of blood reaches them at last, making the reality of the battle impossible to deny. A masked attacker is violently slammed to the ground, showing the ambush has already been crushed. The long-haired young master calmly declares the cleanup finished as the surviving enemies lie broken around him. He orders Chio-mook to force a captive to talk and offers the man his life in exchange for the name of whoever sent them. Chio-mook adds pain to the threat until the prisoner finally breaks. The captive reveals that they belong to the Death Forest faction and were hired by the Chonghua merchant group. That confession links them to the earlier attack on the children, and the young master drops any pretense of mercy. To Chio-mook's surprise, the young master suddenly tells him to let the terrified survivor go. He decides the man is more useful alive and orders him to carry a warning back to his faction. The warning is simple and absolute: every Death Forest member he encounters will be killed, so they should keep provoking him if they dare. Shaken out of his wits, the survivor flees into the forest. He runs as if escape itself were a miracle. One of the hidden children watches him go, startled that he was truly spared. With the danger over, the children timidly suggest returning because it is late and cold. One of them suddenly senses movement nearby and calls out in alarm. Chio-mook lunges in at once, revealing he had been guarding them from the shadows the whole time. His abrupt arrival leaves the children rattled and speechless. The girl apologizes to Mujin, admitting she only wanted to witness real combat for herself. Mujin softens enough to understand her curiosity, but warns that if the enemy had found them first, both children could have died. He points them toward the pile of corpses as the lesson he wants them to remember. He asks whether those dead men knew this would be their last day, reminding the children that death rarely comes on one's own terms. He tells them that a single reckless choice can decide whether someone lives or dies. He names that harsh truth for what it is, the Murim itself. To drive the lesson home, he says death is always just behind them in this world. The children obediently promise not to act rashly again. Satisfied, Mujin orders them to camp with him for the night and return to the clan at daybreak. As night deepens, he starts a fire. Another man elsewhere in the forest also kindles flames, setting up a darker scene. The fire spreads violently through the trees. A body is thrown into the blaze, turning the flames into an execution ground. The children are forced to hear the sickening sound of flesh burning. The smell of the burning corpse seeps through the forest and brands itself into their senses. By dawn, that night has become an unforgettable trauma for both of them. Morning light rises over the scorched forest. Mujin sends the children back toward the clan, warning that everyone there is probably in an uproar by now. Chio-mook escorts the two little troublemakers away with rough affection. Mujin watches them leave, making sure they are finally headed home. He then turns back to his own people and orders them to move faster to make up for lost time. At the Flanehua clan estate, panic has already erupted over the children's disappearance, and servants are ordered to search everywhere. The clan confirms the children were in bed until the previous night, leaving everyone baffled and frantic. Day breaks fully over the forest. As Chio-mook leads the children home, he correctly guesses that Soyeon persuaded Dojin to sneak out and that Dojin simply followed along. Soyeon smugly accepts being identified as the true instigator. Dojin bitterly confirms it, complaining that he was dragged into this by her threats. Their bickering is cut short by a desperate cry for help from deeper in the woods. A nun is being violently restrained and begs to be released. Her attacker mocks her resistance and compares her to another victim who broke even faster. The nun reaches toward the road and pleads for anyone nearby to save her. Chio-mook is appalled that such a crime is happening in broad daylight and tells the children to stay put. He realizes something about the situation is wrong just as he moves to intervene. The attacker reveals himself as a demonic swordsman, grinning with murderous intent. Chio-mook quickly masks his alarm and tells the children to return to the clan at once so they will not be caught up in the danger. Privately, he understands that if he fights here while protecting them, all three of them could die. Trying to avoid provoking the man, he claims they are only passing through. The swordsman contemptuously dismisses him and tells him to leave. He goes right back to pinning the nun down, making clear he has no intention of stopping. Dojin steps forward instead of retreating, and the swordsman taunts him for wanting to watch. Dojin calls out the crime for what it is and refuses to ignore it. He demands that the attacker take his hands off the nun and denounces him as filth. Chio-mook instantly realizes the child has just dragged them into disaster. The swordsman starts to rise from the nun, amused and irritated by the challenge. He praises Dojin's nerve only to promise that youth will not save him from being killed. He escalates the threat further, vowing to mutilate the boy and make him scream beside the nun. Chio-mook attacks first, throwing himself between the child and the swordsman. He follows with a heavy overhead strike to force the man back and create space. The swordsman slips away from the blow with unnatural ease. He counters immediately, driving Chio-mook onto the defensive. Chio-mook is shocked by the speed and strangeness of the man's movement. The swordsman presses in low, ready to finish him. Dojin cries out as Chio-mook is driven back. The attacker recognizes at last that Chio-mook is a real martial artist, not just a bystander. Dojin rushes to Chio-mook's side, and Chio-mook grimly confirms they are facing a true master. Knowing he cannot win while protecting them, Chio-mook quietly orders Dojin to run with Suyeon towards Sichon the moment he gives the signal. He shouts for them to go, and hurls himself back into the fight to buy time. Chio-mook crashes down with another powerful strike, forcing the swordsman to block. Instead of frustration, the demonic swordsman delights in finally finding a body worth fighting. He answers with a brutal close-range blow. Chio-mook is slashed across the body and staggered badly. The swordsman keeps moving through him, refusing to let up. Chio-mook tries to rally despite the pain, but he is clearly being overwhelmed. The attacker batters aside his weapon and keeps pressing with savage force. He revels in Chio-mook's desperate resistance and demands to see that strange movement again. Their blades collide repeatedly as Chio-mook struggles to hold the line. Watching closely, Dojin realizes Chio-mook's sword is fast and efficient enough to rival even Mujin's level. The swordsman taunts him for failing to show the technique he wants to study. The children can only watch in panic as Chio-mook is pushed closer to death. The demonic swordsman commits to a killing blow. Chio-mook realizes that if he falls here, the two children will be left defenseless. At the last instant, another blade crashes into the attack. A new swordsman enters the clash and takes over the exchange. The demonic swordsman is stunned that someone has interrupted him. The newcomer answers with a calm, confident smile. He drives the attacker back with a single decisive counter. The demonic swordsman can hardly believe what just happened. The children instantly recognize their rescuer and light up with relief. Mujin arrives at full speed and joins the fight without hesitation. He meets the attacker's sword head-on and overwhelms the exchange. Chio-mook calls out to him in astonishment and relief. Dojin had been certain Mujin would come, but even he is shaken by how dire things had become. Chio-mook watches in disbelief as Mujin's sword begins forcing back the demonic swordsman's blade. Mujin's focus sharpens as he reads the fight in an instant. The attacker praises him for at least knowing how to use a sword, still trying to treat the duel like entertainment. Mujin answers with the chain moon slash, unleashing a dense storm of linked sword arcs. The demonic swordsman's confidence finally wavers. Mujin's technique explodes outward, surrounding the battlefield with cutting force. He keeps the pressure relentless, never letting the attacker regain rhythm. Even while wounded, Mujin remains composed and in control. Blood begins to spill from the demonic swordsman as Mujin's cuts start landing. Mujin adjusts his footing with perfect precision to keep the advantage. From a distance, Chio-mook and the others can barely follow the exchange and can only tell that Mujin is somehow attacking from impossible range. Chio-mook abandons any thought of tricks and recognizes pure mastery, wondering if Mujin is wielding some divine weapon. The surviving enemies realize the same thing and prepare to commit all their inner energy if they are forced to join in. Chio-mook stops them from interfering, warning that this battle is beyond their level and they would only get in the way. Instead, he tells them to watch carefully. He points out that Mujin is reading every line of the enemy's sword and avoiding fatal wounds by the smallest margins. The nun, now free enough to watch, sees the duel turning completely in Mujin's favor. She is stunned by what she is witnessing. The demonic swordsman throws himself back in with feral intensity, trying to overwhelm Mujin through sheer aggression. Mujin calmly analyzes the speed of each incoming strike. He reads the exact trajectory of every blade before it arrives. He even measures the force of impact at the moment their swords collide. In that same instant, he notices every tiny detail of the clash, down to the sparks. The demonic swordsman realizes with horror that Mujin is parrying everything. Desperate, he pours everything he has into his sword forms. Mujin recalls that the true power of the peerless nine swords only appears when it meets a strong sword. When the attacker boasts that his demonic sword art is superior, Mujin dismisses it as only barely stronger in the most trivial sense. That tiny difference is all Mujin needs. He turns the smallest opening into a decisive reversal. Mujin declares that he has already grasped every one of the man's sword strikes. The demonic swordsman's blade finally cracks under that understanding. Mujin cuts straight through the broken defense and into the man himself. The attacker realizes too late that Mujin has used his own momentum against him. Mujin slips past the guard with a shoulder-driven entry that opens the man completely. He follows with a clean finishing slash across the body. The demonic swordsman collapses, mortally cut and spraying blood. Mujin lands without triumph, only cold finality. The children stare in stunned silence at how quickly the impossible threat was ended. Chio-mook and the others are left speechless by the gap between what they thought strength was and what they just saw. The dying swordsman's blood splashes across the trees as his life runs out. He bitterly laughs at the humiliation of being killed by a brat. With his last strength, he asks for the name of the one who defeated him. Mujin gives it plainly, Wa Mujin. The dying man recognizes the name and understands he was cut down by the Flame Wa clan's infamous young master. That realization settles over him as his end arrives. Mujin offers no mercy, only a curse that the man find no peace in death or in any life after this one. The rescued nun, still shaken, tries to make sense of the name she just heard and what happened while she was unconscious. She realizes the terrifying young master she had heard rumors about is every bit as strong as the stories claimed. Mujin immediately turns from killing to concern and asks the children whether they were hurt. Cheol-mook, still reeling, asks how Mujin knew to come at all, and Mujin answers that instinct simply told him something was wrong. Mujin then learns the dead man had been trying to violate the nuns and that his group had intended to pass by quietly because the children were present. When he hears that Dojin was the one who stepped forward and started the confrontation, Mujin is genuinely taken aback. The boy apologizes, admitting he could not ignore what had happened. Instead of anger, the swordsman mocks the child's stubborn sense of justice. The boy is caught off guard by how lightly the man takes it. The woman from Amei introduces herself as Myo Ryong and acknowledges that the boy's intervention saved her life. Mujin cuts off formalities and demands to know the identity of the powerful man who was just killed. Myo Ryong explains that the dead man was the Crimson Moon Sword, a peak master from the Crescent Moon Sword sect of the Four Martial Heavens, who attacked them while searching for their missing junior sister. Hearing that, Mujin dismisses the man as another rotten enforcer from the Four Martial Heavens. Though Myo Ryong tries to repay him with gratitude, Mujin makes clear he never came intending to rescue them. The Amei women still thank the flustered boy as if he were a young master. Embarrassed, the boy insists he did almost nothing. Mujin watches the exchange with quiet amusement. He leaves first, and the women send him off respectfully by name as Mujin. As he departs, his overwhelming presence lingers in everyone's mind. Myo Ryong realizes the rumors were true. The Flame Hua clan's Mujin is no exaggeration. She concludes that a new force may truly be rising in Xichong. Night falls, shifting the story to another place. Under the moon, Mujin arrives at a merchant compound with two attendants at his back. The merchant leader can hardly believe the feared young master has come in person. Mujin says he came to keep a promise and politely asks after the merchant group master. The household erupts into frantic hospitality, rushing to welcome him with food and ceremony. The merchant leaders scramble in nervous excitement, eager not to offend such a guest. They apologize for their modest table, but Mujin accepts it easily. Seeing how worn the merchant master has become, Mujin notes that the man has clearly suffered. The others are still stunned that someone of Mujin's status really came all this way himself. They fuss over his dangerous journey and ask whether he arrived safely. Mujin casually reveals that he killed around 30 assassins on the road and also crushed the Crimson Moon Sword. That revelation shocks them, because defeating the Crimson Moon Sword means crossing one of the Four Martial Heavens directly. When they ask if he truly struck that monster down, Mujin answers as if it were nothing. The merchants marvel that such a vicious master fell to him, and realize the nameless hidden dragon's reputation will only grow. Once the excitement settles, they reflect that the deputy group head was beaten badly and that the Four Martial Heavens' oppression is worsening. Mujin warns that if nothing is done, their enemies will eventually bring warriors and overrun the place. When asked for a solution, he says that is exactly why he came, and hints he is ready to intervene personally if given proper cause. He decides to begin with the nearby Cloth Street, and tells the three group heads to prepare themselves. By day, the once busy Cloth Street stands under its signs in uneasy silence. The abandoned bolts of cloth show what kind of trade used to thrive there. Mujin and his men walk through the emptied market to see the damage for themselves. The merchant leaders accompany him, tense and watchful. One of Mujin's escorts remarks that the market looks bleak and desolate. The other asks how it could possibly have become this empty. The deserted street makes clear why the merchants are collapsing. They spot the one place in the district that is still active. At a noodle stall, two thugs order food casually, as if they own the street. The shopkeeper tries to greet them carefully, already afraid of what they might do. One thug loudly insults the stall's noodles and praises another shop across the street instead. The shopkeeper trembles, knowing trouble is coming. The bald thug notices armed men gathered at the other stall and grows curious. Across the way, more enforcers lounge around, occupying the area like a gang checkpoint. The scarred thug refuses to move, sneering that this place is terrible but not worth the effort of changing seats. One of the enforcers suddenly lunges at the shopkeeper, telling him to stop irritating his superior and disappear. The shopkeeper freezes in fear. The thug leader lets the abuse continue, indifferent to the stall owner's fate. Across the street, Mujin's side watches the harassment unfold. His escort rises, ready to act. He steps forward without hesitation. He closes the distance on the thugs in an instant. He mocks them by repeating their complaint that the noodles are awful and suggests they all move together. When they call them clowns, he answers that only he gets to judge the food after eating it himself. The enforcers abandon pretense and rush him for daring to talk back. The bald thug challenges them to stop talking and fight if they have any real strength. The scarred thug suddenly realizes too late that he has provoked someone dangerous. A blade flashes before he can react. The strike comes so fast the bald thug barely manages to brace. Even so, the speed leaves him stunned. He answers with a crushing palm of his own. His counterattack slams one attacker into the ground with brutal force. Another enforcer tries to cut in from the side with a polearm. The bald thug tears through the attackers anyway, scattering them and wrecking the street. The shopkeeper panics less over the fight than over the destruction of his stall. Nearby onlookers can hardly believe the local bullies are the ones getting beaten. The clash explodes across the market, smashing tables and sending the enforcers flying. The scene shifts to the Pyongyang merchant group, where Mujin's broader plan continues. Inside, Mujin calmly writes while others carry out his orders. He remains composed, already thinking several moves ahead. He seals his message. A merchant elder asks whether Mujin has found the person he was looking for. Instead, Mujin hands over the letter and orders it sent urgently to the Tang clan. That request shocks the elder, who realizes Mujin has ties reaching all the way to the Tang clan. Before more can be said, his men return from the street. They drag the surviving enforcers and bound together like captured animals. Mujin orders them forced to their knees. Once they are bowed down, he praises his own men for handling them well. One captive tries to bluff, demanding to know who Mujin is and whether he understands whom he has offended. Mujin answers that he knows exactly who they are, dogs of the Changhua merchant group. He declares that pointing swords at his people amounts to a declaration of war. The captive falters, suddenly realizing that Mujin himself is standing before him. Mujin ignores the excuse and demands to know where their boss is hiding. The captive realizes they were lured into a trap and that Mujin came prepared. Seeing the man still hesitate, Mujin decides words are no longer enough. At a single command, one of Mujin's escorts moves to execute. The order is carried out instantly and bloodily, proving Mujin is not bluffing. The remaining captives recoil in terror, as one of them dies before their eyes. When another still tries to deny having a boss, Mujin orders the next man killed too. That second threat breaks the last of their resistance. A captive begs for mercy and offers to tell everything. Mujin seizes him and demands the name of the one above them. Leaning in with murderous calm, he asks where that boss is right now. The man is too terrified to hold back any longer. He reveals that the boss is at Zigung's Taishan Martial Hall. Far away, the news lands like a spark in another room. At Taishan Martial Hall, Shaolin Grandmaster Hyunwoo learns that Mujin of the Flame Hua clan defeated the Crimson Moon Sword. The Hall Master celebrates the news, saying the former heavenly martial body has become a splendid master and a blessing to the Orthodox world. He adds that Mujin's rise fulfills what others once regretted losing, and notes that Mujin's two younger siblings are talented as well. That mention surprises the monk, who had not known Mujin had blood relatives, and he hears they already showed promise at the Little Dragon Ascension tournament. After the talk, the monk prepares to leave, satisfied with the news. He decides it is time to visit Sichuan again. The story shifts to the Sichuanime sect. Myo Ryong receives her elder, who says she came before departing because she wanted to see her disciple once more. Myo Ryong is startled by the sudden departure and asks if something happened. Abbess Jinhua says nothing is wrong. She simply means to repay a favor properly by thanking Mujin and bringing a small gift for his two siblings. Myo Ryong enthusiastically praises Mujin and his siblings again, while the abbess smiles at hearing the same admiration repeated. They part warmly, with the abbess telling her to take care. After seeing her elder off, Myo Ryong watches her leave into the night. Left behind, she wonders what kind of small gift the abbess could possibly mean. The abbess's knowing smile suggests the gift may be anything but simple. At the Tang clan, Mujin's letter arrives. Poison Emperor Tang Simun reads it and immediately understands its importance. Elsewhere in the clan, Tang Jungchen argues that his daughter Hojong is only 18 and should not be married off yet. His father mocks that objection, saying 18 is exactly the right age for marriage. Jungchen insists she must stay within the clan for safety, but the elder ridicules him for ruining her prospects out of possessiveness. The old man ends the argument by declaring the matter settled. When Jungchen protests that rushing off because of a letter from that brat is absurd, the elder dismisses him as a fool blinded by affection for his daughter. The departure is arranged despite his objections. Hojong suddenly asks to go too. Tang Sohai, a collateral line woman of the Tang clan, appears as the one who will accompany her. When Jungchen questions this sudden interest in the Flame Hua clan, Sohai points out that someone must guide Hojong through the world. Hojong insists she already knows everything worth knowing and refuses to be treated like a child. Sohai wins her over by promising good restaurants near the Flame Hua clan estate, and Hojong eagerly agrees. Jungchen watches this unfold with quiet suspicion and resignation. In the end, he allows them to go. That night, Mujin advances through the city with his two lieutenants, and a captive guide leading the way. As they pass into the pleasure quarter, courtesans immediately try to lure the warriors inside. The scarred guide realizes with embarrassment where they have been brought. The women swarm the huge bald escort, admiring his physique and treating him like a prize customer. Flustered, the giant awkwardly protests that he may be too young to be called a man. The scarred guide explains that this district is now the center of the current Sangriu. He says the cloth merchants vanished, a pleasure district took their place for travelers, and the Changhua merchant group now claims to manage the shops properly. Mujin calls that a lie, because Changhua drove the merchants out and replaced honest trade with vice. The guide admits that Chonghua's men were the ones who carried out that takeover, though he claims he never understood the full truth. Mujin coldly asks whether he even knows how the displaced people are surviving now, already certain he never cared. The guide nervously cuts the conversation short, and says they are almost at the destination. A moment later, he confirms they have arrived. The place is Twin Flower House, the largest and most famous brothel in Sichuan. Mujin takes in the gaudy scale of it and remarks that it looks like a palace. He decides to enter at once. He pushes the doors open without waiting for permission. The moment he steps inside, his expression sharpens as he senses something familiar. The lavish interior reveals just how deeply this place is tied to power and money. Even his 2 escorts are briefly impressed by the scale of the establishment. Then Mujin catches a scent that confirms he has found the right place. A woman greets the scarred thug like an old acquaintance, but he cuts her off and makes clear he came for business, not pleasure. The group is told their target should be upstairs, so they head deeper into the pleasure house. As they move through the red-lit hall, the atmosphere grows increasingly strange. One of the men is suddenly struck by a splitting headache and cannot understand why he is losing his senses. He turns sharply, realizing something unseen is already affecting him. A seductive voice begins to toy with him and urges him to stay still, drawing him further into a trance. The hallucinatory smoke twists his perception until fantasy overtakes reality. He becomes completely captivated, unable to think clearly. A woman appears in his delusion and appeals to his vanity, asking for his help. She clings to him and pretends to seek warmth and protection, deepening the spell. Her flattery turns intimate, making him lower his guard even more. The bald warrior is overwhelmed as the illusion begs to be held, and he gives in despite his confusion. At that moment, Wamujin arrives and instantly senses something is wrong. The illusion addresses him as a long-awaited hero, revealing that the hallucination is now targeting him as well. The woman complains that he came too late, as if she has been waiting only for him. She claims they have finally met again, making the encounter feel like a reunion from the past. Wamujin is stunned when he recognizes the name behind the illusion, Wayanua. The apparition insists she is someone he should know and presses him to acknowledge her. She pleads that she was lonely and missed him, trying to exploit his buried emotions. As she reaches for him, the illusion tries to pull him fully into the fantasy. Instead of yielding, Wamujin hardens his resolve. He explodes into motion and attacks, rejecting the hallucination outright. His burst of force blows through the room and knocks everyone nearby away. The man trapped in the illusion is hurled aside, screaming as the spell is broken by violence. The shockwave tears through the building and erupts outward. Outside, people panic as an explosion rocks the pleasure house. Inside, the smoke-filled room descends into chaos as everyone is ordered to flee immediately. Wamujin regains his composure while a courtesan cowers nearby, and he realizes what kind of place he has entered. The guide is still reeling from the smoke and can barely understand what just happened. The bald warrior angrily blames him for not warning them that the place was trapped with something like this. They conclude the brothel was filled with hallucinogenic smoke, a tactic that disgusts them even more. Wamujin declares the establishment finished and vows to burn it to the ground. Still dazed, the guide is ordered to keep leading them, and he obediently falls back into line. He nervously points them onward and leads them upstairs. The group advances through the upper levels of the sprawling pleasure house. The guide identifies the man they have come to confront. A merchant group official draws his sword and tries to drive the intruders out by invoking his status. Wamujin cuts off the bluster with a curt refusal to indulge him. Before the man can react, one of Wamujin's companions strikes him down. The official is left stunned and terrified by the speed of the attack. Wamujin asks whether the man has finally come to his senses. He identifies himself as Wamujin of the Flamehwa clan and demands to know the official's rank in the Chonghua merchant group. The man realizes in alarm that a major figure from the Flamehwa clan has found this hidden place, and hurriedly admits he is only the deputy chief steward. Wamujin gives his ultimatum. Within 10 days, the Chonghua merchant group must withdraw all business from Sangriu and stop provoking the Flamehwa clan. The deputy chief steward protests and feigns ignorance, but Wamujin tells him to pass the message to those above him, who will understand exactly why this warning was delivered. He makes clear that refusal will be treated as an open challenge against the Flamehwa clan. The threat leaves the merchant official shaken and speechless. Wamujin adds that from this day forward, the pleasure house is closed. Outside, the building is soon engulfed in flames. The fire spreads rapidly, and the surrounding district erupts in alarm as people rush to contain it. Watching the blaze, Wamujin orders Chio Mook to prepare a messenger pigeon as soon as they return. He realizes the matter has escalated enough that Dong Jik and Jiang Tae will need to be informed and involved. Back at the Flamehwa clan estate, a dispute is already brewing as visitors argue over who has the right to see Wamujin first. An elder tries to smooth things over and invite one side inside before the argument worsens. But the MA representative dismisses Shaolin's envoy as unimportant and openly questions why MA is being kept outside while the Flamehwa clan is under scrutiny. Someone approaches, interrupting the standoff. A senior member of the Flamehwa clan demands to know why all of them have gathered there. The visitors are startled to find themselves facing Tang Samun, the Poison Emperor. He asks what business has brought even the Tang clan to the estate, and the answer is that Wamujin's letter summoned them. The others insist they arrived first, and should be received in order, trying to push Tang Samun back. Tang Samun mocks them for hiding behind seniority, and reminds them that the Jianghu has its own rules. At that moment, an urgent message arrives calling for young Master Hua to return at once. Elsewhere, a man idly remarks that the same tea somehow tastes better here than anywhere else. The gathering is relaxed on the surface, but the conversation carries hidden tension. They note that it has been 5 years since all of them last sat together like this. The Ame abbess says she never expected to meet the others here and politely expresses relief that they are all still well. She then asks why both Shaolin and Ame have come to the Flamehua clan when no one had heard of any special bond between them. The Shaolin monk explains that one of their elders was the first to recognize Hua Mujin's extraordinary martial talent, which gives them a reason to claim ties to him. The merchant elder laughs at that thin justification and mocks the idea of calling it karmic destiny. He presses further, asking whether Ame also intends to claim a special bond with the Flamehua clan. The abbess answers that Hua Mujin once saved Ame disciples from death, so repaying that debt is only natural. When asked how she intends to repay such a debt, she says only something precious from Ame would be worthy. She then reveals her true offer. She wants to personally transmit several secret arts of the Ame sect to the Flamehua clan. The merchant elder is shocked by how far she is willing to go. Shaolin immediately counters with its own interest, saying it too has been searching for a worthy disciple and came after hearing of the Flamehua clan's gifted second son. A hidden observer realizes both orthodox sects are shamelessly trying to claim Hua Mujin as their disciple and decides this cannot be allowed. The abbess points out that the clan has twin younger siblings, one boy and one girl, as if the situation is conveniently perfect for both sects. She notes that those younger siblings have already begun learning the Flamehua clan's arts, yet still suggests they could become disciples of Shaolin and Ame. The merchant elder objects that sending them into temple ranks would sever the clan's bloodline succession. He warns that such a grave decision cannot be made lightly. He goes further and accuses the two sects of overstepping by trying to influence the clan's future without proper authority. The Shaolin monk answers calmly, apologizing for any harshness while implying the defenders of orthodoxy are becoming overly agitated. His composure only sharpens the tension. He insists there is no rule requiring a disciple to become a temple monk and says he merely wishes to leave behind some trace of his accomplishments through a worthy successor. The hidden observer is alarmed by how brazenly Shaolin is pressing the matter. A servant urgently calls for young Master Hua to return, making clear the estate can no longer contain the situation without him. Outside, Dong Jik asks what Hua Mujin's message says. Jiang Tae answers him directly, and both men understand the urgency. They decide to move at once and tell their people to prepare themselves. The order is given to the warriors without hesitation. Back at the estate, two young women anxiously wonder when Hua Mujin will return. Nearby, two men freeze up so badly in front of them that they might as well be statues. The narration dryly notes that men who found talking to women difficult simply stopped functioning altogether. The scene shifts to the holy ground of the Kongdong sect on Kongdong Mountain in Gansu. There, voices urge the sect leader to make a decision because the Chonghua merchant group supported them through their hardest years. Others argue they have no grounds to interfere and cannot draw swords without justification. One pavilion master counters that their disciple Chong Bodo has been crippled, so this is no trivial matter. Another insists the sect has already done enough by sending a witness to the duel and should not meddle in a private dispute. A further objection warns that attacking the Flamehua clan, another orthodox sect, could bring shame upon Kongdong itself. Even so, doubt remains over whether they can truly stay out of it. The sect leader argues that abandoning those who helped them in their time of need would betray righteousness. That reasoning wins immediate support from some of the elders. With the room leaning toward action, they ask what path remains. A compromise is proposed. Send a powerful mediator who can restrain the Flamehua clan without openly starting a sect war or betraying the merchant group. The sect leader agrees and asks who among them is both trustworthy and strong enough. The answer is Jia Yul. The Chonghua merchant group's deputy master personally thanks Jia Yul for agreeing to come, showing how closely the merchant group is involved. Jia Yul meets him and immediately clarifies that he is not there to act as the merchant group's hired blade. He stresses that the Flamehua clan is also an orthodox sect and that this must not be forgotten. The merchant representative says he understands and adds that the sect leader has already approved the mediation. With that settled, Jia Yul accepts the role and prepares to depart. He and the merchant representative set out together for the Flamehua clan. Meanwhile, at the Pengyang merchant group, Hua Mujin is training by fighting his own men at full force. The bald warrior launches a brutal assault, but Hua Mujin meets it head-on. Hua Mujin slips through the attack with fluid speed, turning the exchange into a lesson. He counters so cleanly that both attackers are overwhelmed before they can adjust. The bald warrior is left shocked by how completely he has been outclassed. Hua Mujin's strike crashes down with enough force to shatter the ground. Watching from the side, others wonder whether this can even be called training when it looks more like a fight to the death. The bald warrior coughs blood but still tries to endure. Hua Mujin notes that his stamina has improved, though he had just struck him hard. The cloaked spearman attacks next with a sweeping charge. Hua Mujin ducks under the blow and glides past it effortlessly. He rises above another attack and turns the battlefield around in an instant. His counterattack smashes into the floor and sends shock through the area. He coldly tells the bald warrior that his ambush was too slow. Then he demonstrates the proper way to move, striking past the spearman before the man can react. The spearman can only complain that Hua Mujin is absurdly fast. Hua Mujin silences him with another blow, and refuses to tolerate excuses. He criticizes both men, saying one is too predictable and the other too limited, and orders them to develop new approaches. Before the lesson can continue, someone urgently calls for young Master Hua. Wamujin turns and asks what has happened, and the messenger insists he must come immediately. He is told that representatives of the Changhua merchant group and the Kongnong sect have arrived together. Wamujin heads inside at once. He enters with calm authority, already in control of the room. Jiao greets him as someone who truly upholds orthodox principles. He says he has heard much about Wamujin and expresses formal pleasure at meeting him. He introduces himself as Jiao, Law Pavilion Master of the Kongnong sect, and invites Wamujin to sit. Wamujin studies him in silence before responding. He sits, but without any sign of deference. Even that small gesture carries a deliberate edge. He introduces himself simply as Wamujin of the Manhwa clan. An observer notes that despite his youth, he barely nods at all, yet somehow still carries the weight of a true hidden dragon. The Changhua deputy master then introduces himself and asks why Wamujin wanted to see him, pretending the earlier warning was unclear. Wamujin answers directly by accusing him and his hired warriors of harassing both Manhwa merchants and merchant establishments. When the man protests, Wamujin mocks how powerful the Changhua merchant group's influence must be if it can even drag Kongnong into this. Jiao is startled by the implication that Kongnong has been acting under merchant pressure. Wamujin openly challenges the idea that backing from Kongnong's elders could force him to bow. Jiao bristles at the insult, then stops himself and demands clarification instead of reacting blindly. He turns to the merchant representative and asks whether Wamujin is claiming the conflict was not a one-sided attack, but the man can only evade the question. Wamujin lays out the facts. 6 days earlier, Manhwa warriors were attacked by Gay merchant group men on Fabric Street. Pengyang's shops were damaged in the clash, and even the fire at Chonghua's pleasure house happened while the Manhwa clan was pursuing accountability for those attacks. An elder challenges the others for pretending not to know the truth, and the room falls tense and silent. Another man pushes back, insisting the incident was only a reckless quarrel among youths and warning against twisting it into something bigger. He tries to move the discussion toward compensation, but argues that if losses are being counted, the Changhua merchant group has suffered too. Wamujin rejects that claim outright, saying the disputed place belonged to the Pengyang merchant group from the start, and that Changhua merely had to return what it took. He cuts off the excuses with open contempt and seizes control of the conversation. Mujin lays down his demands. Changhua must withdraw completely and stop using its wealth to crush rival merchant groups. The Changhua side erupts, arguing that ruthless financial competition is normal business and refusing to be dictated to. Mujin answers by producing a document and asking whether they understand what it means. The merchant representative is caught off guard at once. Mujin reveals it is a confession taken from assassins hired under Chonghua's orders, and his anger turns personal because the targets were his younger siblings. He treats their denials as an insult and makes it clear he is ready to kill rather than be threatened. His murderous intent floods the room so fiercely that the meeting nearly turns into a slaughter. Even the seasoned mediator is shaken, realizing that a man barely past 20 carries terrifying bloodlust and power. The Kongnong sect elder hurriedly intervenes and begs Mujin to calm himself before things go too far. Pressed about the assassination plot, the Chonghua side panics and claims ignorance, insisting merchants like them would never dare send killers after a martial artist. Mujin stops entertaining the lies and declares that if they keep denying it, he will settle matters by force. The merchant representative desperately appeals to the mediator, calling the confession a fabrication meant to frame them. The mediator privately realizes the dispute has become far more dangerous than he expected. Trying to preserve old ties with Chonghua, he tells Mujin he understands his anger but says the confession alone is hard to trust. He argues that the words of underworld assassins are not enough to justify open conflict and asks for firmer proof. Mujin agrees to wait for more evidence only on one condition: Chonghua must withdraw immediately. He says that if Chonghua leaves now, the clash can still be avoided. Backed by the Kongnong sect, the merchant representative refuses and rejects withdrawing under such terms. Mujin accepts the refusal without further debate. He warns that the merchant will regret that choice within days. The mediator begs him not to leave like this, fearing what it will do to Kongnong's standing. Mujin says Kongnong's dignity is no concern of his and announces that the sect has lost any right to mediate this conflict. He goes further and mocks Kongnong's supposed influence, leaving the elder stunned and insulted. Mujin openly accuses the sect of hiding behind talk of justice while really using its power to bully weaker groups for Chonghua's benefit. The elder insists he cannot be swayed by such accusations and dismisses Mujin's visit as pointless. Even so, he realizes Mujin is far more stubborn than expected and worries Kongnong's reputation is about to suffer. To stop the collapse, the elder admits Chonghua has long supported Kongnong and warns that his sect cannot simply abandon that debt. He finally drops the pretense of neutrality and threatens that if Mujin walks away, the matter could escalate into open conflict between their sect and the Manhwa clan. Mujin answers that Pengyang's suffering matters just as much and says Kongnong's intervention changes nothing because justice is on his side. Forced to choose another path, the elder proposes a duel between himself and Mujin, with the loser withdrawing from the dispute and the winner's side gaining the right to proceed. Mujin finds the idea crude but interesting enough to accept. To keep it from becoming a death match, they agree to fight with fake swords. As the duel is arranged, One elder quietly prays for Mujin's safety while another is baffled by his concern. The terms are made formal. The loser must immediately step back from the matter. Mujin remains calm and unreadable as the challenge is set. The Chonghua side declares it will fully abide by Kongdong's decision and observe the duel. Privately, the merchant representative rejoices, convinced Mujin has walked into a trap because there is no way he can defeat Taoist Jia Yul. Mujin enters the courtyard with his practiced sword, composed and ready. Jia Yul judges Mujin's aura as ordinary and convinces himself the young man's earlier victory was just luck. He decides he will not kill Mujin, only cripple an arm and destroy his future. Confident of victory, Jia Yul calls for the duel to begin. The two face each other across the courtyard under the night sky. Mujin moves first with explosive speed, vanishing from where Jia Yul expected him to be. Before Jia Yul can react, Mujin's strike is already descending on him. Jia Yul is knocked flat in an instant, too stunned even to understand what happened. The shock leaves him staring blankly, unable to process the result. Mujin stands over him and coldly asks whether he is still conscious. Only then does Jia Yul realize he has been completely overwhelmed. Mujin demands that he admit defeat. Jia Yul is horrified, unable to accept that he lost so easily. The onlookers are equally stunned, while one of Mujin's men treats the outcome as only natural. The merchant representative clenches his teeth as the plan collapses before his eyes. Panic overtakes him as he realizes the situation has turned disastrous. Bound by his own proposal, Jia Yul formally concedes that the Kongdong sect will withdraw from mediation and asks Mujin to handle the aftermath with restraint. With the matter settled, the two sides part ways. Jia Yul leaves in silence, carrying humiliation with him. The merchant representative freezes, suddenly abandoned by the protection he relied on. Jia Yul can only grit his teeth and keep walking away. Mujin watches him go, making sure the retreat is real. Then Mujin calmly orders chairs to be brought, as if the real negotiation is only beginning now. He tells the merchant to keep talking like before if he still has the nerve. The representative immediately loses his bravado and tries to soften his earlier words. Mujin cuts him off and orders him to kneel unless he wants his face buried in the ground. The man obeys at once, crushed by fear. Mujin gives him two choices, beginning with the warning that the fates of Buchoyan and Chonghua's chief steward are no longer worth discussing because they crossed a line that doomed them already. His first demand is brutal. Chonghua must clean up its mess, withdraw, and surrender 30% of its tea monopoly in Hubei to the Pengyang merchant group. If they refuse, he says, there is a second option and it will be settled properly by force. One of Mujin's warriors makes that threat explicit, promising to march into Hubei, kill anyone who resists, and wipe out even hired killers without effort. Mujin adds that everything bearing the Chonghua name can be erased and replaced by Pengyang, making clear this is no bluff. He forces the kneeling merchant to choose immediately. The man breaks, admitting there was no other choice after seeing Jia Yul lose so easily. He recognizes that the Flame Hua clan and Hua Mujin have become too powerful to oppose directly. Deciding the merchant group's survival matters more than pride, he convinces himself even his superiors would accept surrender. By dawn, the balance of power has already shifted. Elsewhere, the chief steward Li Suman of Chonghua lies asleep, unaware that death is approaching. A masked assassin enters his room with a blade raised, moving in to finish him. The attack falls without warning. A door slides open nearby, exposing the scene to someone else. Buchoyan wakes in alarm and tries to drive the intruder away, only to be identified as the Chonghua group master herself. The assassin offers a mocking promise of mercy. He tells her to close her eyes and prepare to die. Buchoyan can only scream in terror. The night passes, and the consequences are left hanging in silence. A few days later, the Pengyang merchant group has gathered again after the crisis. Mujin's 4 bodyguards report in, calling themselves the Zhongshan 4 demons. Mujin listens quietly, waiting for their explanation. They tell him they tracked down the fleeing Death Forest assassins, forced a confession out of one, and confirmed the plot against his siblings. They also note that the Flame Hua clan's name now carries enormous weight everywhere. Mujin asks whether the 2 key Chonghua figures were dealt with thoroughly. One of the men assures him they were left beyond recovery, and that no word of the incident will leak. Satisfied, Mujin prepares to return home. He decides the matter is finished, and says it is time to head back. The Pengyang elder tries to keep him longer out of gratitude and respect. Mujin declines politely, saying he has been away from his clan too long, and will visit again another time. The elder watches his carriage depart with mixed relief and regret. As the carriage rolls through the city, people gather to see him off. Bystanders recognize the carriage and realize Hua Mujin is leaving. They rush after him, desperate to stop him for one last farewell. The people of Fabric Street thank him for saving them and promise him food and hospitality if he ever returns. Even the local courtesans call after him playfully, inviting him back, while his rough bodyguards awkwardly endure the attention. Mujin can only smile faintly at the city's affection. As the carriage disappears, his men decide the trip ended better than they expected. Back at the Flame Hua clan, someone arrives at speed. Mujin returns home with his 4 bodyguards behind him. One of his younger brothers runs to him in tears and excitement. The boy clings to him, saying he missed him terribly and asking whether he was hurt, and Mujin gently pushes him back. His two younger siblings come charging in after him, overjoyed that he is finally back. They chatter happily about how they have been training and playing with the Tang sisters while he was gone. Mujin is caught off guard by the mention of the Tang sisters just as an elder arrives to greet him. The elder says everyone heard what happened in Sangryu and praises Mujin, but Mujin is still stuck on the mysterious visitors. The elder laughs and says those girls are simply people who have been waiting for him with great anticipation, then urges him inside. Mujin follows, confused by what he is walking into. Inside, he finds unexpected guests already waiting for him. One young woman studies him with obvious interest. Another is equally struck the moment she sees him. A woman in green formally greets him, and says she is glad to see him again. Before Mujin can even settle in, another woman blurts out that he is far more handsome than she had been told. She introduces herself as Tang Hojung, clearly delighted by the meeting. An elder prompts Mujin to introduce himself properly to his granddaughter, and he does so stiffly. Mujin is visibly uncomfortable, while the elder beside him seems to enjoy his embarrassment. That elder privately reflects that while lesser threats have been handled, two far more dangerous women have now crossed into Mujin's life and exhausted him in a different way. Mujin senses the danger too, recalling a warning that if he is careless he could lose both younger siblings to these new influences. The Shaolin monk Hyun Woo and the Ame nun Jinhwa then introduce themselves as honored guests. Mujin braces himself, feeling as though he must face these two formidable visitors head-on. The clan elder sends the two young women outside for a moment, so the adults can speak seriously. The woman in green leaves with quiet composure, though her attention lingers on Mujin. Outside, the younger Tang girl innocently insists she only told the truth about Mujin's looks, while her elder sister scolds her for saying it so openly. They also notice Mujin's bodyguards and admire how reliable they seem, leaving the men too flustered to respond. The bodyguards are completely helpless in the face of the girls' cheerful attention. Inside, the Shaolin and Ame guests explain why they came despite having no prior ties to the Manhwa clan. They say Mujin saved women from their sex from villains, preserving Ame's honor, and they have come to repay that debt. As repayment, Ame offers to pass one of its secret arts to the Manhwa clan. They explain that such arts are normally never given to outsiders, but the debt to Mujin is great enough to justify an exception. Mujin is grateful but immediately asks who exactly they intend to teach, since he and his siblings are already committed to their own clan arts. Jinhwa answers that the art is meant for his younger sister Soyeon, who is young enough to train in both traditions. She assures him Soyeon can handle both paths and that he need not worry. Mujin apologizes but refuses, saying Soyeon is his only younger sister and he cannot allow Ame's secret arts to be placed on her. Jinhwa counters that his fear is misplaced and says learning Ame's art would not truly bind Soyeon away from her own clan. Even as another elder silently warns Mujin not to be swayed because master-disciple bonds are not easily broken, Mujin prepares to refuse again. Before he can finish, a voice from outside calls his name urgently. A small figure comes running in at full speed. Soyeon bursts into the room and declares that she wants to learn the technique herself. She excitedly names the snow-drifting cloud-piercing palm strike as the art she wants. Mujin is stunned, immediately realizing the visitors have already gotten to her. Soyeon eagerly repeats that the palm strike the nun demonstrated was amazing and that she truly wants to learn it. When asked what he taught the little girl, Mujin downplays it as nothing more than a basic palm strike. But the girl reveals that even this simple lesson was powerful enough to astonish a master and make her crave more. She excitedly repeats his promise that when he returns, she can learn an even stronger version of the technique. Her eager plea to keep learning leaves Mujin momentarily at a loss. The elders watching can already tell this request is becoming politically delicate. Mujin judges that the Flame Emperor's art is advanced and fundamentally yang in nature. He concludes that while such an art suits men with strong yang energy, it is poorly matched to a young girl like Soyeon. Soyeon immediately offers to give up the idea if it would burden him, and he reassures her that he fears no such trouble. Instead, he decides that Soyeon would be better suited to the martial arts of Ame sect. Her family agrees she has the temperament for it, but insists she must remain close because she is the clan's only daughter. So Mujin entrusts Soyeon to Ame's care without sending her away. The Ame elder is visibly delighted by this unexpected gain. She solemnly blesses the bond now formed between Ame and Soyeon, embarrassing Mujin with the formality. The Shaolin monk also publicly congratulates Ame and the Manhwa clan on this new connection. Privately, however, he realizes Ame has already secured Soyeon and decides Shaolin must move next. What truly captivates him is not just the child's talent, but the extraordinary promise he sees in Mujin. He becomes convinced that Mujin's character is even more valuable than his martial gifts. Seeing a calm nature hiding fierce competitive fire, the monk decides Mujin is the disciple he has been searching for and cannot be allowed to slip away. As he prepares to report this good news to Dojin, Mujin senses another schemer closing in. He immediately recognizes the burden of dealing with a Buddhist sect that wants ties with a secular clan. The monk brushes that concern aside, saying distance from the secular world is only a matter of circumstance. Having found what he believes is the right karmic connection for passing on enlightenment, he declares that his personal situation means little. Mujin realizes he is facing a shamelessly persistent opponent. He refuses the request by saying his younger brother bears the duty of inheriting the clan's secret arts, and cannot become the monk's disciple. The monk instantly sidesteps the refusal by offering to stay nearby and teach the boy from the side instead. Wamujin is stunned that the monk is effectively asking to move into the clan. Even the clan elder can only marvel at how brazen Shaolin's representative is and warns Mujin not to relax. Mujin stalls by saying he must first ask Dojin's wishes and leads the monk outside. Once outside, he calls for Dojin. He explains that monk Hyun-woo wants Dojin as a disciple, while reminding him that he still carries the duty of inheriting his grandfather's secret arts. Dojin makes clear he has no intention of abandoning those family arts. Even so, he admits he sincerely wants to learn the technique the monk showed him. That answer makes Mujin wonder just how much these old masters did while he was away. He asks the monk what exactly he showed Dojin, and the monk modestly claims it was only a small personal insight. Then, while pretending humility before Elder Tang, he offers to demonstrate a little. He launches into a sudden display of force. With one strike, he blasts through a tree trunk. The impact is so overwhelming that the entire tree shudders violently. The clan elder is left speechless by the technique's identity. The monk calmly says he held back so as not to destroy the clan's tree. The elder recognizes the move as Shaolin's long-lost 100 steps divine fist strike. Dojin immediately asks to learn it as long as doing so would not trouble anyone. That request sparks a dangerous thought in Wamujin. He realizes that combining the precision of that Shaolin art with the Flame Emperor's fierce fist techniques could push his clan's secret arts even further, and bitterly notes the irony that arts he once destroyed are now continuing through him. Seeing Dojin's desire, the clan formally asks monk Hyun-woo to teach him. Night falls after the arrangements are made. Later, Wamujin reflects that despite all his efforts to block them, even Shaolin managed to form a connection with his family. A clan elder tells him that losing local talent to Mount Song is unpleasant, but chances like Amei and Shaolin taking interest do not come twice. Mujin snaps back by asking whether that same logic would justify sending the elder's own granddaughter to Amei. He bitterly wonders why one household had to produce 3 heavenly martial bodies, while the elder is shocked that such a physique truly exists. The elder explains that a heavenly martial body is a rare constitution opposed to demonic energy and exceptionally suited to orthodox arts. That only makes him more determined not to let Mujin get away. Trying another angle, he asks what Mujin thinks of Hojong, but Mujin angrily rejects the implication at once. The elder awkwardly wonders if Mujin might simply prefer men, and Mujin can only deny it in disbelief. He drinks to steady himself against the absurd conversation. Then he turns serious and asks the elder what he truly sees in him. Mujin points out that he is a much younger man who speaks to the elder with open disrespect. Yet the elder says he strangely never feels the age gap between them, as if their conversations naturally fall into harmony. To him, Mujin feels like an old friend from long ago. That confession draws out a memory of a woman the elder once loved. He says he had been willing to abandon the life of a martial artist, and even betray his master's final wish for her sake. Mujin notices that the elder speaks of this love as though many decades have passed. He listens more closely as the old man's tone changes. The elder describes the woman as poor, selfless, hardworking, and pure like a lotus, raising 2 younger siblings through hardship without complaint. He remembers most of all her refusal to accept help from strangers and the integrity that defined her. Mujin quietly asks why he is no longer with her. The elder answers with brutal simplicity that she died. He says his greatest foolishness was trying to keep such an ordinary woman beside a man who walked the path of an assassin. Because of him, she and her 2 younger siblings were killed by orthodox warriors who had been hunting him. He says that was the moment everything began. From that loss, he embarked on a bloody path of vengeance that tore through all 9 sects. Mujin is shaken by the madness of what he is hearing, but the elder insists he is perfectly sane and that he is telling Mujin the truth of his past and his revenge. He traces it all back to a trivial conflict with the Namgung clan that snowballed until it ended with her death at Namgung Qinyang's hands. The name stuns Mujin, because it belongs to a figure erased from Urim 45 years ago. The elder says he never forgot that enemy's name, and when her siblings died as well, all he could see was red. For 15 years after that, he fought the entire 9 sects without end. He says it began with slaughtering every Namgung he encountered, until all the orthodox sects, including Amei and Shaolin, united to hunt him, and he killed them too. Before long, Murim gave him a new name. That name was Divine Demon. Mujin can only wonder whether the old man has truly lost his mind. The elder then recalls first meeting Mujin in Guizhou among the great clan heads, the day he first entered the Central Plains. The memory unsettles him so badly that he rises from his seat. He demands to know how Mujin could possibly know that moment. Mujin answers that if he had known the tavern had been reserved, he would have gone elsewhere, but youthful arrogance and faith in his master's words made him jump into that fight. The elder is horrified that Mujin knows a shameful secret he himself buried for 60 years. Mujin even recalls the odds and the poison arts used against him, forcing the elder to beg him to stop. Desperate, the elder asks whether Mujin learned all this from the divine demon himself. Mujin goes further, naming the elder's healed right arm deformity, and his poisoned swallow sword strike, details no outsider should know. At that point, the elder finally begins to suspect the impossible, that Wamujin may truly be Zhang Qion, the divine demon, reborn. He remembers how Mujin's madness vanished overnight and asks the question he can no longer avoid. With killing intent rising, he demands to know whether Mujin is an orthodox martial artist or a demonic one. Mujin answers with a question of his own, asking what those labels even mean. The elder is baffled that someone of Mujin's stature would ask something so fundamental. He explains that demonic artists build power through demonic methods, while even orthodox arts become demonic in the hands of one who abandons the path of righteousness. Mujin presses the point by asking what that makes the nine sects, who murdered innocents and spread bloodshed for years. The question strikes the elder like a blow. Mujin reminds him that the campaign to eliminate the divine demon revealed just how monstrous orthodox martial artists could become once they lost their justification. The elder is forced to confront whether they had any right to call themselves orthodox back then. Mujin says that may be a distant memory for them, but for him it feels like only yesterday. The elder falls silent under that weight. Mujin says the path itself matters less than how one lives, because people can walk different ways without needing to spill blood. As he speaks, he looks toward the two children who now depend on him. He says his only wish now is to raise those two remaining blood relatives well. The elder is relieved to hear that and prays no new divine demon will be born in the Central Plains, because one such tragedy was already too much. Mujin then asks plainly whether the elder would have drawn his sword if he had chosen the demonic path. The elder admits he would have, because no orthodox martial artist could ignore the divine demon at their side. He then proposes that they stake their lives on the question here and now. Mujin calmly estimates that without concealing his inner energy, he would probably lose 9 times out of 10. He explains that his heavenly martial body prevents him from cultivating demonic arts, and the elder shifts to asking how he mastered the peerless 9 swords. Mujin says the founder of that sword art was his master's close friend, and after the founder's chosen disciple died, the art was entrusted to his master so it would not vanish. From there, the art passed down to him. The elder wonders what would have happened if he had faced Mujin in his previous life while possessing his current martial arts. Mujin answers that unless the elder had transcended into the realm of enhanced poison, he would have stood almost no chance. The elder is stunned to learn such a realm exists, and Mujin casually reveals he himself has reached something similar. The tension finally breaks when Mujin jokes about the elder's sleeve hiding endless liquor, and the old man hurriedly changes the subject. Morning comes over the great pagoda. The visiting masters prepare to leave, promising they will return from time to time. Mujin politely wishes them safe travels, though he pointedly asks that those visits not be too frequent. The Poison Emperor laughs it off and promises to bring fine Qingdao Baijiu next time. Mujin watches the 3 departing figures in silence. His attendants rush over, alarmed that he told the Poison Emperor not to visit often, and Mujin brushes them off as too noisy. He refuses to explain his reasons and orders them not to argue. Meanwhile, the Poison Emperor quietly reveals to his companions that hidden dragon Hua Mujin is truly Zhang Qion, the divine demon. He reflects that a man who once slaughtered the Central Plains for one beloved woman now seems determined to live quietly, and that resolve deserves respect. Even so, he cannot help regretting that such a man will never become his family's son-in-law. His granddaughter is left baffled by that remark. When she asks what he and Mujin discussed all night, he only laughs and says it has been 45 years since they last parted. After that, time moves on. The 2 children rapidly absorb the secret techniques of Ame and Shaolin. Their masters, having witnessed the true nature of the heavenly martial body, can barely hide their amazement at the children's progress. Soyan attacks with fierce confidence as her training accelerates. Dojin keeps pace with the same explosive growth. Their masters push them to refine movement and variation rather than relying on a single pattern. The children strain themselves to keep up with the relentless instruction. Even Hua Mujin is not the only one shocked by how quickly they improve. His attendants admit the children's attacks sharpen day by day and say that even they would now struggle to defend against them. Mujin dismisses that praise, saying the children are still far from where they need to be. His attendants can only exchange helpless smiles at his impossible standards. Then they remind him that another important moment has arrived. It is time for the clan head succession ceremony. The announcement catches Mujin off guard. The ceremonial banner is raised. People gather before the towering clan hall for the event. The elders look on with quiet satisfaction. The children are thrilled by the excitement surrounding the ceremony. But among the crowd, a blond youth is being restrained by 2 large escorts. He struggles in tears, clearly desperate to break free. At that moment, someone steps forward. A masked figure with long dark hair enters the scene, signaling that the ceremony is about to be disrupted. A young man stands before the world with the bearing of someone about to inherit power. Behind his calm expression, he already carries quiet confidence and ambition. At the Flame Hua clan, a grand crowd gathers for the succession ceremony despite plans to keep it small. His elder grumbles that the event has become far too large, and the new heir dryly points out that modesty was impossible once 3 major guests agreed to attend. He turns toward the arrivals whose presence has transformed the ceremony into a political statement. Representatives tied to Tang, Ame, and Shaolin openly greet him as the new Hua clan head. Their recognition makes him realize just how much weight their attendance carries. Others rush to congratulate him, quickly correcting themselves from addressing him as a young master to acknowledging him as clan head. He politely thanks a guest from the Beck Manor for coming so far to witness the occasion. The congratulations continue, and he answers each one with practiced courtesy. Watching this, one observer panics at the thought that the Flamehwa clan now has ties not only to Tang but also to Amei and Shaolin, making them dangerous to offend. More voices join the chorus of public support, reinforcing the legitimacy of his succession. He welcomes the visitors warmly, and they frame their presence as natural for such an important and joyful event. A merchant leader goes further and pledges that 3 merchant groups will continue backing the Flamehwa clan in every way they can. The new clan head accepts the promise graciously, while privately recognizing that this loyalty was bought through profit sharing from the Chonghua merchant group's tea business. When told how enormous those profits have become, he feigns mild surprise and approval while keeping his true calculations hidden. Another guest presents a ceremonial gift to honor his rise. The gift turns out to be a lesser purifying pill said to add 20 years of inner energy, and he accepts it with outward gratitude. His elder watches closely, measuring both the gift and the politics behind it. With the guests assembled, the 3rd succession ceremony of the Flamehwa clan is formally declared open. He takes his place at the center of the rite as the new face of the clan. Inwardly, he vows that the Flamehwa clan will become the greatest force in Sichuan. But he also admits to himself that this body and identity are only something he is borrowing for now. The narration reveals that Wamujing, once born with a heavenly martial body and later ruined by a malicious incident, was believed to have recovered by chance. In truth, almost no one knew that the dead divine demon Zhang Qion had taken over Wamujing's body. Neither the possessed man nor anyone around him yet understood how far the consequences of that secret would spread. Time moves on quickly after his rise to power. The years begin to pass, marked by relentless training. By the next year, he is still driving himself through brutal sword practice. Another year passes, and the training only grows harsher. Yet another year goes by as he continues tempering himself without pause. During one such session, his elder calls out to him as if a new opportunity has arrived. The interruption is abrupt enough to make him stop mid-practice. His elder suggests that it may be time to head to Mount Song, but he immediately questions why he would bother. The answer is the Orthodox Murim tournament, a major gathering he is expected to know about. His confusion shows that the event means nothing to him yet. He is told that the tournament is the greatest event among the Orthodox sects and is held once every 5 years. Because the most talented juniors of the Orthodox world gather there, victory brings immense wealth and honor. He dismisses the idea as uninteresting, but his elder argues that it would be valuable for the young boy and girl traveling with them. When reminded that the children have been eager to see the tournament, his indifference begins to crack. He realizes that simply observing the event could become useful stimulation for the children's growth. Before he can answer, a voice urgently calls for Masak. A carriage is already being prepared for departure. The group sets out from the clan grounds in a 4-horse carriage bound for Mount Song. He courteously lets the Shaolin monk board first, showing respect despite his usual bluntness. Final instructions are exchanged, including orders to send word immediately if anything happens back home. Masak enthusiastically announces that they are leaving. Those staying behind wave them off as the carriage rolls away. Once the departure is over, the elders left behind remark that things will be dull for a while. Inside the clan, word spreads that the party has departed for Mount Song. Elsewhere, a hidden subordinate receives orders for a covert operation involving Shaolin enemy, with strict instructions to leave no trace. When he asks what should be done about the travelers themselves, the plot becomes unmistakably murderous. He is told that men have already been placed along the road, and his master waits confidently for good news. The subordinate withdraws, leaving the mastermind alone with his hatred. That hidden enemy swears that this time he will finally kill Wamujing. Meanwhile, the carriage continues through a forest road under cover of evening. Inside, the children chatter excitedly, thrilled by the journey. Their guardian teases them for being so happy and regrets only that they did not ask sooner. The older woman traveling with them is delighted by the children's joy and treasures the chance to see Mount Song because of them. Asked why he said nothing despite Shaolin being involved, the monk laughs it off and admits that these days he mostly lives to watch that young man grow. The monk then wonders whether anyone at the tournament might use the 100 steps divine fist strike besides himself and his master. The older woman doubts it, and also dismisses the possibility that anyone there has mastered the snow-drifting cloud-piercing palm strike, especially since the participants are mostly swordsmen. Their young leader listens quietly, filing away every detail. Something in that conversation suddenly sharpens his attention. He turns toward the outside, sensing that the journey is no longer safe. Ma Sak confirms that they are being followed and warns that the pursuers carry murderous intent. The escort immediately braces for an attack. Riders close in fast from behind the carriage. One of the attackers is confident that 30 elites and 2 masters will be enough to crush their target. The order is given to increase speed and tighten the pursuit. Then the ambushes ignite the road ahead, turning the forest path into a blazing trap. The fire spreads across the route, cutting off escape. A terrified victim caught in the ambush begs to know why this is happening, insisting he was only passing through. The killers coldly answer that his only mistake was crossing paths with them at the wrong time. They identify themselves as the Fire Shadow Twin Elders, making clear that this slaughter is deliberate. One of them reaches out to finish the helpless man without hesitation. The victim realizes too late that death is already upon him. He is butchered on the spot, proving the ambushers are here to erase witnesses as well as targets. Even the horses sense the bloodshed and panic. Inside the carriage, Ma Sok is shaken by the overwhelming energy gathering outside. The travelers face a road blocked by fire and enemies closing from both directions. The two killers are formally revealed as Chu Mayan-gun and Cho Gyeke, the Fire Shadow twin elders. The monk catches the scent of blood and instantly understands how serious the situation is. The older woman senses it too, and both veterans tense for battle. The monk warns Hua Mujin that the bloodshed nearby is thick and immediate, and Hua agrees without alarm. He orders everyone else to remain inside the carriage. The children are confused by his sudden calm command. Outside, the two veterans realize the blocked carriage ahead must belong to the attackers Ma Sok described. Hua Mujin steps forward and openly demands to know why the strangers are obstructing the road. He casually guesses that they must be the so-called Sichuan Hidden Dragon's enemies, perhaps sent by the Crescent Moon Sword sect. The scarred elder confirms that Hua is indeed the man who cut down the Crimson Moon Sword, and grudgingly admires his sharp tongue. The monk finally recognizes the pair and names them aloud as the Fire Shadow twin elders. Hua then identifies the two allies beside him as Abbess Jin Hua and Master Hyun Woo, making the confrontation fully explicit. One of the twin elders, a sorceress master of the unorthodox path, declares that he has long wanted to slit their throats. The monk warns Hua that the enemy uses sorcery, but believes the three of them together should still be able to resist. The scarred elder notices movement in the distance and realizes reinforcements have arrived right on cue. Jin Hua and Hyun Woo turn at once, sensing the trap tightening. Someone steps into position behind them, sealing off retreat. A force known as the 30 Warriors appears, completing the encirclement. The monk is stunned that the hidden troops reach them without being noticed. Inside the carriage, the children realize the newcomers are not rescuers and quietly prepare themselves. Jin Hua and Hyun Woo exchange grim looks, understanding that they are now surrounded on all sides. Hyun Woo proposes that he and Jin Hua break open a path while Hua drives the carriage and escapes toward Ganluo. Hua rejects the idea at once, pointing out that a carriage can never outrun pursuit like this. Instead, he asks whether the two elders can hold the enemy for 30 minutes, and they accept because there is no better option. Hua reveals his own plan. He will personally deal with the warriors in the rear and kill the twin elders himself. Jin Hua is shocked that he would attempt something so reckless alone. The enemy mocks them for trying to scheme their way out, insisting resistance is pointless. Hua answers that the time for talking is over. He draws his blade and calmly announces the start of the fight. Before moving, he entrusts the children to Ma Sok and orders him not to let anyone get near them. One of the 30 warriors recognizes that the hidden dragon has stepped forward exactly as expected. The warriors are ordered to abandon the fire line and surround the smaller target group, while one elder rushes straight for Hua. Hua stands alone before the oncoming formation without the slightest hesitation. Seeing the formation, he concludes that the enemy truly thinks little of him. He releases a terrifying aura that floods the battlefield like a demonic storm. The advancing warriors falter in shock as his presence alone crushes their nerve. Even Jin Hua and Hyun Woo are startled by the sheer force of what he unleashes. The twin elders admit that for someone barely 20, his bloodlust resembles that of a great unorthodox master. Hyun Woo seizes the moment and launches his technique at once. His 100 steps divine fist strike erupts forward with overwhelming force. Cho Gyeke is caught off guard by the sudden attack. The blast slams into the twin elders and disrupts their advance. The impact hurls one of them backward across the field. Reeling from the strike, the elder demands to know what just hit him. The answer comes immediately as Hyun Woo names the 100 steps divine fist strike. Hyun Woo notes with grim satisfaction that the attack was at least blocked rather than ignored. Cho Gyeke snarls at the monk and prepares to retaliate personally. He lunges in fury, vowing to tear Hyun Woo apart for interfering. Jin Hua reads the attack and moves before it can land cleanly. Blue and red energies collide as she intercepts the assault. Hyun Woo tries to pursue the opening, but the enemy refuses to let him disengage. The monk surges forward again, forcing the fight into close quarters. Cho Gyeke is suddenly struck by an unfamiliar counter and realizes he has been caught by something he did not anticipate. He curses Hyun Woo for fighting with deceptive timing and vows to crush him if he gets the chance. At the same time, Jin Hua steps out to confront Chu Mayan-gun directly and addresses him by name, making clear they know each other from the past. Chu Mayan-gun mocks her age and claims that even the once great Jin Hua could not escape time. Jin Hua answers with equal contempt, saying his mouth is still as foul as ever and his face has always been ugly. He twists the insult further by sneering that she has finally found someone as unpleasant as herself. She cuts him off coldly and calls him what he is, a wicked old fiend. Enraged, Chu Mayan-gun ignites his killing intent and declares that now she will die. Jin Hua meets that threat head-on and challenges him to prove he can do it. Their powers crash together in a violent exchange that shakes the clearing. Around them, the battlefield splits into separate duels while the encircling warriors hesitate under Hua's aura. Some of those warriors can barely steady themselves, already rattled before even engaging him. Seeing their fear, Hua decides there is no point waiting for them to attack first. He flashes forward and cuts down the nearest warrior in a single motion. Without changing expression, he counts the kill as one. He turns immediately toward the next target and counts again before striking. The second warrior is cut open just as cleanly, confirming that Hua has begun his own massacre. The lone swordsman opens the clash by cutting down an attacker before the ambush can settle around him. Even as one man dies, the enemy leader tries to steady his frightened troops by insisting their target is only a reckless youth and ordering them into formation. The swordsman is immediately surrounded from every side as multiple warriors close in together. He treats the encirclement with contempt, annoyed that there are enough opponents to bother counting. The ring tightens as the attackers commit to a coordinated rush. One of them charges straight in, hoping brute force can break the stalemate. Instead, the swordsman bursts through the pressure and tears into the formation at close range. He drives one enemy back with a crushing strike and keeps moving before the others can pin him down. In moments, he has opened space around himself and left several attackers reeling. He shows a grim, confident smile as the slaughter continues in his favor. Another warrior throws himself in with desperation, trying to stop the momentum. The swordsman cuts him down so cleanly that the man is finished before he can matter. Seeing their men fall, the commander desperately orders the troops to hold formation and attack all at once. From the rear, an observer is stunned that more than 30 elite fighters are struggling against a single opponent. The commander abruptly realizes the answer is not to keep feeding men into the grinder. He redirects the squad toward the carriage, deciding the children inside are the true weakness to exploit. The carriage becomes the new target as assassins peel away from the main fight. One of the men leading that move prepares to strike, convinced he has found the opening. But before they can reach the carriage, another fighter intercepts them and throws their attack into chaos. Inside the carriage, the children panic as they realize their protector is being pressured and they may be next. One attacker decides the swordsman is too dangerous to ignore and calls for a ranged kill. An archer squad begins firing into the melee, gambling that friendly casualties are worth bringing him down. One of the enemy elites grandly declares himself a righteous pillar of Zhongshan, trying to elevate the moment with self-important bravado. The children can only cringe at how absurdly self-serious that declaration sounds. The boaster doubles down, furiously insisting on his own importance. Meanwhile, the swordsman is forced to fend off a reckless barrage from multiple directions. Arrows streak toward him in a lethal crossfire. One shot lands, wounding an enemy archer instead of the intended target as the chaos backfires. The wounded man realizes too late that the shot missed its mark. The archers correct themselves and aim for a clean headshot. The commander notices the swordsman has suddenly stopped moving and orders everyone to rush him at once. One of the attackers senses something is wrong but has no time to react. A blue arc of force suddenly sweeps across the battlefield. The archers are cut down in a single instant before they can loose another volley. The swordsman has crossed the distance so fast that the survivors barely register his movement. His blade continues carving through the remaining attackers in a storm of blue energy. The men who thought they had him trapped are left staring in disbelief. Even the children only catch a blur and realize something overwhelming just passed by. The commander, still trying to salvage control, orders his men to keep pressing him. But his confidence falters as he senses the battle slipping beyond command. The swordsman cuts through another foe and coldly silences the commander's shouting. At the same time, two older masters finally meet each other head-on, palms colliding in a burst of opposing force. Their exchange erupts outward, proving that a second, far more dangerous duel has begun beside the massacre. The red-haired elder mocks the monk's diminished strength, taunting him for having grown soft. The monk answers with contempt, dismissing him as all talk. He unleashes the snow-drifting cloud-piercing palm strike, gathering a dense blue force into his hand. The technique slams into the red-haired elder with enough power to drive him back. Rather than fear it, the red-haired elder is delighted that the monk is finally fighting seriously. The impact flashes across the forest like a signal flare. The swordsman notices the surge from afar while still in motion. The monk follows up, reaching to seize control of the exchange before his enemy can recover. He catches the red-haired elder's arm and tries to lock him in place. Using that grip, he flips the red-haired elder and drives him violently toward the ground. He hammers down with another crushing blow, trying to finish the duel through sheer force. Confident after landing the first hit, he believes he will not be caught by the same attack twice. He presses in, demanding that his enemy stop writhing long enough to be killed properly. The red-haired elder answers by calling out to his ally, signaling a coordinated counter. The monk tries to end it first with a killing strike aimed to punch straight through him. He drives the red-haired elder down hard, but the opening he creates is not his alone. A new attack rushes in from the side before he can capitalize. The second elder launches a blue palm blast toward the monk to break his momentum. The monk meets it with his own palm, trying to stop the force head-on. Even after blocking, he is shocked by how violently the technique repels him. He recognizes it as Ame's ultimate art and immediately understands the danger. Realizing he cannot withstand that technique directly, he tries to disengage. The blast still hurls him away and slams him into the ground. As his attention shifts to the incoming force, the red-haired elder catches him looking the wrong way. The red-haired elder drives a brutal strike into the monk's chest while he is off balance. Then he follows by smashing him down again, pinning him under relentless pressure. With his palm blazing, the red-haired elder prepares a finishing blow and declares the monk's death imminent. He lunges in hatred, cursing the monk for interfering. But the monk's ally finally moves, stepping between them to protect the fallen elder. The injured monk, still defiant, vows that if he dies then his enemies will be dragged down with him. His ally catches the descending strike on the broad face of a heavy sword, stopping the kill at the last instant. The swordsman arrives fully into the duel, interposing himself between the elders and the monk. The red-haired elder is caught off guard that the youth has reached them so quickly. The swordsman answers with a calm, murderous focus that says he has already chosen his targets. He swings immediately, forcing the red-haired elder to abandon his finish and defend himself. The elder is driven back across the ground by the sheer force of the counterattack. Even while retreating, he spits venom and insists all of them deserve death. The swordsman rises into the air and threatens to bury the remaining enemies where they stand. He comes down with another heavy strike, keeping the red-haired elder under constant pressure. A sudden red line of force slices through the exchange, showing the second elder has rejoined the fight. The monk's ally realizes the battle has become a 2-on-1 trap. The swordsman narrows his eyes and adjusts instantly to the new danger. One of the elders plants himself to launch another attack from below. Blood on the ground and the shifting footwork make clear how close everyone is to collapse. The surviving elder lashes out at the monk again, trying to keep him from recovering. The monk's ally rushes to help the wounded clan head despite his own injuries. The monk, frustrated, admits he mistimed his earlier upward slash and failed to finish the enemy when he had the chance. The swordsman coldly promises that next time he will remove those grotesque heads with precision. His taunt lands hard, reducing the two elders to ugly figures fit only for nightmares. The pair turn and face him together, finally treating him as the true threat on the field. He remains completely composed under their combined glare. The red-haired elder glances toward the blood-soaked battlefield and understands how thoroughly their men have been erased. Around them, the corpses of the ambushes confirm that the swordsman has nearly annihilated the entire force. Even one elder cannot help acknowledging that the youth really did cut down more than 30 elite warriors by himself. The other elder drops all pretense and says the real fight should begin now, vowing to take the swordsman's head. The red-haired elder agrees eagerly, summoning fire as he admits it has been years since he needed to cooperate like this. Flames coil around his hand as he prepares a serious killing technique. Together, the two elders accept that only by joining forces can they hope to bring this enemy down. Watching from behind, the monk's ally warns that the pair are finally about to reveal their true power. He identifies them as the Fire Shadow twin elders and warns that their palm arts are deceptive enough alone, but especially deadly when combined. The swordsman quietly acknowledges the warning and tightens his grip on his weapon. He raises the massive blade into a guarded stance, ready to test their combined assault himself. The elders launch first, sending fiery force racing across the ground toward him. They strike together with red fire palm strike and dark void palm strike, trying to overwhelm him through layered impact. The swordsman shifts his footing to absorb and redirect the incoming force. For the first time, he shows a flicker of surprise at how dangerous the combination really is. One elder presses the advantage, convinced the youth is finally cornered. The swordsman meets the palms with his sword and body, refusing to yield even as the force crashes into him. He realizes the true threat is not the surface blow but the vibration traveling through the blade into his body. The transmitted fire force detonates through his guard and scorches him from within. A blazing line of energy tears past him, forcing him back despite his defense. The twin elders follow with a sweeping blue-edged shockwave to keep him from regaining control. The red-haired elder snarls at the monk's side for interfering and tries to break through to finish them all. The monk's ally refuses to let the elders act freely and throws himself back into the fight. The red-haired elder swats him away as an annoyance, slamming him down with contempt. The second elder also strikes the monk, knocking him aside to clear the field. Both protectors are sent tumbling, leaving the swordsman isolated again. The monk and his ally struggle up, cursing the elders but no longer able to intervene immediately. The ally warns them not to approach, recognizing that stepping in now would only make things worse. The swordsman insists he will handle the twin elders alone. One elder calls him an arrogant brat and attacks at once to punish that defiance. The swordsman answers by using the broadsword to split their approach and deny their clean combination. The red-haired elder braces as the blade bears down on him. The swordsman slips through the gap between them, turning their own spacing against them. He lands a vicious hit on one elder before the other can fully react. The struck elder is blasted backward while the swordsman resets in the center of both opponents. He whips the heavy blade around again, forcing the second elder to duck and retreat. That elder lunges back and angrily, unwilling to lose initiative. The swordsman senses the renewed attack and prepares to counter at close range. The red-haired elder crashes down from above, trying to pin the swordsman under a descending strike. Instead, the swordsman meets him with a brutal body-level counter that halts the drop. The impact throws one elder away while the other is left scrambling to recover, and the swordsman drops to one knee from the accumulated damage. Seeing him slowed, the red-haired elder prepares another technique and challenges him to block this one too. The twin elders gather themselves for one more synchronized rush. The red-haired elder channels a concentrated spiral of fire into his palm for a decisive blow. The swordsman realizes too late that the next attack is different and far more dangerous. The red-haired elder unleashes fire dragon destructive palm strike straight through the swordsman's guard. The monk's ally can only watch in horror as the hit lands. The fiery force bores into the swordsman's body and ignites inside him. The combined momentum of the two elders drives the attack through and blasts him away from the point of impact. He is launched across the forest clearing in a trail of fire and shattered force. Flames burst from his back as the destructive energy continues burning through him after the strike. The clearing catches fire around the blast zone, showing how violent the technique truly was. The monk and his ally are horrified, unable to believe clan head Hwa has been struck so badly. From the carriage, the children cry out in panic as they see Mujin fall to the elders' combined attack. Inside the flames, Mujin realizes the fire energy is spreading through his entire body via the vibrations, and that he will burn from the inside out unless he suppresses it immediately. As his life begins to burn away, the red-haired elder steps forward and mocks him for listening to the sound of his own death. The attackers coldly warn Mujin that the fire poison in him will soon start burning through his organs. Instead of killing him quickly, the elders decide to tear him apart first and savor his suffering. They close in through the burning forest, laughing as they choose his left arm as the first limb to take. Just as they commit to the attack, Mujin rises with a dangerous calm. He counters by unleashing the Sichuan hidden dragon technique and turns their cruelty back on them. The twin elders dive at him with flaming claws, expecting their combined strike to overwhelm him. Their killing blow descends toward him at point-blank range. Mujin meets the attack directly and catches the force instead of retreating. One elder boasts that no one can withstand the fire dragon destructive palm strike. He insists the technique burns through any defense, even heavy armor. Mujin reveals that he is not blocking the attack at all, but reflecting its energy. With a burst of blue force, he redirects the fire vibrations back through both attackers. The elder is stunned to realize Mujin has deflected the very energy inside their technique. The reflected power detonates through the twins before they can recover. Mujin follows the reversal with a crushing finishing blow. One of the elders realizes too late that the fight has completely turned against them. Mujin cuts through them in a single sweeping counterattack and sends both bodies flying apart. The twin elders are killed outright, their remains scattering as Mujin completes the strike. The surviving onlookers freeze in shock at how decisively he erased the threat. Even the people sheltering nearby can only stare as the impossible victory sinks in. Mujin lands amid the ruined bodies, but the cost of taking the fire technique into himself is already showing. His strength gives way and he drops to one knee. He vomits blood as the fire energy ravages him from within. The pain surges through him, confirming that the reflected attack still left deadly residue inside his body. His allies rush toward him, alarmed that the fire energy is spreading through him even after the battle. The two children panic and run to him, calling his name. Mujin stops them at once and refuses to let them come any closer. An elder warns the children that the lingering fire energy could spread to them as well. The children finally understand the danger and halt in fear. A guardian orders one child to fetch a lesser purifying pill from Mujin's bundle so they can try to save him. The man searches frantically through their belongings for the medicine. He finds the pill and gets it into Mujin's hand. Mujin swallows it immediately, gambling on a quick internal remedy. He explains that he must purge the fire energy himself, and asks the others to guard him while he does it. The group spreads out around him, forming a perimeter while keeping their distance. Mujin forces himself into meditation despite the flames still coursing through him. He realizes the damage is severe and that any delay will burn away all of his meridians. His plan is to drive every trace of the invading fire energy into his middle energy core and suppress it there. But as he begins, something goes wrong and he senses a dangerous backlash. The trapped fire erupts violently inside him instead of settling. He expels the excess in a torrent of flame, forcing the poison out through sheer will. The others recoil, unsure whether he is surviving or losing control. The strain finally knocks Mujin unconscious and he collapses to the ground. His companions desperately call for him to hold on. Then they realize the fire energy has vanished from his body. With the immediate danger gone, they decide to rush him to Ganluo County for treatment. A carriage is brought in at once to carry him away from the battlefield. They drive hard for the county, wasting no time on the road. Inside, the children stay by Mujin's side and anxiously call his name. The elders reflect that a man barely at adulthood defeated both the Crimson Moon Sword and the Fire Shadow twin elders, a feat almost beyond belief. One of them begins to suspect that Mujin may be the kind of once-in-a-century sword prodigy known as a sword saint. He concludes that Mujin can no longer be dismissed as merely a hidden dragon from Sichuan. They arrive in Ganluo County and bring him to safety. Mujin is taken into the infirmary to recover. After some time, the children bring food to his room, expecting him to still be bedridden. They call out cheerfully, thinking he is inside waiting for them. Instead they find the bed empty and realize he has disappeared. An open window reveals that he left on his own. The children immediately suspect he has gone somewhere reckless again. Outside, Mujin is already training, swinging his massive blade despite his recent collapse. He looks worn but fully conscious, driven by unfinished business rather than rest. He plants the sword and pauses to assess himself. Standing shirtless in the yard, he examines the aftermath of the battle on his own body. The fire dragon destructive palm strike has left a burned, scarred imprint across his palm. He admits to himself that he nearly died because he underestimated that technique. The children find him and call out in disbelief. They scold him for being up already when he was supposed to remain in bed for a month. Mujin reassures them that he is fine now and apologizes for making them worry. Then he abruptly tells them to pack their things because they are leaving for Mount Song. After only a few days in Ganluo, the group sets out directly for Mount Song. The journey resumes in surprisingly good spirits, as if the ambush had not nearly killed them. Even so, stories of the hidden dragon defeating the Fire Shadow twin elders spread through Ganluo and Xichang. By the time they move on, the rumor has stirred the entire region. At last they reach the Shaolin Temple at Mount Song, where the Orthodox Murim tournament will be held. The temple's monumental scale makes their arrival feel like the entrance to a new stage. The Shaolin name alone confirms they have reached the heart of the Orthodox world. The children are awestruck by the size of the place, while Mujin takes it in with quieter recognition. He notes that many of the buildings he once destroyed have been rebuilt, hinting at a past history here. A monk takes his leave to report to his fellow disciples and tells the group that rooms have been prepared for them in the inner quarters. Another monk politely offers to guide them the rest of the way. The children race ahead in excitement, and Mujin follows with amused affection. Elsewhere in the temple, observers identify the newcomers as the group that entered with monk Hyunwoo. They note that Mujin carries himself with the confidence expected of a clan head, and that he is already well known in Sichuan. One skeptic dismisses him and assumes the children with him are merely his younger siblings. Another recounts that those children once pressured a previous tournament winner with swordsmanship, but the skeptic still insists it was just luck and low-tier skill. Rather than ignore them, a young master orders Dong Ho to be brought before him, ready to make the matter public. When warned that this could become a major incident, he deliberately accepts full responsibility. He welcomes the chance to turn the situation into something bigger and more useful for himself. Smiling coldly, he vows to erase the disgrace Sangria suffered here by crushing the Sichuan hidden dragon.